Hey, we're back here on the show, and I'm very sorry to disappoint people. I know I said we were going to go to the White Trash Update, but George Carlin is here.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
I've really disappointed the listeners.
I hope not. Anyway, we'll get to the White Trash Update later.
We do a White Trash Update because Kate comes from a white trash family.
Do you?
Yeah, in case anyone's curious, my brother is still a hooker.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Where did they originate?
Near Tampa, Florida.
And what kind of a thing?
In, what kind of a thing? What kind of swamp did they come from, right?
I just wondered if it was trailer
Yeah,
trash.
it's like a double wide.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Good, a lot of room to move around.
Her brother also doesn't have teeth, and he's a hooker, too.
That's the first requirement. Yes, that's good for a hooker.
And her sister's a stripper.
Coming.
There you are.
So we check up on what they do every week.
Another fine family.
Yeah. Thank you for coming and doing the show.
Sure.
I can't believe you're here, first of all.
I can't either.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad to. I'm happy to. I wanted to do the thing I promised you I would do.
Thank you.
So this is nice. I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
It's a pleasure to have you. You're working on your new HBO special, right?
Well, I'm doing it March 1st. It's called It's Bad For You. And it's live from Santa Rosa, California. It'll be the 14th one I've done since 77, 30 years of doing them. So I'm very happy with it. It's probably the best one yet. I really think the stuff it's got the most cohesive feel. It's got a kind of an overall theme without being stated that's there.
Right.
And I like that. So I'm very happy about it.
What kind of things does this one cover?
Well, BS in America.
Okay, that's a popular theme.
The fact that from childhood through death, and all along the way, you're just surrounded by BS of all kinds, whether it's the government stroking you, or religion stroking you big time, or big business stroking you, or the strokes of ordinary things we repeat all the time without thinking how full of crap they are.
Right.
And but the theme is it's called It's Bad For You because the longer thing I say a few times in the show to reestablish the theme, I say it's all BS, folks. It's all BS and it's bad for you because it is, you know. But I mean, it's true of any culture. There are a lot of things that aren't genuine, that are just part of the everyday belief system and part of what we accept and don't look at and don't question and don't examine and don't challenge. Right. And that's one of the problems, is that we don't challenge things in this country. No one is taught to question authority anymore.
I heard you talking about how you feel this country's going to fall, and I think you have a good point, because I always think about like the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire, the Byzantines.
Yeah.
They all thought they were the greatest, and they all went down.
They all overextend. They all overextend geographically. They all wind up employing mercenaries. If you heard that one lately, right?
Yeah.
Iraq. And there are a number of other factors which don't come to mind now because I haven't briefed myself on that. I read a little about that and I file it somewhere and it's not there when I need it. So I often look things up more recently to be more conversant with them. But there are at least 6 or 7 significant parallels between any empire, the Dutch, the Spanish Empire, the British Empire. They all overextended themselves.
I think we're following that pattern.
I think it's inevitable. And the other thing was that the barbarians are at the gate. You know, we refer to the Muslim fascist, so-called fascists, as these are the current people who really do not come from a similar type of civilization that are a threat, that are perceived as a threat to this civilization. So a lot of the pieces are in place, and it's inevitable anyway because this is a decadent place. I mean, you can now buy well, for instance, there are over 200 different forms of cat food. You can buy. There are like 400 different choices in mustards alone.
I have all of them.
I'm sure you do. But it's just, it's really a very trivial culture, and it deserves to die.
So who do you think?
It really does. For the evil we've done, the exploitation and theft of cultures, the theft of natural resources, the exploitation of black and brown people for centuries, just as the English did. They called it white man's burden. We called it manifest destiny. We stole this country. We wiped out 500 Indian cultures and religions in the process,
right.
and we then stole the remaining part from Mexico. We just took it. We just took it, and so it's ours. Yeah, it's really a goofy place.
Yeah, but I think that all the other countries are so crappy that we still win.
I still would rather be here than anywhere else. I'll
exactly.
Tell you that,
You know, I mean,
That's
like
true.
other cultures, you know, if you die, you go in other religions, you get closer to God, whatever.
Yeah.
If you die in Islam, you get 72 chicks. That's what it is. You get 72 virgins.
I've seen that disputed by Islamic scholars.
Right.
A lot of them don't agree with that.
Some say 40.
Some say the whole thing's just made up by the West.
Which I know you hate religion.
Well, hate is a really tough word because you have to actively live hate. And I don't hate anything, but I have a strong distaste. Excuse me while I fish out a Kleenex here.
Sure.
I have a strong distaste for what man has done to himself. You'll pardon the capital M, man.
Yeah.
But I use the language I was born into. Today's kids can call these things whatever they want, but it's capital M, man. We've always called humankind in the past. So the way we've given over ourselves to this invisible man in the sky, who has a list of things he doesn't want us to do. I mean, it's an absurdity. It's primitive.
Right.
It's on a par with worshiping rocks and the sun, and so it's absolutely primitive.
There's just so many people that die and kill in the name of religion.
What about the modern religious people who say, but we can still say that God is science, that kind of whole argument thing, you know?
Well, there are people who say, well, there's an organizing intelligence maybe in the universe, some sort of an organizing intelligence. Now, I used to call myself an atheist until I found out one or the other, that's kind of a belief too. And I don't really like to be stuck with a belief. So in the official listing of titles, I would probably fall under agnostic because I have no way of knowing the answer to any of these things, but I'm sure it's not a judgmental male figure who throws lightning bolts and puts you in a place of fire.
So it's not
and
Zeus.
Punishes you and keeps track of kids who are 9 years old, whether they're touching themselves or not. It's just an absurdity on its face.
That's Santa Claus, actually.
Santa does the touching, I see. Okay. Excuse me a second. I have what's called vasomotor rhinitis. Isn't that a nice name for a runny nose?
Yeah.
The doctor said basically your nose runs because it wants to, George.
It's a beautiful euphemism.
It's a better reason for blowing my nose than I used to have, and it's much less expensive.
When I learned about euphemisms in high school, my English teacher at the time said nobody can explain euphemisms better than George Carlin.
Wow.
So he played a tape of yours. That's the first time I ever heard you.
Wow.
And he played
Thank
your
you.
bit about euphemisms. Don't thank me. He played it. I just
Okay.
listened.
Well, what's the teacher's name?
I forgot.
Thanks, Steve.
But I remembered you.
I wound up doing like the last book that came out. I wound up doing about 60 pages on them, spread throughout the book. But
When will Jesus bring the pork chops?
Yeah, when will Jesus bring the pork chops? Right. So anyway, euphemisms are all part of the lies that we live. Ways of avoiding the truth, ways of blunting reality and not living with it, not being in it. I understand that the urge to do it. I understand the impulse, but things get overdone. Any good idea, any bad idea, we overdo it. Overdo everything.
Every time I interview you, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I just want to say every time I interview you, it's great because everybody calls me up. They say, you're interviewing George Carlin? That's great. You better make it a good interview because this could be the last opportunity you have. He's so old.
Yeah. I'm 70.
Yeah.
I'm 70, and I'm from a healthy line. My father died young with heart disease, which I inherited, but I inherited good medical care and its advances in science and good medicine, good care, and a little bit of wisdom about how to live some years back. So I that's the only part of me that's ever broken down. I've never had troubles with my health. I've had heart disease, and I've had troubles from it and problems with it. But I now know how to manage it very well, and you can still, there are things that still can happen, but generally speaking, my health is good.
So what are there things you do to keep yourself, because you're one of the few comics that's had the longevity in your career, and so many others just haven't made it this far.
Well, I found out, I used to described myself in interviews when I began. I used to say, well, I'm a comedian who writes his own material, because I was always proud of that, and I wanted to get that in, because a lot of people don't, and a lot of the ones who you would think do not buy material do. And it's shameful, because I think,
name some names?
and I wish I could.
Yeah.
But it's, this job is about your own ideas. It's about what you think and feel, and you put out there in this comic form. But I found along the way that I became a writer, and what I think of myself now as is a writer who performs his own material, which is a seemingly simple switch, but it's profound. It was a profound thing to me to learn that I could write, that I really was a writer of these essays. And so I've been very, very, very lucky with the genetic package I got. People always say, what breaks did you get? The breaks I got were the genetic package I got, the DNA I got from my mother and father.
It's not just pure genetics. It's all,
They say it's hard work after that. But, the tendency to want to work hard is genetic, too. The ability to organize things and to want to organize them and to prepare yourself has, I'm sure, a genetic component to it. I mean, I can't swear to that, but it seems that almost everything has some genetic predisposition. There's a little bit of a lean there. And granted, nurture and environment will foster these or squash them, depending on if you got the crap beat out of you by both parents for 10 years. A lot of things probably get killed. Only one. Which one?
My dad.
Well,
Your
first
dad,
off,
really?
here's the thing. Like, I was about to bring up Danny's dad. Danny's dad is fat, and he's got the genes of that. But his dad works really hard, and Danny is the laziest person on earth.
Got the mother's laziness gene.
Oh, his mother works too. All
right.
Everybody works hard.
Maybe they
except for
canceled
him.
each other out.
I'm not even working right now.
Things can skip a generation.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sometimes two rights
I get
make
the
a wrong.
worst.
But how did he get the chunky gene, though?
Where'd you
Eggplant
get that?
Parmesan.
George, how do you feel about when it comes down to the newer generation of comics?
I don't know enough about them to really sound intelligent about it. I don't seek out comics to see or to hear. It's the kind of thing all my life where you don't want to really hear what a comic is doing, because you're afraid that some of the stuff will get into your subconscious and will come out and you'll think it's your own, and you just really don't want to do that. And also, there are two things I found. There are two reactions I've had in the past when I was a younger comic. To someone telling me, oh, you ought to hear this guy, man. He's the new guy. He's hot, he's new, and he's just not like Sam Kinison was that when Sam came along. There have been a couple of others, and I can't think of them. But there's one of two reactions I had when I would hear the guy in question. I would either say, oh, okay, no threat there, or I would say to myself, oh, I think I'll go home and work a little harder. And that's what happened with Kinison. When I heard Kinison, I said, okay, I see. I have to raise my voice. Now, I didn't mean literally. What I meant was figuratively. You have to be heard, because this culture is becoming increasingly fragmented and noisy. There's a lot of din out there. You take the music field alone, it's hard to even know.
And the attention spans are getting much shorter.
Absolutely. So you have to kind of find a way of writing and creating ideas and imagery and words and sentences and paragraphs that command attention, that leap out. And so I just put that in. I didn't work on that every day, but I put that into my mix. I dropped that into my mix and said, okay, that's cool. I'll have to remember that. And I think a lot of it showed in those years post seeing Kinison, to where I raised my voice, sometimes literally, but mostly in a figurative sense.
When I interviewed Louis Black, he told me that you called him when you saw him on TV and told him that you loved what he was doing.
Right.
He said you called and said, I'm not going to help you.
Yeah, he's great. And he's another one who... literally, in the literal sense, knows how to raise his voice. But he's got a good mind. He's got a good analytical mind about events.
Do you want to take a phone call?
Sure.
All right, let's put it.
As long as there's someone that's calling in here.
Yeah, people call. Believe it or not.
Intercepting calls
From the other room.
And NEA is.
Yeah.
What is it?
The number is 646-312.
I don't even know my agencies.
4723.
385-511-82.
That's not even the number. George is confusing people.
NSA, that's what I was thinking.
Last time we spoke, you told me that you feel, number one, you're a performer, but you're also an artist.
Yeah,
and that every artist is on a journey.
Yeah,
and you're on a journey, and that's what keeps you going, and that's how you write your material.
That was the other thing I found out.
No, go ahead.
Well, that was the other thing I found out along the way, is that besides being an entertainer, that was the distinction I made. Besides being an entertainer, which I knew I was and thought I was, and they call it, like performing arts and all that. But I mean, I never took that seriously. But a writer is an artist. A writer creates out of holes, out of nothing, from his observations and impressions of the world and things and sees and hears. So art is so what I found out is that I enjoy being known as a stand-up comic. I enjoy being the fact that I'm an entertainer, a performer, but I know there's an artist at work in there, and an artist is always dissatisfied. An artist is never satisfied with the work. There's always this vague dissatisfaction that something was left out.
Yeah.
You never know when the painting is finished. You never know when the poem is done, right?
That just explained a lot about me.
You don't know what you're doing.
I'll get back to that in a second. We have a caller on the line. Joe DeRosa. Are you there?
Joe.
Are you there? Joe?
Yeah.
There he is. Okay.
Hi, Joe.
You're on the line with George Carlin.
Oh, hey, Danny, George, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Same old stuff. How you doing?
I'm doing really well.
I'm good too, by the way.
We're all right. So far, everybody here is all right.
Yeah.
Good. George, I'm a comedian here in the city, and I wanted to call. I've been wanting to meet you for my entire career.
It's not happening.
You get smart asses here.
No. I've been wanting to meet you for my entire career and longer, and been just wanting to tell you that you've probably heard this a million times, but you're the complete reason that I got into comedy, and the reason for that being is when I watched you as a kid, what attracted me to the idea of stand-up comedy was the expression of ideas and opinions versus the straight jokes. And, you've continued to do that. In my opinion, you and Bill Cosby are the only two examples we still have in the business of completely progressive and growing comedians that have been relevant. And
wait, Bill Cosby's relevant?
Of comedians that continue to transform and grow and progress through their careers.
Right. The guys who are going somewhere. Yeah, I agree about Cosby. He's a monologist who has always added more stuff to his repertoire, and who doesn't repeat the old stuff. Because when people ask you that, they say, "Hey, how come you don't do that thing anymore? That thing there, it was good, Remember that?"
Right.
And I say, well, if I was still doing that, the only way to do those old things is to have them in working shape. You have to. It's like playing basketball. If you take a year off because you have an injury, you have to get back in shape first. Then you get back in basketball shape, and that's what those things are not in. I know them somewhere in the depths of my head, but I don't know them anymore. So I'd have to relearn them and redo them, and then you can't do current things. You can't go anywhere new. So they stay, they wither, they go. They're back there and they're fine because they're on DVDs or CDs, and so you can prove you did them. But thank you. I appreciate when someone mentions the progression of things over the years.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the inspiration, and it really is just has meant worlds to me.
Thank you.
In the tough times in this business, as you know.
Is Joe gonna cry?
Yeah. As I go through the horrible times, I can't even afford a bowl of soup. I have to split it with my fellow comics.
Danny, if there's like 2 seconds, I just want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
George, what do you do when, and this is a problem as a young comedian that I've run into a little bit, it's like, what do you do when you want to be the guy that keeps writing and keeps trying new things and keeps taking chances, but you also have to be cognizant of the fact that you need to keep getting paid and you're not a celebrity and you're not famous. So what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, I didn't face that because I came up in a time before the revolution of the 60s, before the culture significantly changed in this idea of questioning authority out loud, shaking your fist, which all happened late 60s, early 70s. I came up in a period before that when it was suit and tie, nice guy, people-pleasing time. And I had the ability to do those kind of things. I had things that were all media spoofs on radio, television, newscasts, soap operas, commercials, quiz shows, all of these things. And I did that. The only thing I can say is I wouldn't know what to do if I had the dilemma you're talking about. But I think in developing, your first obligation is to get the forum, to get the stage, to get to a place where the other thing can begin to be part of who you are as well. I don't think you can be one or the other. I think you have to learn to start as a person who knows how to please an audience, maybe not on their terms. You can still do it on your terms, and observe whatever stupid rules the club owner has. But within that framework, somehow you have to figure out a way to grow and gain confidence and to keep feeding things into the act. And then you can take a chance here and there of putting in the riskier, more dangerous ideas, and retreat back into the safe stuff. I mean, I'm just making this up because I haven't had to do it, but that's probably what I would do if I were faced with it, which I'm not familiar with.
And buy the club owner a sandwich. It always works.
Buy the
for me.
club.
Buy the club.
Well,
all right,
thank
thanks
you
a lot,
so
Joe.
much.
Keep kicking them in the nuts, Joe.
All right. You want to go to one more call and then we'll take a break?
Sure.
All right. Again, the number is 646-312-4720. We're here with the great George Carlin, opposed to the lousy one. We used to. I told people we had George Carlin on the show. They said the comedian George Carlin or something. Some guy you met
They
on
thought
the
we were
train.
going to have a random person named George Carlin on the show.
Is this Carolyn in Iowa?
Yes.
Hi. You're on the air with George Carlin.
Hi, George.
Hi, Carolyn. How are you?
Oh, my goodness. I am such a big fan of yours,
Thank
and
you.
I'm hoping I'm not going to scream going, ah!
No, don't do that, Carolyn. We have laws. We have laws.
Oh,
Carrie, are you going to be okay?
I think she's.
I'm doing great.
We're any clothes.
I'm doing really
In the
good.
tub right now.
I'm not screaming. That's a perk. That's the first thing. I'm not screaming right now.
So do you have a question or?
I thought long and hard about it after Katie told me about that, you were going to, or I could ask you a question. Oh, gosh.
You didn't think that long.
I was like, okay, what's something I could ask George Carlin that won't come off stupid, like maybe in hindsight, so I don't...
He's not going to see
You
you.
don't judge all this while you're living. Just live.
Okay, oh, gosh,
I'm going to cut you off soon here.
Carrie, you were my best friend our whole lives, but I really am going to have to hang up on you if you don't know.
Okay. What do you think of the political arena today? With it being they're kind of like pushing the candidates this early, and
It's not that early anymore.
No, not anymore.
So far, your question stinks.
It's a terrible question.
I think it's all a lot of fun, to watch. It's kind of like a big circus to me. I don't take America seriously anymore. I gave that up. I don't take the human race seriously anymore. I give up on them. I think they've made horrible choices. Yeah. I think they've organized themselves poorly. I think we've done the same thing. I think we have the most broken political system that somehow still manages to work. The miracle is there is still this peaceful handoff of power from people who hate each other from one to the other, which is really unusual.
Hey,
it doesn't happen much. It doesn't. It doesn't happen much. So we have a great system that's horribly broken right from the fact that people have to raise all this money and make all these promises and begin to run for re-election immediately after getting in office. The electoral college is stupid. The primary system is stupid. Election day should be the whole weekend. It should be Saturday and Sunday, 24 hours. You should be able to be registered just by having a driver's license. There's a lot of things they ought to do, but they won't do them, and that's why we're doomed.
I know, but it's nice to know that you agree.
Yeah, good.
George, based on all that info,
thank you, Carolyn.
Based on all that, don't you feel that you would make the next great president?
Of course not, because you'd have to make too many compromises. Dictator, maybe I would. Dictator's a different job.
Then don't worry, you'll be my vice president.
You're going to run with Dave?
As long as you give me as much power as Cheney got, I'll be a happy dude.
I just want the salary. I don't.
I had to convince him really hard to come in today. I said, George Carlin's going to be here. He said, I'm missing jogging class.
Listen, I'm a huge fan like everybody else, of course, but I am going to get kicked out of so many classes. I have so many absences.
And
It's
Chris
ridiculous.
told people he's going to a wake. He got out of his restaurant job.
That's nice. Did you say it was your mother? That's always good. My mother.
I had a wake 3 weeks ago that I didn't use the excuse for, so I figured I could just use it this time. Yeah.
Just transfer the wake.
Okay, yeah, that's good. You can only use each parent once. Remember that.
Chris's boss thinks like 50 people have died in his family this morning.
Well, maybe they were shopping.
We're going to go
Shop till you drop.
to a quick musical and commercial break. We'll be right back with George Carlin in just a minute. Stay tuned. And we're back here. That was AC/DC's Highway to Hell. I'm going to skip the commercials for now. We'll do them later.
All right.
If they drop out, they drop out. We don't spend enough time together. You know, that's
right.
what it is.
You're right.
I have this opportunity.
Yeah, here we are.
I'll lose the commercial. Let's take another caller here on the line. This is Joe Conti from New Jersey. Are you there, Joe?
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, what do you say?
Hey, how are you, Mr. Carlin?
Pretty good, pretty good.
I was about 3 years doing comedy, and I met you backstage at the Westbury Music Fair at the time.
Uh-huh.
Me and a bunch of my friends. My one friend pestered you in email for months.
All right.
So you decided to let us. He's annoying, but hey, I got to meet you, so that was cool.
Yeah. Good.
And I'll never forget the one thing you told us. You said, "Listen, guys, if you know you have good stuff, and you know it's good, and you know that it's smart." If the crowd doesn't dig it, just remember, it's always them. It's always them.
Right.
And I just thought, wow, one of the icons in comedy is blaming the audience, and I thought it was
That's awesome.
Yeah, if it worked on if you die on Saturday night with your stuff, but it worked great on Friday, and it worked great on Thursday, and it worked great last weekend. It's not you, it's not the stuff, it's them. And then once they're resistant, if you do happen to get the luck of the draw with an audience that's not just right, sometimes you react to that subconsciously, and you feed off it, and you don't do your best. But it's not the material; it's just the performance that night, because the performance happens between you and them, so they share equal responsibility. I mean, that's the way I've always looked at it. I used to I'd die on a Saturday night down to Greenwich Village at the Cafe Au Go-Go, and I said, well, what's wrong? What's wrong? And I remember the night before, and I'd say, man, everything worked great. Yeah. And I would just let the two cancel out and forget it and go on and do a set on Sunday night.
So you don't walk around upset if you have a bad set.
No,
I heard Larry David say, like, if he has a bad set, he's in a bad mood until he has a good set.
Yeah, well, there are probably other things in his life that are similar to that. And I don't live much beyond. I live in the always. People say you should live in the now. People should live in the present time. I live in the always. There had some good times there before, but wait till you see what's coming next. And here I am today, and I'll see you later. How's everything?
Right.
That's all there is to it. There's no sense in dwelling on any one part of it and let it eat you up.
All right. Is that it, Joe?
I got one other question for Mr. Carlin. Have you found that your humor and what makes you laugh has changed dramatically from maybe 10, 15, even 20 years ago?
No, I don't think so, because I still like a lot of the people who are just long-term historical figures in comedy. The Marx Brothers films, W.C. Fields, all of Woody Allen's things in every medium. Same with Steve Martin in every medium. And there are comedians from the 50s that, if I listen to selected things, certain pieces of material, 50s and 60s, that I still like. So, no, I don't think my tastes have changed. They may have sharpened a bit, but I have no gauge for that. I have really no way to answer that accurately. I'm just guessing that no, I haven't noticed a change.
Well, thanks a lot. It was great talking to you, and good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for the kind words. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was Joe Conti.
Got two Italian guys in a row.
Yeah, a lot of Joes. You have a lot of Joes out there.
Joe this, Joe that, Joe here and there.
You were in a terrific film with Ben Stiller.
Yeah, working trash.
Working trash.
Yeah, goofy movie.
Going to be a sequel?
It's a long time in the works.
You do some weird movie picks. I'm going to say that's a euphemism.
Well, I get some weird movie offers, I guess, But I'm lucky that I was in two movies that more or less qualify kind of as cult movies.
Right.
Car Wash
and Bill and Ted.
And Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
especially the second one. That was really weird because that was terrible.
I thought your best role ever was you as the priest in Dogma.
Yeah, Dogma. I love that.
I saw it again a week ago. It was on the screen. I saw the people on the train. I said, "Oh, good, my scene's coming up."
Yeah.
I watched until my scene, then I went to something else. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I enjoyed it.
After watching you rip on religion for so long, to see you in that role, you could tell why Kevin Smith cast you in it too. It was just
it was completely
great.
by chance.
And then he wrote Jersey Girl with me in mind for his father, who was more or less the surrogate character.
Any new movies in the works?
No, you know what? That's a big waste of time. First of all, I've often said this: if Sean Penn, Al Pacino, and Jack Nicholson called me all at the same time on a conference call and said, "We want you to play the bartender in a movie we're doing. You get to strangle 6 children at the end." That would be a role I could do. But I wouldn't. I don't really like. You know what? It's a waste of time for me because I don't have a movie career. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to be another movie part, and you waste all this time waiting for them to set up shots, and they throw you around on the schedule. They'd say, "Well, we're going to start shooting in 3 weeks." Right. You know, and I've got stuff scheduled out 3-4 months ahead. Yeah. Stuff that we invest in because we pay for our own advertising and our own tickets and stuff. So they just screw up your life too much. I'm not going to do it unless it's really something that I couldn't walk away from. You know.
I've got an idea for a movie for you.
All right.
It's a Santa Claus film.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you're a little thin for it.
Yeah.
But you go around and you tell everybody that Jesus doesn't exist. And that neither do you.
Okay.
What do you think?
Oh, you tell me. Let me see the rest of the outline.
There's no more of it. That's it. That's the whole film.
This was the treatment right
it's
here.
It's completely improv, by the way.
You know what?
I have a little camcorder over there. We can shoot it.
Jack Nicholson. Perfect. Perfect.
It's you and Tim Allen dueling Santa.
Oh, yeah. Santa.
Would you get into any movie roles if you could have your choice? Or like, what if somebody approached you with like a production house, a studio, and gave you the money and said they would produce your script?
No.
Something about like if you could nothing.
No, you know why? It's a collaborative art. Too many other people looking over your shoulder.
What if you directed?
It's still the studio, the distributor, the investor, the producers, everybody is going to get involved. The actor's going to say, my character wouldn't say that. What I want to do is what I do. I work for myself. I write, I conceive it, I write it, I perform. Bing, bang, boom. I'm a package. I just show up with my mouth and I'm there. Or I send in a book,
And you do it brilliantly.
And that's all I want to do. I'm a soloist. I'm really not a team player. I really don't even like to even be around people. This is very unusual.
Yeah. Well, we're not real people.
No, it's true.
How much would you have to pay to do a role that you would absolutely hate? Like, because
Dave's got a few bucks.
Yeah, Dave always wants to know what he can buy people for.
No, it's too hypothetical for me.
We just get weirder and weirder. What if you and Woody Allen do an underwater film together?
Yeah, well, he plays a shark.
Yeah, no, leave me out.
All right, George Carlin, the legendary comedian for a good reason. Go out there and go to George's.
King Arthur was a legend. King Arthur was a legend.
But he wasn't that funny.
I've just been around a long time.
Yeah. Well, you're funnier than King Arthur, too.
Yeah, true.
And you don't have a Lancelot.
I don't have a sword.
Yeah, you have a microphone.
It's still in the stone. Go
on George Carlin's website, which is georgecarlin.com, and get the Career Retrospective DVD box set, which just came out. MPI Home Video released it on, I believe,
about a month
September
ago.
25th, very recently.
Yeah.
And that's got all your specials in it on DVD.
It's got 12 of them in there, yep.
12 out of 13, right?
Yeah, the 13th one had too many other things, a lot of clips in it, too many clearances to make. We didn't want to bother with it.
Is there going to be another one after this special?
After this one in March?
After this special in March, will you?
Probably I'll want to do 15, because by then I'll be 75. 15 HBO, 75 years old. I have to write a book before, though. I got a book I want to do before that called Circling the Drain.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to reading it.
Me too.
George, thank you so much for being on the show.
Sure, thank you guys.
It's an honor.
Everybody.
I hope you come back sometime. And I'll tell I hope I have the opportunity to tell people again. Yeah, he's still not dead. He's coming back again.
I'll be back.
I hope you wear a better shirt next time. I was very unhappy with the shirt. Pat Cooper came in. He had a nice shirt. It was ironed, and
he probably stole it.
George Carlin. We'll be right back. Hello, George.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. How are you? It's Danny LaBelle.
Yeah, Danny, I'm doing all right.
And it's an honor to be talking to you.
Thank you.
George, you've been doing comedy forever, and you're a legend and respected by every comedian. Now, I have a lot of questions for you. You've done 13 specials. How did you start that relationship with HBO?
Here's the deal. Back in 1977, that's the year I did my first HBO special. I did another one the following year. My career had, gone into overdrive in 1972 with the release of the first Little David album. And that was FM and AM, and then came Class Clown, Occupation Fool, Toledo Window Box. Those 4 went gold. Then there were 2 more that weren't quite gold albums, but they're pretty good and everything, but they didn't quite sell at that level. So
right.
I was not the hot new guy anymore. And the world was changing. The end of the hippie era, free love, call it whatever you want, sexual revolution, youth movement, counterculture, all that shit. that had just faded, and disco had taken over the popular culture, and so life was changing in the culture, and I had to run out of my initial burst of energy creatively. Mm-hmm. So I kind of drifted a little bit creatively within myself for a while, and I did Carson shows a lot. I did so far I've done about 135 or something Tonight shows. But the thing is this: HBO. The albums, the record albums, gave me a mass market, a way to reach a mass market, a nationwide market, whereas the concerts were very limited. You'd have 3,000 people, 4,000, and they would all talk to each other, but it's not like the same thing. So the albums were my way of reaching the mass, and then when that began to fade, HBO came along, and although they didn't have the subscribership that they have now, they had a lot of people, and I was able to build and continue to my relationship with the mass audience through HBO.
Right.
So that's where it came in, right when it was needed.
Now, your most recent special that you did, Life is Worth Losing, was a little bit grimmer than any of the other specials we've seen from you.
Well, yeah, I like. Well, one of my favorite things to do is to find out where people's sensitive areas are. Find out the hot spots, or the hot buttons, or whatever you want to call them. I like talking about things that make people uneasy, because it's fun to get them kind of tensed up a little, and wondering where you're going to go with this, because they know it's a sensitive topic, and then to show them how it's okay.
Right.
To talk about it, to laugh about it, to think about it even. Mm-hmm. So what I do is, just by my example of the material, is to kind of take them on a guided tour, in this particular show more than the others, on a guided tour of the danger zones,
Right.
They're their own personal cultural danger zones, which are mostly artificially instituted in them anyway by the culture, and the religion and the government and the expected kind of behaviors we have. So I like breaking down all those walls. And as you know, even before this show, I've done that on a different kind of different other subjects.
But is there ever a time when you've done a bit and you felt, maybe I've gone a little too far with this? I don't know if they're understanding me. I don't know if they're feeling me.
Well, you know what? I don't really care if they understand me or feel me. I do this for myself.
Right.
This is for me, and if I get people to come along with me, that's a big bonus, and I can't exist without them. Ultimately, in the long term, coming along with me. But now that I'm fully established in a long-term way,
right,
I don't have to worry about maybe alienating some people, because as many as I might alienate at this point, I would pick up that same number of new people,
right,
because that's just the way it works. And HBO, one of the values of HBO is that it cuts through all of the lines of age, education, race, income, neighborhood, all of these demographic things that separate us. are non-existent when it comes to the HBO audience.
Right.
And that is why the concert audiences that you see, that I see at my shows or anyone else would see, range from 15 years of age to people in their 50s and 60s.
Right.
And it's always been that way. I've always picked up more people. People have said to me, well, how's that audience? Have they gone? Have they stayed with you? And I say, I don't know. It doesn't bother. I don't care. I just, what I do, whoever's interested can come along, and that's fine. And I have a thing that I say sometimes when I'm talking to an audience like in Las Vegas, where they're notoriously crappy audiences.
Right.
And you do feel like you're talking to the wall some of the time because they're just too stupid or too frightened or whatever it is.
Right.
And I often say to them, I say, listen, I don't give a shit if you like this stuff or not, because frankly, the audience doesn't figure into my plans.
Mm-hmm.
And I say this, which always gets a nice laugh.
Right.
I look at it this way. You're here for me, I'm here for me, and no one's here for you. And that just breaks down some of that tension, you know?
Your act has evolved so much over the years. I've watched some of your really early stuff,
right,
and stuff you did in the '60s, the Hippy Dippy Weatherman. I love
right.
that bit. Do you think over the years you've gotten angrier, or is it just you've always felt the same way, but you've just over the years been able to come out with it more?
Well, there's a couple of things I got to remember in giving you this answer, and it's kind of long. There's a couple of layers here. Remind me to come back to the word anger, okay? And then the word artist. There's a lot of things. First of all, I'm very out of step with everything. I've never felt like I belonged to anything. The church, mm-hmm. I guess as a young kid, a little kid, I had some of that. I guess I had a little bit of I'm an American stuff when I was a little kid and still naive. But for the most of my adult life and the memory I have, I've never really felt a part of this country or a part of this, my religion that was given to me, or even of my species. I don't identify with my species. Abraham Maslow said, the truly realized man does not identify with the local group. And I do not identify with the local group, which is my fellow man or my neighborhood or my profession. I don't hang out with comedians. I'm not a spokesman for comedy or anything. I'm just kind of do my thing, and I'm friendly. I'm a friendly person. From the anger standpoint, so being out of step like that has made me at odds with everything there is pretty much out there in the culture, whether it's the serious culture or the pop culture. So we'll put that up as a starter that I don't agree. I do not conform. I do not agree. Then add the fact that artists are on a journey usually. I mean, I know that I'm an entertainer, and it's a lesser place than artist. And I know that I'm a stand-up comic, and that's considered kind of a low rung on the totem pole. I don't mind any of those things. I'm a stand-up comic, and I'm an entertainer. But some of us are also artists. There are entertainers only. There are artist entertainers. And I think an artist is moving and growing and in pursuit of something that he really doesn't understand or know. You can't put your finger on it. All artists, composers, choreographers, dancers. Dancers are interpretive artists usually, but purely creative, the writer, the composer. Those people have something that propels them, and they're never satisfied. So that, I think, is alive in me and has pushed me forward to find more things in myself to say about what I see and hear around me. The third thing to remember is I have never really had much anger in my personal life. I don't have a temper. I can get irritated like anyone else. I can get frustrated like anyone else. But I don't live with anger. Anyone who's been around me for any appreciable length of time probably has never seen me lose my temper or lash out at anyone. You can get into arguments at home, and that's a little bit different. You know, you're at close quarters with a mate, with a wife or a husband or something, and you're going to have things that you have to express. But generally speaking, I am pretty mellow and at ease with everyone. And anyone met me on the street would tell you I'm accessible, I'm friendly, I always have a good word and a smile, and I ask what your name is and all that shit. Mm-hmm. So there's no anger here. The thing they see on stage that seems angry is my irritation, my dissatisfaction, my disenchantment with all the shit that these two entities have shown me. And these two entities are the species that I belong to and the culture that I belong to. I think each of them have squandered great gifts that were given to them. The species was given the gift of communication and the ability to cooperate and compete in some sort of balance that would make the species move forward, thrive. Mm-hmm. Well, competition and cooperation have gotten out of balance. We don't cooperate as well anymore. We mostly compete. And I think we've let God and the cash register get in the way of everything that's important. The same thing is true of this culture here. We were given these great freedoms and this great philosophy and theory of self-government and democracy, and we turned it all over to the money traders and the high priests. People are just driven by these religious superstitions, by the pursuit of goods, the pursuit of money, and therefore power, and it's just completely out of balance. It's life out of balance, as the Hopi Indians would say. Right. And that is what gets me a little irritated about what happened. I feel betrayed by my culture, betrayed by my species. So that reads as anger on a stage because you have to heighten everything on a stage for theatrical purposes anyway. So it seems like I'm an angry guy.
Right.
That's my answer.
Wow, thanks. Now, when I met you with Jackie Mason,
yeah,
I heard you say to him that you feel he's one of the greatest 3 comics of all time.
Yeah.
Who are the other 2?
Well, one time when I saw him years ago on the street, and he had not started his Broadway phase yet. In other words, the most important part of his career hadn't even really started yet. I had known him from his first surge, mm-hmm. and his television days, and then when he went into a little bit of an eclipse, I would follow him. I saw him at a club in Santa Monica and stuff, and I always told him, I always said to him that, I always said, you're one of my top 5 or one of my top 3 or something like that. And I don't know who the others are. I just know there's a very small group that I think are the best. And so after telling him for years that, you're one of my top 3, he said, let me ask you a question. He says, who are these other people? Can you give me the names of these other people, please? So I don't know who they are. Obviously, I love Lenny Bruce and Richard Pryor, what they did. Right. But Jackie Mason is just very special. And I don't know. God, I guess, if I had a half an hour and a pencil and a paper, I could sit and come up with a nice list of 10 people. I think Woody Allen's brain is great. I could come up with a list of 10 people who I thought were just in my book, I would go back and listen to over and over. Red Fox is one of them. Right. There's just maybe 10 or 15 of them. And then the list tends to want to get a little bigger. A guy like Louis Black comes along, mm-hmm. And Mitch Hedberg, who's gone now, but who had such a good head. I like Stephen Wright, Mm-hmm. But when it comes to year in, year out, more and more, and stuff that you can count on, Jackie Mason is one of those kind of guys. Right. And every time I see him in person, I ask him to do Ed Sullivan, and when he does Frank Sinatra, it's so he's so physical that he doesn't need to be. He's an accomplished verbal comic. His ideas are great. His politics are not all the same politics I have, but he expresses them beautifully, and he finds the truth in it. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, he can do physical things. And he works an audience too. Right. Mister, are you listening?
tell the truth, mister, are you homosexual? I just always loved that shit when he just stops the show. And I know what he's doing. He's vamping.
Right.
And that's okay.
People don't even know to the extent that he can do it. Like, he can do impressions of guys you'd never imagine. I can name almost any old-time stand-up comic to him.
I'll bet you.
He could do a perfect impression of them.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's amazing.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a story about Jackie Mason and me. When I was with my partner, Burns and Carlin, we were a team, Burns and Carlin.
Right.
In our first year, we only spent 2 years together, 1960 from the middle of 60 to the middle of 62. And one of the things we did when we were in the New York area was to work a club date, a one-night club date, for a dinner for a special kind of audience,
Right.
That's what they call, I don't know if they still call them club dates, a one-nighter. Yeah, we got $50 for this thing at the St. George Hotel in Brooklyn, and the group was the Brooklyn Gas Merchants. And Jackie Mason was on ahead of us.
Right.
And he was somewhat beginning to be known, but he had nowhere near, I think, even reached his first peak. And one of the things that Burns and Carlin did in our act, I imitated. Jack and I did Huntley and Brinkley and Nixon and Kennedy.
Yeah.
And he did Huntley interviewing me as Kennedy. But Jackie Mason we were standing behind the curtain, and we liked Jackie, and he was on before us, and we're listening. He stayed on a long time, naturally, which is murder. It just kills you. Mm-hmm. He was the accomplished performer. We were not. Right. We did little, cute little skits. And he launched into his Kennedy to close with. Mm-hmm. And it was, perfect, and the lines were funny and everything. So we came on, and we were a big anticlimax, to say the least. And that was my first taste of Jackie, and it involved one of his great impressions, in this case, Kennedy.
I remember you used to do a lot of impressions in your act when you were starting out. I saw an old clip of you on the Mike Douglas show.
Yeah.
When John Lennon and Yoko Ono were co-hosting.
Yeah. And one of the things I did in order to break the ice in a nightclub when I'd be working was to open, because I knew that nobody knew me, or maybe one person had seen me on TV and says, "Oh, I know that guy," but nobody knew me. I would say, when you're a new comedian, you have to figure out what style of comedian you want to be. And I said, there's a lot of different things, a lot of different kind of people. I said, first of all, there's the old-timers like Jackie Leonard, and I would do about 3 or 4 jokes of Jackie Leonard type things. Mm-hmm. Then I would say, and then there are the newer people like Mort Saul, and I did this great Mort Saul. And I did a good Shelley Berman, and I did a good Lenny Bruce. So those, not everyone knew who Lenny Bruce was, of course, but in those kind of clubs, a lot of people did.
What year was it?
This was 1960, let's start in April 62 through about 65.
And you also started out doing radio.
Yeah.
And what I found is that stand-up and radio, for me, really worked together. Like, I'd come up with these great ideas on the air, and then I'd say, hey, let me go back to that and work on it as a bit.
Yeah, good.
And did you get a lot of your stand-up through radio?
Well, when I was a little kid, I decided I'd be a disc jockey first and a comedian second, and then become an actor like Danny Kaye, a comic actor. So that was my plan when I was 11 years old. So for me, it was being a disc jockey. And I became a DJ when I was about 18. Mm-hmm. And that lasted 4 years after, and then I met Jack Burns, and we started into comedy. So it didn't quite work the way I planned it, although basically it did. It didn't work specifically. The radio was a stepping stone, a way of getting confident at a young age, perfecting a kind of a verbal style, just to hear myself speaking and be sure-footed on my feet, verbally, and to be able to think quickly. And I had a little bit of chance to be a personality on the air. It wasn't a formula radio station, but not really. I was keeping a small file of ideas even then, but I wasn't working toward being a comedian at that time. I was trying to get into the largest radio market I could. I wanted to be a big-time DJ so that it would set me up to become a comedian. I don't know. I was a kid when I was 11 when I planned all this. So I stayed with the simplistic plan longer than I needed to, or I tried to stay with it longer than I needed to, because events changed. and I found out I couldn't really act. I didn't really care for it. I wasn't good at it. I was scared shitless. I didn't have any style, any technique, or any kind of training. And the other thing was coming easy to me, the comedy.
Right.
So I found out I was really, stage 2 was really where I belonged as a comedian.
Right. Well, George, one more question.
All right.
What advice would you give to comedians who are working today to try and become even a part as successful as you?
Well, the only way is you have to be true to yourself, and you have to remember that they're there for you. You're not there for them. It really depends on what level of recognition and development you're at. If you're really, really new, the main thing is to find an audience as often as you can. Mm-hmm. Keep doing it, because you have to learn to play the trumpet before anybody's going to put you in the band. And the only way to learn to play the trumpet is practicing, and the only way you can practice comedy is in front of an audience. Mm-hmm. So you have to get out and just fail. And I always remembered one thing. When I was in my first year or two as a single, and I would have a crappy night and have to ride all the way home on the subway from Greenwich Village to my home uptown. Mm-hmm. I would console myself by saying, well, yeah, but Friday night they loved it. Friday night was great. So what do these people know? Always remember, the audience is always wrong. That's what I believe. The audience is always wrong when they don't like you, because you have all those other nights when it worked.
Right.
So you have to count on that.
Right.
Go with the good.
Thank you so much, George. It's really been an honor talking to you.
It's my pleasure.
If you're in New York, let me know.
I will. Now, I have this number I have is not your number,
right,
but I have your 516 number.
Right.
Okay, I'll call you.
Thanks so much, George.
Okay, man.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, okay. Wow. I'm a little nervous because actually, as a comedian, I'm sitting with one of the
other comedians.
Greatest comics of all time, which is an unbelievable honor.
It's really a subjective thing, to say that. But I appreciate you putting me in with two. Who are these other two guys?
Well, they only say two. There's only two others, Richard Pryor and Lenny Bruce.
Well, wow, that's all right. Okay, thank you for that.
Well, we've done thousands of comics, and everybody said the same thing. So
really?
It's not subjective.
Wow, okay.
It's the
Well,
truth.
I got to start sending out more gifts.
Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
And
Thanks a lot.
one of the things is I'm a struggling comic.
Uh-huh.
I've been doing it for 6 years.
Right.
And my biggest problem on stage is dealing with truth.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you create such truthful material on stage? When did that first start for you? Did you have a struggle when you first started with it?
Well, I had a kind of, a journey like everybody has. You're in your 20s and then you're in your 30s and 40s, and life is changing for you. When I began, I was with a partner, Jack Burns, and that was in the early 60s, 61, 62. And we did what was considered then brash, kind of irreverent material. Mm-hmm. More of the things you'd hear in coffee houses than you would hear in nightclubs, mm-hmm, even though we worked nightclubs. And then when we split up, I kind of did a little of that too, down in the coffee houses around Greenwich Village. And then I got on this path of going for television. Merv Griffin started putting me on, and Mike Douglas, and this early dream of being like a Danny Kaye guy was alive in me. So I played a kind of mainstream game, and I followed this sort of simple, mainstream, safe comedy through the 60s. But then I realized it's a long, complicated thing, and I wanted to try and tell all of it, but I realized I was in the wrong place, entertaining the wrong people in the late 60s. And there was already a new audience forming on the left, so to speak, chronologically. There were the 20-year-olds. Mm-hmm. I was 30. I was entertaining the 40-year-olds. And instead of being over here, I should have been over there. So I made the switch, and that's when I was able to touch more of my own personal truth. I don't know what the truth is, but my own stuff that rang true for me. Some of it was autobiographical, some of it was about the culture. So I just started doing that, and I've never had a problem since then with should I or shouldn't I. It's just, besides being an entertainer, you're an artist too, because you're a writer. Mm-hmm. So that's an important thing to remember, because artists have they have a kind of obligation to themselves to represent themselves honestly. And an entertainer doesn't always do that. An entertainer sometimes is playing a little game with the audience. So I try to be true to myself and let it be entertaining, but it's my art.
It's so difficult.
It's real easy.
To do, really?
It's real easy if you just don't care. You can't give a shit. You can't really care about. I mean, that's easy to say to someone who's not known yet, and who needs to get other people in the business and so forth to get behind him and to help promote him and move him ahead. And it's that sounds well, just do what you want. That's a kind of snotty thing to tell you. It's not the advice I'm giving you, but it's what I'm saying for myself, that it's just important to be true to yourself. If you have to shade it a little bit along the way to get what you need, that's what life's all about anyway. Little compromises, little adjustments that we all make to get where we want to go so that we can reveal more of ourselves. And that's, I think, my message. Reveal as much as you can, but get yourself to a position where you can reveal more.
Now, when you were able to pick your audience, what was that time like? Did you feel as though you weren't communicating right to this audience, or you just had to the audience that you?
No, they were the
got away from,
simple-minded morons. I was entertaining the morons. I was 30 in 1967. That was the summer of love. All the drug thing is building up. The free speech movement is building up. The counterculture is building up. Artists like Bob Dylan and all of the singer-songwriters of the late 60s, the acid people from San Francisco, that music, all those people were advancing their personal truths, let's call it. It's a little bit of a grand kind of a term, but let's just call it that. Their personal truth through their art. They were using their music to protest and give their opinions on things. I was playing this kind of game. What do you say? How do you do? Hello. How do you do, folks? And all of that. And it was funny enough, and it was, I did it well. It got me places, but it felt hollow and empty. And and like I say, I was 30 in that year. The counterculture was roughly 20, and their parents were 40. And I was right in the middle, and I was entertaining their parents. And I really, all my life, had been kind of an outlaw kid. I mean, I quit school in 9th grade. I was kicked out of the Air Force, the Boy Scouts, the choir, the altar boys, summer camp, and 3 schools. So I never really cared much for authority and regulations. So I was kind of keeping that part of me quiet while I entertained these jack-offs in the business community. And I had to go back and say, hey, no wonder you're hurting. You're being untrue to yourself. And over here's a whole audience building that cared more about what I did. So,
were there different clubs that you could go to, or?
No, they fired me here in Las Vegas a couple of times. I mean, a lot of people know this story. In '69, they suspended me for saying ass. In 1970, they fired me for saying shit. And I was at the end of a 3-year contract with this hotel called the Frontier. And for me, it just broke the thing. I said, well, now good, they've made the decision for me. I'll just go to the coffee houses. So I quit working to the extent I could. I still had some contracts to fill. I quit working straight mainstream nightclub audiences, and I went to the coffee houses and concerts. That audience was already in place. It was sitting there. The counterculture. There was a college campus tour you could get on. I mean, it wasn't a formal thing, but there were colleges all over hiring bands that were full of drugs and full of ideas. And I was a comedian who was full of drugs and full of ideas, and so I fit well. It was because the thing was there. If that hadn't been there, well, what could I have done? I would have been screwed.
Wow. Did you have difficulty with managers when you were going through that time? Were they giving you the?
Oh, he's nuts. He's nuts. He's fucking crazy. He's on the drugs, He took the acid, and he's nuts now. He's got with the tie-dye shirt. He's given up a great career. He's cuckoo. He's trying to cash in on the hippie stuff.
See, they thought it was just a facile kind of a move to cash in on a new trend in America. And I knew it was genuine, so I just had to go to the coffee houses and show that to the people that I cared about, to show them that the material was authentic and that it was coming from me. It wasn't being grafted onto me, you know. So that process worked, and it didn't take long before I was able to do a lot of concerts. And then I got a record contract in '72, about 4 years later.
Wow. And what do you think the contributions at HBO, how did that change comedy?
Well, I don't know about comedy. People always ask about comedy as if it's a thing, and I don't know what it is. To me, it's just a bunch of different people doing jokes. But so I don't think there's a thing like comedy. But for me, I'll tell you this: it was
and has been the backbone of my career. Because I had a record deal in the early 70s, and I made 6 albums, and they sold very well. The first 4 were gold, and the last 2 were more like aluminum or nickel, something like that. And you're only the hot new guy on the block for so long. And then you have to show that you have some lasting power, some staying power. You have something else to offer besides being the hot new guy. So I was kind of in a drift and kind of in a downturn from my career. And that was 1976, and HBO came along the next year for me. I started in 77. I've done 11 shows on their network, and I own them all myself. They're all my property. And that's what saved me from kind of, this drifting. I don't know what I would have done next. I don't know how it would have worked out. Something would have happened. I would have gone in some direction or other. I probably would have tried to get more acting parts, and, you try to get, because that was my original plan, and I would have probably tried to do that. But HBO allowed me to continue to do my concerts on the road because they fed the concert box office, and the concerts fed the HBO viewership. So it was a nice circle, and that's all HBO is they just take pictures of your concert and send them to people's houses. So, it's not, people say, well, which do you rather do, HBO or concerts? And they don't realize it's just the same thing. It's just a picture of a concert. So that saved me and has given me a way to last a long time, which challenged me as a writer, which made me grow as a writer, which gave me reason to write and dig into myself and look for things and save my files and save everything and constantly build the files and add to them and work on them. And it's just turned into this great writing career. And I get to do my own material on stage, as opposed to being a comedian who writes his own stuff. I'm a writer who performs his own stuff. That's what I think, because I have 2 books now, so I must be writing.
Yeah.
That's some kind of proof that I'm a writer. So now I got that.
Do you write a lot of your material at home, or do you write it on stage? Or
No, I never. I don't write anything on stage. I'm a polisher. I write something, I say, here it is. I write it, I revise it maybe 20 or 30 times before I even start saying it out loud in the house. When I start saying it out loud in the house from a piece of paper, then it changes because I'm saying it instead of reading it. And then I start editing the papers. And then I go back to the computer and I put in the changes. And I print that out and I start reading that. And then that changes a little and I start pencil editing that. And I get it until there's very few pencil edits left. And by then I'm starting to learn it. So then I take it on stage and I read it to the audience. I always have a period in my show when I'm either reading something outright or working from cards, because it gets things on stage faster.
Okay.
It gets things out there faster for me, and I get to hear them. That's where you find out if it's going to work for you, not the audience's laughter. I don't care about that. I'm not worried about if it's going to work or not. If I say it's okay, it's okay. I'm worried about how it sounds to me. So I listen to my tapes. I tape every show. I don't listen to every show, but I listen to tapes, and I go back a little more, and pretty soon I put the paper down. It's just cards with a few highlights, and then pretty soon the cards are gone. If you see my show here, the one I'm doing here this week, you'd see me with the cards for one of the pieces. Now next week they'll be gone, and that piece will be on its own. It does change a little in that area, but I'm not one of these guys who say, every night I do the same thing, a little different. I just ad lib, and I've met a lot of comedians. I've met famous comedians, people that you'd think, boy, they must really work at this. They don't have any files at all. They say to me, no, I don't have no files. What I want? I said, well, what about what you did 10 years ago? You couldn't go back, look at it, fix it, make it better now that you're 10 years older? You would? I don't know. I said, well, that's weird to me, because I don't think they really care. I think they just want to be on stage.
Well, I know so many comedians in New York, and you're around kind of peer pressure, the comics you work with.
Yeah.
And it's always who can go on stage and wing something and throw something in, and the discipline to sit down and really write something. And I'm so relieved. Now I know, I'm like, well, George Carlin sits home and writes stuff, and I need to learn to work it out.
Yeah.
Really pay attention to it in detail.
It certainly depends. It kind of depends on where you want to take your own stand-up comedy. I started like everybody else does these days. I was in the 60s when I had my plan. Comedy will get me into the movies. Comedy will get me a sitcom. It'll get me to be an actor. And that's what I wanted from the time I was a kid. I wanted to be like Danny Kaye. I wanted to be in the movies doing funny parts with my face, my arms, my voice, and everything. And I didn't know I was a real comedian at the time. I didn't know I was a real writer. I didn't know I could be one, become one. I just thought, oh, that'll be good. I'll be like Danny Kaye. So I started everything, my career, figuring, well, the next step is acting. But what happened was, when I got to that step, I got real hot in 66, 67. I started getting big screen tests and auditions, and I even got a couple of little sitcom parts, a big one even, just for one episode. But I couldn't act. I couldn't do it. I didn't like it. It sucked. First of all, I wasn't any good at it. But secondly, it was frightening, because I was used to writing something for myself, by myself, to interpret myself in front of people all alone. Suddenly, someone else wrote something, another guy tells you how to say it, another guy tells you where to stand, get out of the light, you're in her light, pause a little before you say that, try to reflect, look out the window, favor her, oh, and cheat, you look this way, stop short, take 3 steps. I said, what the fuck is that? I don't want to be doing all of that. I came here to say these lines. So I wasn't an actor, and I found out early, and I was happy. And that forced me to be a better comedian. It forced me to stay on the road. Then I got in a lot of tax trouble, thanks to some bad oversight of my business managers. I didn't watch carefully, They didn't cheat me, but they didn't handle it right either. I got way behind in taxes, and that forced me to stay on the road. And being on the road 120, 130 nights a year, and having to do an HBO every 2 years, because that was the discipline I put on myself, forced me to be a good writer. It just developed me. It was as if I didn't want to be an athlete, but here I was playing in a league, and I had to be. So I became a good writer, and a prolific one. I was lucky to be able to do a whole lot of HBO shows.
Yeah, one question I also have too is that your material seems to be very edgy at all times.
Yeah, I like to bother them. Go ahead.
It's hard when you get on stage and to be able to tell if your material's working or not, because when you say something that means something,
right,
there's a hush that goes over the room
right.
Sometimes.
You can hear the assholes tightening.
Yeah. So, do you know that that's working because they're listening, or do you? How do you gauge that? For myself, I always I'm finding, for some reason, I cannot find light topics to work with. I'm finding heavy personal topics. And everyone's going, well, it's not going to get you your sitcom, and what about your voice, and what about, I'm like, well, these are the 5 things that affected my life that bother me. And I talk about those in the room. Right. It becomes a hush.
Right. Well, the thing, they're coming for us now.
Okay. We'll be out the back doors.
The thing I didn't finish saying about the other answer is, I started out wanting to be an actor and all that. No one starts out saying, I want to be a spoken word artist the rest of my life. I want to be a performer who writes his own material. I'll be a stand-up comedian, or I'll be a theater artist. I'll do one-person shows, whatever they want to call them. They're so stupid, these names they have. But these shows where you stand up for an hour and a half and you talk about things that interest you, whether it's about you or about the world. And no one says, I'm going to do that. They say, well, I'm going to get a sitcom. So they don't necessarily develop the skills you need for that. If what you're telling me is that you're interested in staying with your spoken word for a long period of time and being that kind of a performer, then you can't really be too afraid of how they're reacting, because you're not in the people-pleasing business there. And you're pleasing yourself, which is important. But the trouble is, you can't develop shows like that in comedy clubs and in clubs where comedians are always working. Because most of the audiences are the comedians, or I don't know where you work, but there's places that are better than just comedy clubs to work, but there aren't as many. I don't know where you develop that kind of thing now. Yeah, see, I'm lucky. I've been doing it a long time, and that stuff's...
It's all commercialized now. Everything's about the development deal. Every comedy club's run by managers and got the comics that are only doing 5-7 minute sets on stage.
And they censor you a lot too, don't they?
They completely censor you. Yeah. Everything that you do on stage is geared for your future TV.
Right.
It's not about becoming an artist. And personally, for me as a young comic, I'd love to have a movie career.
Sure,
that's what I want.
Yeah, right.
But I'm having so much difficulty being myself.
Yeah.
It's either I become myself or I become what they want me to, which is confusing the hell out of me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing of how to work that out. That you make those two. They're two different choices.
Sure. No, there's no question that it's a big dilemma. at your age and at your stage, and given that you care about both things. And what has happened to me is I've done this now, if you leave radio out and just start with the standing on the stage stuff with Jack Burns, my partner, 41 years. And for 36 of those years, I had some significant television exposure. For 31 of those years now, I've been the person I am today with longer hair and a beard and not caring about my language or my content. So for about 30 years. With all of that behind me, it's impossible, because the whole universe of comedy, if there is such a thing, and there sort of is, has changed in that time. And I've just been over here driving my bus and looking around. I take a left, I take a right turn, I go, it's my bus. And then there's a lot of these other cars, they're all in the comedy lane, but I don't know where they're going or where they turn off of. I've just got this big bus and I'm driving, I'm going where I go. So it's hard for me to know enough to give you a real good 1 or 2 line smart thing, that you ought to do, which is ridiculous. But I can I empathize with you and feel, gee, what would I do now if it were me and I was that age at that stage? And I don't know, because the whole world has done that to people. That commercialization, that narrow focus on the next successful step. Even kids who are 3 years old in New York, these private school kids, they have resumes. They're 3. These parents have resumes for these kids because they want to get them in the right preschool, to get them in the right school, to get them in the right middle school, to get them in the right junior high school, to get them in the right high school, to get them in the right college, to get them in the right job, make some money, move to the right suburb. It's all laid out for people now. At least what the suggested path is all laid out. And it's all about acquisition and gaining money. And there's nothing wrong with that, but in the case of an artist or a person who has to express themselves, there's a dilemma. There's something that has to be decided. I wish I knew something wise to say.
How do you feel that comedy's changed since you've started?
Well, the thing that's changed is the culture. So comedy just fits in the culture, just like book writing does or songwriting. I mean, you say, how's songwriting changed? Well, people can say more things now because of that thing that happened in the late 60s, the early 70s. They call it the Cultural Revolution, whatever they want to call it. The standards changed. They were lowered. The barriers came down on content. There's a word that's fraught with danger these days. You sound like one of these web guys. But it is a fact that what's a part of songwriting, movies, plays, books, everything. You can say more and do more now of risky material, risky subject matter, things that never would have been tried in the 1950s. And I'm talking about just a magazine article even, reporting the news, will go further than it used to go.
Do you think that's a bad thing?
No. I mean, the whole culture has degenerated because of commercialism and consumerism. And you can look at this thing about language and say, well, that's more vulgar, that language is more vulgar and more degrading. And to some it is, depending on your point of view. So I just say the language part of it is irrelevant because that has to do with superstition, I think. That's religious superstition, whether or not fuck is a bad word. To me, that's religious superstition. If you can say intercourse and you can't say fuck, somebody's jerking you off because that's the same thing. And then if one of them makes you think about the act of sex and the other one makes you think about the act of sex, then what's the difference between these words? But in terms of general vulgarity, the standards are lower in society now. I mean, the way people dress, I don't care. I'm not saying it's better or worse, but it's different, and it's different to a lesser, what's acceptable now is even the work, the shoddy work, the things you buy, and they break, they come apart, there's no good workmanship, they don't, everything is crappier. When you're 63, or 64 now, you can say that, and it's not old fart talk, it's a fact that since the 1940s and 50s, things got shittier in this country, a lot of things. You can pick up a phone now, you can call your friend immediately from your car. You couldn't do that, that's great, but that's about it. Technology is about the only good thing that happened.
Have you experienced any problems with joke theft?
No, I think if you're an individual style, if you have an individual style, it's hard for someone to take your stuff. If you have a high profile, like I do, I'm lucky to be, kind of high visibility. So it's hard for someone to steal something from me. Someone else has seen it maybe on HBO or heard it on a CD. So I don't have much problem with that. because there I am, and it's actually a compliment, somebody steals something. It doesn't hurt me because I got a big inventory. I'm always writing, I love that.
What inspires you?
Hearing people laugh, in terms of my work. When I sit and I write, the thing I'm thinking to myself is, I can't wait to tell them this. Oh, shit, wait till they hear this. Wait till they hear this, man. Wait till I tell them this. I can't wait. That's the feeling. So there's two guys that work in here. One of them's the show-off, the 6th grade show-off, jumping on stage, look at me, folks. Listen to me, look at me. Ain't I cute, ain't I clever? And the other one is this kid at home doing his homework. Not a show-off, just a scientist. We'll take that. That fits over there. These things are the same topic. I think we're in the same file there. Okay, let's work this. Hey, that's too long. Take the bottom of that off. Put that up there. Okay. So these two guys work together. Not everyone has that kind of balance. Everybody gets a different toolkit when they're born. And some guys in baseball, they can hit the ball far, and they can throw real well, but they're not fast. Other guys, Willie Mays could do all 5 things. He was fast. He could hit far. He could hit for average. And he could field the ball, and I forget what the 5th thing is they want you to do. But some guys can only do 2 of them. And I got lucky that I can do the 2 most important things to me. I can concentrate and discipline myself to write and really index things. And then I got this guy that just wants to go, how you doing? What do you say? And he knows how to do that without being taught. So lucky, you get lucky sometimes when you're born with some things and other things bad. Like you might have a nice cancer that came from your uncle. That's not lucky. You could have a cancer, maybe not your uncle, but your grandmother's mailman. You never know who contributed to your genetic package. Your grandmother's milkman could be responsible for everything you do. You never know.
You have a daughter, right?
Daughter Kelly, yeah.
And would she ever think about doing stand-up?
Well, she did a show of her own on stage. I'm just really not going to say that word, a one-person show. It's just awful. Because anytime you're alone on stage, it's a one-person show. But she did one of those. And she wanted to use it for personal reasons to make some strides, make some personal breakthroughs for herself. Unburden a few things, So she did that. And she's working now, she's in her 30s. She's working on her master's degree in counseling psychology. And she wants to include seminars, for instance, and personal work with people, and an occasional performance show, which would give an example of her thinking and her feelings on stuff. So she's kind of looking to take what's normally done in an office, one person to one counseling, on a broader scale, on a grander level, and include more, of a public thing.
That's cool.
It's really unformed now. It's unfair for me. Don't use too much of that, because it's unfair for me to try to describe what she has in her heart and mind. That's my understanding of it, though, what I said.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
But would you ever, if she wanted to become a stand-up, would you encourage her, knowing how the business is with women and how the business is with just comics in general? Well,
no, I wouldn't discourage or encourage. I would back a person and say, you got to go find out how you like it in the fish tank with everybody else. You got to see how it feels. It's kind of degrading at first. And some of those clubs are kind of scuzzy. Some of those places are kind of,
Have you had degrading experiences when you were starting?
No, but I know what's happened ever since that comedy boom they talk about in the 80s. I know that basically that was a business exploitation move. That was a way that guys said, if I just get a storefront and some cheap chairs and tables that I can buy, used, and exploit the comedians and not pay them anything, I can sell whiskey in this place. So a lot of places opened, and the boom took place because guys wanted to make a lot of money. They said, with a simple brick wall. Then the cable company said, there's not much production cost in that. We could just go in, set up a camera, take a picture of this cheap stuff, and we got us, some cable shows, fill up some time. So I think it was based on that. What was nice about it is that some people who wanted to try to be comedians, who felt good about that possibility in themselves, had a shot, had a chance at it. It did attract an awful lot of people who weren't very good at it, but that's okay. So do the minor leagues, in sports. And then there's this process, and some people were able to leap out of that and go to another level and all that. But but there was a degrading quality about. There's a certain competitiveness. My understanding of it, and I'm not there. You're there, so I'm not as informed as you are on this. But I believe there's a kind of competitiveness among the comedians. There's the censorship. There's the angle of women. You know, their experience. That I think I would let my daughter, if that were the case, and this was 10, 15 years ago, and she said, I think I'm thinking of trying that. I would say, go find out what it's like. And I would trust her sensibilities to tell her if it's worth overlooking all that, it's worth it to overlook that and try, or hey, it ain't worth it, baby. And that each person can only decide that alone. So that I would neither encourage nor discourage. Just let's cut her loose. Say, go ahead, go do it. You know.
Outside of yourself, who would you say has made the greatest contribution to stand-up?
Well, I don't know about what contribution, I've made. I know that I have a good long track record, and probably some people were inspired by the fact that I was able to be successful and speak my mind and be successful at the same time, which isn't always rewarded in this culture. So some people might have gotten inspiration from that. But contribution to, well, there are certain pivotal people. Lenny Bruce was certainly pivotal. Richard Pryor was pivotal for blacks. There were guys before him that played it a little safer. Flip Wilson, Godfrey Cambridge, and Dick Gregory didn't. He was kind of important. This is such an impossible thing because it almost calls on quantification to try to figure out amounts and degrees of things and measure them, and you can't. It's very subjective, I think, who did what. But certainly Mort Sahl and Lenny Bruce. Mort Sahl was important. The 1950s were the whole change, the whole thing that happened in the 1950s. Mort Sahl, Lenny Bruce, Lord Buckley, Nichols and May. If you even just stopped right there, you'd have a whole revolution in comedy. You always watch hands a lot, don't you? I noticed that. When I'm talking and going like this.
It's an Italian thing, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm getting signals.
You always go right to the hand. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. Who else? Let me think. Somebody. I don't know.
Well, you did. You represent a period of time.
Yeah.
There's a period of time that has. That's what I started to understand. That I think that comedy, great comics, are speaking of the time. And they're marked by that time.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's a time period they performed in that changed the direction of where comedy's going.
Yeah.
And it seemed as though to everybody that you did that.
Well, I got lucky with the time when I was at a pivotal point in my own life. Like I said to you, if there hadn't been a counterculture forming over here, call it on the left. I think of the left as being the past, and the right as being the future, because that's the way you read a calendar. You go over here from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So I always think this is the people who are in their 20s. These are the people in their 40s, and here I am in the middle. You see, I was just older enough than the younger group to have a more mature approach and a more refined sensibility to how to express the same things they felt in a comic way. They were expressing them on the street with big sticks and everything, and lighting incense and shit. But mine was verbal, and so I was positioned ideally to become a person that capitalized on what was happening in the society and made a small contribution to it from the comedy standpoint. There weren't a lot of comics developing at that time.
Now, you told me about truth, though, that people who like to speak the truth aren't really rewarded.
Yeah, generally.
What are some of the experiences you've had with that?
Well, in my field, it's not as true as it would be, say, in the media. If you're a reporter, if you're one of these freelance journalists, or you work for a network or something, and you try to put something on the air that goes against the corporate wisdom or the accepted wisdom of the culture or the ruling class, that's noted. And if you try that too often, you don't work there anymore. You just don't work there. You either do what they want or you don't. And in the arts, it's different. Now, I'm an entertainer first, and I'm a stand-up comic, but there's art involved here. And as a freelance person, as a person who doesn't have to rely on someone hiring me, because we promote all my own shows, and I own my HBO shows, and I own my albums, and there's nobody on my bus pointing out where to turn. if they want to come along the bus ride, here we go. But they're not saying, oh, look out, don't walk for that lane. You know, I say, okay, let's get over here. And if it's risky, we'll find out. So, so I don't have to worry about it very much. But, so, you know, in other words, telling the truth.
Yeah.
And let's put that in big quotation marks, okay, the truth, because that's really relative. And I don't mean I have the truth. I'm talking about my truth, you know. The way I feel about things is my own truth. To say those things, I don't have to worry, because nobody's saying, you can't say that. Thank God for HBO with no commercials, you know, because they're not once in 11 shows that I've done for them have they said anything about any single word in my act, ever, 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 before the fact or after the fact. Never. So that's a gift. You know, that's luck. That's living at the right time. That's everything is luck. Everything is genetic and luck. Because they say, well, you know, you got lucky, but you worked hard. I say, well, working hard is genetic too. You know, you're either a lazy prick who got that from his uncle, too, or you're not. You're an industrious person. That's something your mother did, maybe, or your father. Somebody passed those genes along to you. They get reinforced, and they can be tempered, and they can be changed in childhood. I know all that. But generally speaking, you either have something or you don't. And you know, it either appeals to you to follow it or it doesn't. And in my case, boy, it was the gifts I got, the verbal gift from my mother and father. They were both funny, verbal. I didn't know him, but he was. Fluent with speech, loved language, and were funny people. I got that. And not only did I get that, but I got my mother's independent streak of not going along, not going to go along. She says, don't give up. Don't just lay down for them. You know, if somebody gets ahead of you online, speak up. You know, she was always like that, independent, be yourself. So she didn't know that would mean I would leave my religion and leave school in 9th grade. She thought it was that I would do the rest of what she wanted. But no, I took her thing and I just took it further. And I said, no, okay, I'm going on my own. I'm going to start life early. And I did. And so she gave me that. Now, the hard work part, you know, the little scientist, I don't know where that comes from. But my grandfather, her father, he wrote out the works of Shakespeare longhand during his adult life because of the joy the language gave him. Just to write those words, he would savor them as he wrote them. So that's some kind of a, you know, industrious, studious trait that he had, and perhaps I picked that up from him, you know, that need to put things in order and set them down on paper. So it's all genetic, I think.
Do you think stand-ups are sick people?
No. They try to do that thing about, well, you know, they're certainly discontented people. There's certainly people who have some complaining to do. But you know, it's the combination of things in you. A lot of people complain. A lot of people are discontented. A lot of people are funny around the water cooler or whatever they hang around now. A lot of people have some of the tools comedians have, and they don't have all of those tools. Or the opportunity. Maybe their father was real strict and they had to finish college and get the doctor's degree, or they had to become something else. They had to go in the family business, so they didn't get a chance at 18, 19, 20, 21 to go to the comedy clubs or to even investigate a career like that because the family would have... So it's luck of circumstance besides genetics, you know? So a lot of comics became comics because everything fell in place. They were verbal, they were funny, they felt discontented. And maybe there's a little unhappiness in there, but there's probably a lot of unhappy bankers. There's probably a lot of unhappy architects, I'm sure. They don't get it out the same way. They get it out, they kick the shit out their wife or something. You know, some people do bad things. We have an outlet. We have a place, a fountain, you know, whoosh, here goes, hey, whoosh. They're all a bunch of jerk-offs. Whoosh. You love that. That's why I say the comedian's job is the greatest job there is. Because all day long, you get to watch people, and then at night you go somewhere and you tell them what bad people they are, what a horrible job they're doing of life. You know, that's great. You say, look at this, these guys over here, these guys here. You kidding me, these people? You think they... And that's wonderful. You get it all out, man. Everybody else driving around holding it in, you know. Or screaming at shooting a guy in the next lane. There's nothing wrong with that. Got to get it out.
You said some people don't have the tools for comedy.
Yeah.
Would you consider the tools for comedy?
Well, you have to have an outgoing personality, it seems. At least to some extent, you have to be willing to stand on a stage. You have to be a bit of an extrovert. Even if you're a quiet kind of comic, you got an extrovert streak in you. Or you wouldn't get up there. You have a need for approval, I think. That's where mine came from. As a kid, I found out when I did something funny, People liked, oh, isn't he funny? Isn't he cute and clever? This feels pretty good. So you go for approval. Verbal, you have to have some skills verbally to either write verbally well or speak verbally. You have a sense of humor. You know, I like putting the accent on the word sense in there because people always say sense of humor, sense of humor. But I say a sense of humor because you have to really have a brain. Comics are smart. Comics are smarter than actors, for instance, as a whole. If you could measure them, if you could measure everybody, I think comics are a smart breed. And then, you know, whatever else. Then if there's a little endurance involved for the long haul or whatever, that's a different quality. But certainly you need those earlier things I mentioned.
How do you balance, or how did you balance when you were struggling with it, the need for approval and not caring?
Well, because I had that first phase of being a straight mainstream comic, suit and tie, short hair, mainstream humor, you know, nothing offensive, safe, which everybody was then. I wasn't different from them. I didn't have the what was the second part of it? You said, first of all, the need for approval with
not getting to not care.
not care. Well, I was holding that part down. I was suppressing the I don't give a shit part. Is it okay to curse? I've been cursing.
Oh,
all
yeah.
To suppress that part because I had my Danny Kaye dream. And a part of me knew, even though this outlaw who had been smoking pot since he was 13 and breaking laws, breaking into cars, breaking into stores, even though that guy was active underneath, this guy who had to please, not just please audiences, but please the system that he wanted to advance in. So I didn't take those risks that the other guy would have taken. It's only later when the world changed and I got so discontented with being this guy that I wasn't really this nice guy, that it broke through, that the balance broke through, and then I was able to say, well, now I don't care.
Did it affect your shows? Did you, when you were on stage,
When
did you ever get angry and bitter?
Well,
or?
yeah, no, not angry and bitter. During the transition period, it took about 2 years for that whole change to happen. And during that period, in these straight nightclubs, I was starting to do some things that were a little more risky. Just beginning to put in a few things. And to tell them, when I'd be in one of these really, I was in the Copacabana in New York, and you couldn't have a more establishment kind of place, you know, Sammy Davis, Frank Sinatra, all these people. And, of course, I wasn't with them on the bill, but I mean, that's the kind of people that work there, you know. But I was in a period of change then, and I hated that place. And I would tell the audience that. I would say, I don't belong here. I say, this place should have closed 20 years ago. I said, these nightclubs, if I see Dennis Morgan dance past me once more, and Cesar Romero come out of the men's room, I said, I'm going to vomit because these places should have closed 20 years ago. They're out of style now. I belong in colleges. That's where I'm going to go. And I would tell them as I'm wearing a suit and all this. But during the changing period, I had to tell them that. I used to lie down on the floor there and read from the sticker that was underneath the piano just to do something different. And they would not fire me. I said, please, let me go. But I had a contract. Please fire me. And they wouldn't do it until the last night. And what they did was they slowly turned my mic down and they slowly turned the lights down. And I hadn't heard Martin Luther's speech, but I said something similar to free at last. Free at last. Great God Almighty, I'm free. You know, I said, oh, I'm finally out of here, you know, because I knew I didn't fit anymore. And I had these contracts in these places, and I wanted the money. You needed the money, you know, to get to the next place that you wanted to be. So, so I kind of phased it in. One thing was phasing in, the other thing was phasing out. And I just acted out like a teenager.
That's incredible.
Well, I had a lot of those different kind of things.
That is awesome.
What's this, a signal?
Tell her she can also look in this camera here.
Oh, okay.
I can. I'm just kind of, I'm soaking it
She's
up.
riveted.
I am. I'm riveted. This is incredible.
That was a fun period because I took acid, and the acid helped a little to push me along. It helped to change. It helped to confirm for me the values that I felt. You know, acid. By acid too, I mean mescaline primarily. I mean the organic form. You know, pot and acid are both hallucinogens, and they're both value-changing drugs. They're both drugs that alter your value system, I think. And that's why in that period drugs fueled that whole cultural revolution, because people could see clearer where the jive was. You could see the jive clearer, and you could see your own truth a little more clearly. So the acid, I was already on this changing scene in my head and my heart, and, you know, but the acid certainly made it stand out more clearly to me. I said, oh, yeah, well, now I see. You know, it would be like taking a year out of the process. The acid would leap me ahead a year internally, and suddenly I'd be, oh, okay, this is going to be cool. You know, I'm going to be all right, man. I'm doing what I should be doing. You know, I would realize it. Instead of slowly, it kind of happened in bing, bing, bing leaps, you know.
Yeah, I hope comedy goes back to a place where you can be yourself on stage and not.
Yeah.
There's only 1 or 2 rooms that you can even work nowadays.
Well, when I first started reading about this thing, alternative comedy, first thing I was thinking, oh Christ, they've got a name for it already. The Newsweeks of the world, you know, the New York Timeses of the world, put a name on alternative comedy. So right away they lock it in, you know. But there are people in that field. I guess it's kind of a field you could say, where they don't care as much about the laughs, or they don't care as much about building a structure that's the same ones that everybody else always uses, you know, punchline, punchline, and there's a little more truth in what they do, and I guess they're more like performance artists. They're more like these single show people, you know. So I would like if they would have, but right away it got categorized, and now it's all this club is all that.
Well, now it's turned into you have to walk in like this into an alternative room, and
you see,
and everyone's taking themselves so seriously, and
the
it's
cast
supposed to be
system,
supposed to be comedy. I don't know.
It shouldn't.
How?
Yeah, I never hang out at all, really much. I got a woman in my life. We have a great relationship. Neither of us likes to go to visit people or have people to come visit us, so we don't. And I never go to parties and all that kind of show business stuff. And I don't know any other comedians much. You see them once in a while, like you go to the awards show and you see guys, and you saw them 10 years ago, you saw them 4 years ago, so you know them a tiny bit. How you doing, Jerry? Oh, hey, what do you say? Hi. But I never hang out, so I don't know the truth about these places. You know, I get a sense of it. You hear things, you read this, and it's filtered.
You don't really use punchlines, though.
No, but I use hard jokes. I like big jokes.
Because like if I'm writing a piece, I start to write a piece out, and all of a sudden I have to look for a punchline, and I find that, like yourself or like Richard Pryor, there were no punchlines.
No,
it was the way you said them.
Yeah, there's that, but there are laugh lines too. There are places where I'll fix an adjective and make it stronger or better, or make the image stronger, make the image funnier. You know, because you're talking about something that people are imagining. Like when I say, I never stop at automobile accidents. I have an automobile accident, I run somebody over, I keep moving, especially if I've injured someone, because I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm not a doctor. I have no medical training. See, now originally I didn't say the I'm not a doctor part. Originally I just said I do not stop. Who has time to stop in an automobile accident? I say, if you do, all you do is add to the confusion. Well, each time I would say that out loud at home, I'd think of another thing that could tag on to it, you know, a follow-up line that makes it funnier, that brings it to life more, or a stronger verb, or a stronger adjective. So those are jokes. They're just not punchlines in that they're not, you know, set up, boom, set up, boom. But if you got to keep kicking them all along. You got to keep reminding them, you know, and then you can go long stretches as long as they know there's some stuff in the bank. They say, oh, he's been funny so far. Then you can take some risks and not get a laugh. But you got to start out by putting a lot of stuff in the bank with them, you know.
Yeah, I think though maybe it's that what makes a great comedian, because when you're able to talk more from yourself and not have to depend on an exact joke structure where here's setup and here's punchline and here's too many words. Well, you're going to hone everything.
Yeah.
But just set up punchline and tag.
Right.
I feel there's some kind of like artifice to it. Doesn't feel doesn't feel real. It feels like I'm.
You know what I always say. The thing I do is it's oratory too. It's rhetoric. And it's oratory, it's speech making. It's not just being a comedian, it's writing out loud. Although the writing's done I don't mean living out loud the writing, but the writing is done, and now you're telling them the writing. You're saying, hey, you know, and I never, even if you're making believe something or if you're telling something that's real, it doesn't matter, because certainly I don't run people over and leave the scene. Although it's probably a better idea than sticking around. but I take them into an area where they believe that I mean that for a while, where they suspend disbelief and they say, okay, we'll go along with this. He doesn't stop at accidents. Let's listen. And then once they agree to that, everything you say works, if it's funny, because you've all agreed on a set of rules now. He doesn't stop when he runs somebody over. So now I can just build on that. I can hammer that home. I can build it. I can go to another level with another level, because we all are accepting the fact that I don't stop when I run somebody over. Then I switch and I say to them, now, if I'm out driving and I see an accident, one that I'm not involved in, I stop immediately. And I tell them all about wanting to stop and look and see dead people, and I ask the police to bring the bodies closer to my car. Because once again, they believe me. They think, well, I mean, not real belief, but they're willing to suspend their disbelief. And they say, oh, isn't this good? He likes the dead bodies. Look at this. So therefore, they're on your side and they're in the game with you. And now you're just making jokes, building things, showing them how well you can say the same thing over and over and over again. It's the same idea. You're just dressing it up differently, sending it out on stage in a different set of clothes each sentence, you know? Same idea. Either I run people over and I leave, or I like to look at other dead people. Those are the two premises. Everything else is just, you know,
You
dressing.
just keep building into
yeah.
it.
And changing it and shifting it and pulling and surprising them. That's what comedy is, as you well know. You take them down one thing and then you surprise them. Oh. And when people laugh, they're never more themselves. No one is ever more himself or herself than that moment when you're surprised. Intellectually, you laugh. That's something, it's a really Zen moment. So all you're ever trying to do is to get them to where you surprise them. Because, you know, the shamans, the tricksters in primitive societies, the sacred shamans, their job was to trick the sacred gods, to trick the gods, because only when they tricked the gods into laughing could they get what they want, could they communicate with the sacred. Laughter opened the door to the sacred in their minds. So it's kind of like spiritual work to get into people's special place where they're just letting their guard down constantly. And then you say something like, cancer, my mother had cancer. And they go, like, you don't like this. Now it's your job, once you establish that, to break that down and have them, oh, cancer, she had it in 4 places, you know, whatever. You got to bring them past that. That, you know, I say I like to find out where the line is drawn, where they draw their line, then I cross it intentionally, and I drag them across with me and make them happy that I did it. That's my job for me. That's the way I see my job. Make them uncomfortable and then show them there's comfort in spite of the discomfort, you know. Show them it's okay. Come on, you bastards over here with me. Look, isn't this goofy? We're all laughing. No, there's this God. They have trouble with God. They have trouble when you want to joke about kids. They have trouble when you joke about cancer. And there's a couple other things that are still, like, not taboos, but they go, and your job is to make them not do that, in spite of what they learned in society and from their mothers and everything. Because it's fun. I tell them there's no God. I say, I don't pray. I pray to Joe Pesci, because I get the same results. Half and half. With God, I used to get 50% of the things I wanted. Half of the time, he'd give me what I wanted. Joe Pesci, same average. 50-50 I get. So what's the difference? You know, but you see that they don't like you saying there's no God. But if you tell them you pray to Joe Pesci and the results, you're in there. You got in the back door on them. Ooh, you know, so that's the fun of it, is tricking them. It's a trickster thing, you know.
That's great.
Yeah, it's fun.
Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I always learn something about my own process when I do this, so thank you for that, for helping me bring some things to my mind.
Oh, definitely. I'm going to go home and study. Actually, I got to go home and write.
You got to write. Yeah.
That's the truth, because I don't work hard enough with the writing.
And don't be too afraid. You know, do one show for the managers and the sitcom people, and do another show for yourself. Have half the stuff for you, you know. Grow within the framework of structure. You know, they want to put clamps on you, and you want to grow. So grow within the clamps. There's a thing you ought to put on a statue somewhere. He grew within the clamps. It's nice meeting you.
So nice meeting you.
And I know I've never seen you on stage, but I know you got a good soul and a good heart, and I hope you get what you want.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Wow.
What can I tell you? Everybody knows who George Carlin is. And he just finished a show at Ballet's, so here he is, George Carlin. Hi, George.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Quite well, thank you.
I do cut it kind of closely on your show.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. I called Ballet's, and they are very protective of you, George. I got a lady who said, well, I can't do that. Let me get my supervisor. And
really?
So, yeah, they should get a supervisor, and they, well, we don't know if we can do that. We'll have to screen that call.
Oh, yeah.
Then I finally got through.
Well, they screen out folks, except for folks like you, Art. Folks like you can always get through. By the way, that reversing the aging, 10 years, 10 weeks.
Yeah.
How about if I'm 62, which is 17 Celsius. How about if I take that stuff for 63 weeks? Will I be a fetus?
You might be. I've often thought that that it's all backwards, that we should not get older and more decrepit, going slowly away, but it should be reversed.
Would it be great if you just wound up, well, actually, you kind of do go downhill again anyway, some of us, you know?
Well, you do, but it's not as though you're being enlightened more.
No.
You might stare at a flower, but you don't get the same thing out of it a child would.
And concerning the 5 to 10 pounds of toxic matter in my intestinal tract,
we all have that.
Yeah, well, I have over 60 pounds in my tract. And I have some more in my pockets.
Are you a meat eater?
No, sir. I will eat some breast of chicken meat, turkey kind of things, and occasional fish.
Because they tell me that beef eaters have like 5 or 10 pounds or 20 pounds of beef, undigested beef.
Yeah.
It's an ugly thought.
And their bodies smell like it. I don't mean to be disgusting. I just mean that they have a kind of a body odor that's really, I think, more noticeable.
Beefy.
Yes.
Why do you do what you do?
Well, some of it is genetic, and I have instincts and skills, or some people call them gifts when they talk about their own talents. I think of them as skills. My mother and father were both very funny people conversationally. My dad was an after-dinner speaker. I didn't know him. He was asked to leave early. He apparently couldn't metabolize ethanol very well.
So
he was shown the door early.
I see.
But they were both very funny. My mother, who I did have in my life as a youngster, my mother could come home from work riding the bus in New York City, and she could tell you a story that happened. Something happened on the bus, and she could do 3 or 4 voices of the people, and she'd improve everything they said, and she'd always have a punchline, a great punchline. So there's a genetic strain, and particularly I think the Irish have a gift to that, and so I have pretty much I couldn't help it. I found that it got me a lot of attention and approval as a youngster. I lived kind of a lonesome life, which I enjoyed, but
what about school? I mean, were you like that in school? Because that gets you in a lot of trouble.
Oh, sure. I was a class clown.
Yeah.
As they say, and in fact, I had an album by that title at one time that did very well for me. And my attitude in school was that as long as I wasn't going to get an education, why should these other children get one? So
I don't know if that was my attitude, but I did that too. I constantly asked irrelevant questions.
Oh, yes. Or in my case, a Catholic school, pointed questions.
Pointed questions.
If God is so powerful, can he make a rock that he himself can't lift? They used to love me.
Yeah, that's a terrible question. There's another one you asked, something about if God were to take acid, would he see people?
Wow, that's nice. I love switches like that. Simple humor switches. I never thought of that one.
No?
No, that wasn't mine.
I wonder if he would, though.
He'd probably see only the finest people.
You talk a lot about God. Do you really believe in God?
No, I don't. I talk about him as an object in our culture.
You don't think there's a God?
I can't believe that there's a man in the sky keeping score who watches everything we do and has a little scorecard. It just seems... there might be a kind of an organizing intelligence. Somehow the universe seems to have an order to it, but I don't know that it's a judgmental or one that really gives a crap.
Not supposed to. Yeah, the fear God thing. I don't buy into that.
Oh my! I mean, I think it's very limiting. I think the belief in God is a form of mental illness. It's a very limiting form of the intellect, the wonderful intellect that nature has given us. I use the word nature. Has given us is compromised by surrendering things to the will of God. That we don't have any say. Well, it didn't happen. My prayer didn't come true. It must be God's will, and that relieves you of responsibility. I don't believe that.
But you think there is something. In other words, there is some sort of order, and that means there has to be something, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I think it. I'd say it would not surprise me. I'm a questioner, and I'm in some ways credulous too. And it just seems, though, as if that there is a kind of order that we can't explain that is beyond our ken. How can we ever expect, as this lowly clay that rose to this level, to understand something that beyond? I'd rather just stand here and wonder and not try to put a name on it.
Do you wonder about after you die? Whether there will be anything or nothing?
Well, I do wonder about that. And I also wonder why there isn't just nothing now. Why are there things at all? Why do we have matter? Why is there anything? I used to sit in school. That was one of the things that got me in trouble in school, sitting there daydreaming.
But that goes back to God, see?
Yeah. Well, it can. It can. It's a wonderful thing that we have these minds and we can consider these things, this stuff. But it can drive you a little crazy, Art.
There's a gazillion things I could think to ask you about today. The president came out today and said that Y2K is not going to be a problem. And then his own committee said that half of the 911 systems in the U.S. are not compliant. And the president said, our savings and our safety are intact. No problem.
Well, the 911 thing is great because that's where the guns are. You know, those are the people with the guns that they're trying to corral, and people who get shot and hurt.
That's right.
I root for big problems all the time. I root for disasters. I root actually for the end of all of this because I think it's an interesting scenario for things to wind down. I think we're already circling the drain as a species, and I love to see the circles get a little faster and a little shorter.
So you're rooting for disasters?
I do, sort of, just for my entertainment. It's a very selfish thing. But I sort of root that, I mean, I love an earthquake. I love a bigger earthquake. They're never as big as I'd like.
Have you ever been in one?
Yeah, well, they're not very big. I was in two of those California ones, the one in the early 70s, and then the one that we had here, I don't know, what, 10 years ago, 8, something.
Well, you're just over the hill in Las Vegas. Let me tell you, we had a pretty damn good one, 7-point, whatever it was, just 3 weeks ago, whatever.
You know what we need? A 25. I think of it as an amusement park ride, all right? It's really, I mean, it's such a wonderful thing to realize you have absolutely no control. And to see the dresser move across the bedroom floor unassisted, to me, it's a very exciting thing. And I'll tell you the truth, I never got scared in either quake I was in. I did cover my wife with my body, you know, kind of an instinctive thing. I rolled over in the bed and kind of covered her. I thought the ceiling might fall in or something.
Huh.
And our daughter ran in. Kelly ran in when this was the one in the early 70s. She was about 9 or 10. But I honestly felt, disappointed when it was over, that it wasn't bigger. And I looked out and there wasn't enough destruction. I really think there's great human drama in destruction and in nature unleashed, and I don't get enough of it.
George, a 25 would turn entire continents over.
Now you're talking, Art. You know what we never have either is a really good big tidal wave. Can you imagine the tsunami we would have out of a 25?
Oh, yeah. There would be nothing left.
I know. It's just wonderful to consider.
Well, there are scientists, by the way, who do consider that every now and then there is a complete extinction. Everything goes.
Yep.
And everything begins again.
Well, you know, if you're talking about 65 million years ago with the reptiles and all,
that'd be one.
That's certainly a possible random achievement that we could attain, to have one of those fellas hit us. And I read once, by the way, I was very disappointed that the bolide didn't hit on June 30th. I want you to know I listen as often as I can, Art. It's not regular, but it's probably 2 or 3 times a month.
So you were hoping for it?
I was hoping that the bolide would be on time, and then I was hoping when it didn't show up on June 30th that at least Nostradamus would be correct with July 6th, and then that didn't happen, and I wondered what Father Charlie Moore was going to tell the people, because he was quite,
specific, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was, yeah.
But I would like to see, and I want it to happen a little east of me so that the prevailing winds carry the destruction around a little bit late, and I can watch some of it on CNN. I want to see the cities go out one at a time, London, Moscow, Tokyo, and then catch up to me. I'm having a little fun with this, but I honestly must tell you that I do enjoy big disasters. I really, and I always hope, that they're going to be a little bit bigger.
That's incredible. Well, the only reason for that could be that you've more or less given up on the human race.
Well, the problem is when you scratch a cynic, you find a disappointed idealist underneath. And I will cop out to that. I'm sure there's some flame burning dimly in me that would like to see everything work. But it doesn't look like that is what is in the cards. If we had another maybe 1,000 or 10,000 years to evolve, and we got past this stuff of national borders with 168 countries or whatever it is, and 2,000 or 5,000 languages or whatever it is, and all of these rivalries, we could have a chance.
Now, you see, I had callers just before you came on who are talking about this. They're in great fear of it. They talk about the New World Order. They're talking about UN troops coming in and taking over the U.S. and the world and all of that.
Well, you know something? When you're stuck in local time, that is when your mind, your thoughts, your parameters are stuck in local time, you see things on a small level, on a limited basis. But I think that if there is ever to be a golden age of this species, a true golden age, it will not include borders in 168 countries and 2,000 or 5,000 languages, whatever the real count is these days. It will not include those things. This is a very young, primitive species. The fact that our technology has raced eons ahead of us is interesting, and it gives us a lot of toys and things, but we're still very close to who we were 10,000 years ago. It's a drop in the bucket of time.
So, in other words, you look at current social behavior, and it's not that much above caveman level.
Well, I think the veneer is very thin. I mean, I think there's...
So do I.
Yeah, barbarism is less than a generation away. I really think that. I don't mean it's coming. I mean, under certain circumstances, it could be less than a generation away.
The Mad Max thing.
Yeah, yes, people, the roving bands of maniacs, I call them. The various roving bands of maniacs. There'll be all different kinds. There'll be the ones that got out of the insane asylum, the ones that got out of the prisons. Then there'll be my people, the Scotch-Irish, who'll be wandering across the land looking for things to drink, and your sister. They want to find your sister.
Your sister.
There'll be all manner of people running around.
Well, it could happen.
Yeah.
And, incidentally, let me just move you a little bit. You're in Las Vegas right now.
Yes, sir.
I've lived in and around Las Vegas for the last, 15 years.
Right.
It has really changed. Every time somebody gets a bug, they blow up a building and put up a new one.
Yes.
What do you think of Las Vegas now?
Well, I'm kind of separate from this culture here. The one good thing, and I'll get back to the basic part of your question, the one good thing these days here is that there are really a lot of first-class restaurants now. There might be 20 to 30 restaurants where you can really count on the food. But this is what it shows itself to be. I work in theaters primarily. I do about 100 or 120 theaters and concert halls a year. Most of them are about 2,500 seaters, and that is my general career along with my HBO shows. And I come here about 10 or 12 weeks a year to give a little rest to those markets that I'm usually going to Seattle and Miami and Pittsburgh. And you have to rest them a little bit. You can't be going back every year. So I get down. I can earn a little money here, and I can stay in one place for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. I don't have to pack every day. I can write. I can, Yeah. So that's my reason for being here. But and that's the only reason I can tolerate it, is because it does something for me. It's tit for tat. I'm not a schmoozer. I'm not a hangout guy. I never hung out with show business people. I don't know many of them. I don't have a lot of industry friends. I have a small circle of friends. Most of them are unrelated to show business. So here I'm a kind of alien. There's a topic for us. I'm a kind of alien, and I...
Do you find you withdraw more and more and more?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a function of age or intellect. All of our intellect, it is to be hoped, sharpened a little bit with age, and we get our perceptions a little clearer and what it is we need from the world clearer. But in my case, I can say it's happened that way. And I find that I'm in love now with a woman. I'm engaged to a woman, Sally, who, well, let me put it this way. Let me bring you back just a few years. I had a wonderful marriage with my wife, Brenda, for 35, 36 years. We were together about 37 years. And Brenda died about 2 years ago. And now I've fallen in love with Sally, and we are kind of separate from the world. We have our own little circle of it's like about 3 people.
Yeah.
And I love that. I really don't like the entanglements, because a lot of people are just, they drag you down with their agendas and their things that are on their minds and what they're concerned with. They seem to have a lot of frivolous things they care about, and I don't care for all that worldly stuff.
Well, I know. Well, there's a problem with celebrity, and I've had a real problem dealing with that, George.
Sure.
You never really exactly know why people want to be your friend, and unfortunately, a lot of times it has to do with your celebrity, and
Sure.
So it's tough. It's really tough.
Well, unfortunately, I never really, that circle of my radar is very acute. And there aren't many people who get past that circle who, if they're just really trying to suck up or be sycophantic or look for something, I mean, they don't even get past the first ring. But there are people who you can tell the difference between a genuine compliment
You can.
and an artificial one.
Still,
Yes.
There is a big price to pay for being famous, isn't there?
There is. And at the same time, may I point out, because I'm a pretty positive, with all that stuff I said about disasters and the end of the world.
Well, hold on. Actually, I've always read disaster books, gone to disaster movies, and I think most people, even though they don't admit it, are just like George. The bigger the disaster, the better.
You know it.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people are like that. They don't admit it.
No, there are a lot of things like that they don't admit. But I understand that. They think they have to live up to something.
Anyway, you do have some positive outlook about something, right?
Now, you know, you're right, but I can't remember what I was segueing from. What was the last negative thing we were on the reason I said it was a positive thought? Because I can make something up.
If you've lost it, it couldn't have been too profound.
Well, it was a profound connection, but I lost the connection. I think.
Well, we'll see if we can get back to it. I note on your HBO specials that you do a lot of politics.
Well, I call them social issues rather than, because politics to me means Democrat, Republican, and I don't do much of that.
No.
You know, I don't do a lot of topical stuff, but I do things that are timely. You know, race and love and war and hate and those kind of things. But it's not partisan. I don't talk about, specific people.
Speaking of war, there's a big headline today that the U.S. Army, it says two of our divisions, and we only have 10, are not prepared should there be a war.
Well, good. It'll be more fun. I just wish I could think of that connection. Damn, I'm mad at myself.
Well, that's all right. It'll come back to you.
Yeah, but
in the meantime, there's plenty of negative things we can cover.
Absolutely. But I think, let me just try and make a pass at the positive things. I want to say this much. I don't believe very much in groups. I don't like what I call the clotting of human beings.
Yeah.
I really love individuals as I meet them one at a time. Even a kind of an inane person or someone who's kind of goofy or is even kind of bad news. There's something interesting, like a guy who just raped his dog is at least interesting. You look in his eyes and you kind of see something there. But it's the groups. It's when they begin to surrender the beauty of the human individual mind to a group mind and group thought. Suddenly they start having little hats and little sayings and passwords. And they have a list of things they're going to do, and they have fight songs and team jackets and things. And I think they lose the beauty of individual humanity, which I believe in. I think we're a magnificent species.
Are you not, though, somewhat in contradiction with yourself, though? Because you earlier said that until we erase the borders, the nationalism, all the rest of it, well, once you've done all that, you've got a bunch of people that are holding hands and, talking about love, and that's it.
Well, maybe not. Maybe we're destined to do that. I mean, I can't sketch out the exact outcome that I would like. What I would love to see is that we get beyond these things that limit the human mind now. I think we put restrictions on ourselves with these boundaries, not just political boundaries, but intellectual boundaries. I would love to see a completely anarchistic human race where everybody really gets to pursue everything they would like to. I don't know how that would ever work. We might need 10 million years. I don't think it's in the cards. I think we're a cursed species. I think we're a chemical accident, and I don't think there's any hope for us. The other thing, the other part of me is just a wish part. That's just, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be great? I don't believe it really can happen.
A chemical accident. We crawled, in other words, way back when, out of some mud puddle or the ocean to become what we are now.
Some catalytic agent took the ingredients and put them together, and it's probably happened in a million or 10 million or 10 billion other places in the universe, and it's all just an accident. The interesting thing...
Well, but if man evolved from monkeys and apes, then why do we still have monkeys and apes?
You see... You got the good questions, Art, and I got the bad answers.
I mean, that really is a good question. If it was if things evolved.
But they evolve to the left and to the right, not always in a straight line. I mean, there are branches. Obviously, there are, 400 different, I don't know how many species of mammals, and they all came after the reptiles were destroyed by this presumed comet or asteroid 65 million years ago. The ferret, there was something like a ferret-like animal, I believe, was about the largest mammal, and then we've arisen since from that point out into separate directions, left and right and forward. But some of these species hit a dead end, and some don't. Some of them are viable. The chimpanzee, the ape, the great apes, are viable. But there aren't many primates.
That's true.
There aren't very
I'll tell you something you can think about, disaster-wise. This is a good one. A lot of scientists now, Israeli scientists, really bright guys, think that it was not a big bolide that killed off all the dinosaurs. They think that the sun went through a cyclical time and through this immense radiation suddenly, and we now know stars do that. Every now and then, what is a stable star will throw this immense radiation and virtually sterilize every living thing on the planet.
Well, does that explain the iridium level? Because that's the...
It might.
Yeah. Well, I haven't read that at all. I'd love to read more about that.
Well, it could happen. And then in the blink of an eye, I mean, literally, instantly, all life would cease.
Yeah.
Microbial life, everything.
Would this allow for a good fossil record to be left? Because I don't know how the fossil record that we have matches that scenario as well as it might match the one.
Well, we might be future fuel.
Well,
whether we'd be anything more than that, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Fertilizer.
Listen, put me down for that one too, okay?
No.
Something. I don't mind. Whatever it is, if it destroys a lot of life, I'm a happy guy.
Well, look, there are a lot of environmental things going on right now that have that potential. I mean, you know, the Antarctic is melting, the ice, the seas would go up 20 feet.
Yeah, I forget if it's the eastern or the western ice shelf or whatever that might break off. If it does,
that's right.
It's wonderful because you have all new beachfront property.
About here, actually.
That's not bad.
Well,
no, I just think it's stimulating to entertain these possibilities, and I really don't understand people who run around wringing their hands and saying, "Oh, wouldn't it be awful? Oh, this is terrible." I think, hey, you're here for the ride. This is an adventure. I call it my entertainment. The file in my computer on all of this stuff is called my entertainment. Philosophers have said for I don't know, millennia, they've said, why are we here? And I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here for the show. I want to see a good show while I'm here. And if it includes giving my life for the sake of entertainment, I'll go. I'll go. This is such, it's such a short-term deal.
Well, then you're about to be really happy, a happy camper, because I think between now and the spring of 2000, a lot of stuff is going to come down.
All right. Now let me ask you to clarify, but first let me tell you what I'm wondering myself. Because you're probably, and I'm sure you are, better informed on this issue than I.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I have a smattering of information and speculation from people who have agendas, my feeling is that probably a lot of the larger major systems, at least in this country, have been that the correction will take, or they will have fairly simple corrections to come down the line. But I think there would be a lot of random, like the sewers will back up in one place, and the power will go out in another place, and this will overflow there, and that will go out here, and there will be randomized checkerboard patterns.
That's right.
And therefore somewhat chaotic, but maybe containable. I'm just wondering where that line is after which it really begins to send us back 100 years.
Well, I'll tell you where. If it would happen. Now, I don't know that it's going to, but we do know that there are hundreds of thousands of embedded chips. Now, that's not software.
Yeah, I know.
Embedded chips in power companies across America.
Right.
If the power were to go off for 2 weeks or a month, then at some point, irreversible things would begin to happen.
Well, sure, yeah. Embedded. Now, I understand the idea because there are embedded chips in cars and coffee makers, et cetera, et cetera. You're talking about major systems.
Yeah, switching systems, power company things.
Now, the power companies have obviously done what they can about those non-embedded portions of the program.
That's correct, yeah, sure.
But you're saying that they're not telling us that there's a lot of stuff they just have to cross their fingers on.
Well, we know there is, and they know it too.
That's why they're buying generators, huh?
Well, listen, I've got a really nice generator here. And I didn't get worried until my power company came out and came in and said, listen, would you tell us, can we take a look at your generator system? We have a lot of customers asking about it. I said, sure. I said, let's trade a little bit of information. You tell me what kind of state you really think we're in. I want the real bottom line.
Right.
And what they told me was, well, we are prepared to leave the grid if we have to. If we see things going south, we will disconnect from the grid and provide local power for, I think he said, up to 6 weeks.
Wow.
And all power companies are bound, they sign something that swears they'll stay on the grid. But all the power companies really, they're going to take care of their local customers if things begin to go south.
Right.
Now, one little power company in Idaho went down a few years ago, and the whole western third of the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, they all went off.
Yeah.
So if one little power company can do that, what's going to happen if 10% of them fail?
Yeah. It's nice to consider. I'm not even prepared, Art. I have a few cans of spaghetti. We have a couple of books of matches, and we feel we're going to be okay. But I'm along for the ride, and if I die, hey, it's okay with me as long as things get really messed up. I just like the idea that I can turn. Well, maybe I can't turn on the news. I guess I got one of those wind-up radios you have.
Yeah.
And I can listen to that, and I can hear how bad it is. I don't care, Art. You see, I'm just a person who doesn't care about these things. I really don't care. I know that when things like an earthquake, like I say, when the amusement park ride is out of your control, you have to just hold on and enjoy the ride. And I know that is a possibility, as you say, between now and the spring. I'm just hoping that a lot of overseas, a lot of other countries get really chaotic.
They're going to get hammered.
Yeah.
I had a guy who called me who said that he's looking around at everything that's happening on Earth right now, environmentally, and every other way you can imagine, socially, of the kids killing kids, all the rest of it. And he's saying, Mother Earth is mad, and she's going to do something. And I said, no, Mother Earth doesn't get mad; she gets even. And that's what I think. I think if things get out of balance, that there'll be a return to balance, and that return to balance might mean a 25.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but as you say, a 25 and we don't get to enjoy it. Maybe something like a 12 where we can enjoy it.
Well, I just wrote out a 7 here a few weeks ago, and I don't care to do that at all. It was horrible.
How far is
Pahrump? The hell out of me.
How far is Pahrump from Las Vegas?
65 miles west.
I didn't realize it was that far.
I can look to the east, and the entire sky is lit up with the glow of all the lights from Las Vegas.
Yeah, the light dome.
Yep.
Well, I'm over here under the light dome, Art, and I can see Jupiter. At least I can see Jupiter. That's my favorite object in the sky.
Well, you get 65 miles away from that city, and you will see stars. You'll see the Milky Way from one side all the way to the other side of the horizon.
Well, I drive home from here every time I leave here, and I leave here 4 or 5 times a year, and I drive back to Los Angeles, and I always stop a couple of times out in the middle of everywhere and take a good look. I do know about the names of about 65 stars. I have to be up to snuff on them. Sometimes I get a little rusty, and I probably drop down to 40 or so. But I love the sky. I call it my backyard. I think of it as something unchanging, that I can find it from Cleveland, I can find it from Manila, and it's regular and predictable, and I know my stars and I know my constellations. So I love it, and I know what you mean when you refer to that Milky Way.
Have you ever seen anything in that great sky that you cannot explain?
No, I'm a little disappointed in what we'll call the world of the paranormal or the extra normal, or whatever is a proper way to phrase it. I kind of root for and I wish for a sighting, a visitation, an experience of a ghost or an afterlife or a previous life or something. I've never had any of them. I have a fairly good intellect, and I'm very open to these things. I have my skepticism. I have that part. I do respect science and repeatable scientific experiments.
Are you really open to these things, though, or are you more of a control freak?
I'd have to say I don't know the answer to that.
In other words, if something happened, are you more likely to mentally reject it or embrace it?
Oh, no, I would be open to it. At least that's my opinion standing here now. I can't tell you what would happen under a given circumstance, but my feeling is, my knowledge of myself is such that I feel I would say, oh, please, look, come on down here, let's talk. Can I have a shirt like that? Let me have one of those funny hats. I mean, I'm being a little flip here, but I know that I am open and willing to experience some of this because I think there is so much unexplained and so much potential beyond this limited human experience and this spectrum that we can perceive, this limited visual spectrum and audio spectrum that we perceive. I think there's just much more, and I wish my radar were better.
Do you think that it's more likely that we are a product of the God of the Bible we talked about earlier, or perhaps intervention by others?
Well, I think very strongly that is the probability. I think there's a leap, and I'm not up to this. I'm not up on this as much as I was at one time when my reading was a little more intense. But I think there's a gap. There's a leap in human intellectual attainment that is unexplained, and I do believe it is probable that we are a hybrid of some kind. Mm-hmm. The book, Sitkin's book of the 12th Planet.
Sitchin, yes.
Yeah, I found that very, very stimulating and potentially believable.
Well, he postulates we were all a bunch of gold diggers.
Yes, that's right.
And that planet will come back, and you have to wonder what those who created with us would. I mean, look at California, for example. Now, this may be a little lighthearted, but when I was young, it was the coolest thing to go to California, and I did. I got up and I left and I went to California, and it was great. Today, when I go to California, I am appalled. I am absolutely appalled. I mean, what has happened to that golden state, that once great place to go to? It is regulated to death, taxed to death. It's a disaster. It's a social disaster. I mean, you can go and spend a little time in a lot of cities in California, and you can count the muzzle flashes, you know.
Yes, and it's just ugly. It's ugly to the eye, from the air, from the ground. There are too many humans to begin with everywhere. There are certainly too many of them packed into the population centers of California. I live in Southern California. The one thing I can say that I have good about my existence there is I live in Venice, down on those little canals, and I hear the ducks every night or in the middle of the morning, and at least I'm close to the ocean, and I'm a little bit away from the sound of traffic. And it's like a small oasis, but I agree with you, and I think it's true of most everywhere. Too many people, too much acquisition of goods, too many people hunting money and position and possessions. Everyone wants a salad shooter. Everyone wants a pair of sneakers with lights in them. Everyone wants a shirt with the number of some foolish basketball player on the back of it. And we've been bought off. We've been bought off with all these gadgets and toys. But two things I think that happened to this species that are irreversible and that destroyed us are the belief in a man in the sky, that's the sky god, as Gore Vidal calls him, the belief in the sky god who keeps a scorecard on us and has a burning pit of hell for some of us, and the other is the pursuit of goods, commerce, rampant consumerism. The next HBO show I do is called The Great American Cattle Drive. But the American cattle are not being prepared for market in order to be sold. They're there for buying. They're there to do the buying. Get them to the mall. Get these suckers to the mall. Put them on the Internet. Get them buying from e-commerce. Get them in the mall. It's just repulsive and disgusting, and it's one of the reasons I quit this species. It's one of the reasons I backed off and said, wait a minute, that's you over there, folks. This is me over here. I'll go my way, and if it costs me something, fine, I'll pay whatever price it is.
Well, you're rich. I mean, you could quit now and never work another day in your life, right?
Well, there's a caveat there.
Oh, really?
Well, I spent 20 years with the IRS trying to recover from a bad old tax bill that I had.
Really?
That got worse and worse with penalties and interest, and a little bit worse at the beginning of this cycle with adding. They disallowed a few other things that I had tried to claim, which weren't horrendously. They weren't really out of line. They were invested.
Millions and millions, huh?
But they were sufficient that with penalties and interest, I had a lien on my house for 20 years until I sold it about 6 months ago, and paid them off, and that's finally over. So I earn well. See, I've always had good earning power. I've been blessed with the ability, with the energy. I had a few heart attacks along the way, but that's the only thing. I've had energy and creativity, and I've grown in my art so that I can earn well, and I can continue to earn now, and I can save a little and keep a little of this money now. But I'm not sitting on a big pile somewhere.
So you're telling me you really couldn't quit right now?
Well, I could quit, but I wouldn't live the way I do now. It'll take me another 2 or 3 years, maybe, or 5 years to do that, and say, okay, everything's working for me.
Well, that's consumerism, George. George, hold on. Well, here is, I'm sure, something positive we can talk about, George.
All right.
Somebody sends a fax, and they're really right. They say even the most cynical person, frequently, and you're in that position now, would have some words to say about love. I mean, you're newly in love.
Yes.
And you're plunging, tumbling right into it again, and so you must feel pretty positive about that.
Well, the only things that I really believe in, because I don't believe in my country, I don't believe in religion and God and the institutions that man has made, I don't believe in commerce, but I believe in friendship, romantic love, and family, of course, which is bound into friendship. Yes, I believe heartily, and that goes back to my affection for individual existence and individuals and the life of the sole person. It's as I say, when they begin to get into numbers larger than 4 or 5, even sometimes a group of 2.
Yeah.
Will alter how a person is. You heard a woman will say, well, Mike's not the same when he's with those guys. Or the guys will say, well, now that he's got married, he's a different guy.
Right.
People surrender something. That's why when a good love affair comes along, when a great love happens, it's because the 2 people don't have to surrender too much of themselves to make a new unit. And that's what I'm lucky enough to think I have found. And I agree with that fax sender.
All right. Now, on another subject, you were railing about consumerism, and you said you got some out coming up on that soon.
Right.
And yet, and you were talking about beautiful Venice, but Venice, California.
Yeah.
It's in California, and Venice is the very center of glitz, glamour, and consumerism. I mean, the very center in the world, if you had to pick a place other than maybe where you are right now.
You mean Venice, in Los Angeles?
Yeah. Well, I mean Los Angeles generally.
Well, okay, fine. Now, that I agree to. I agree with. Let me point something out, and this might take me a minute or two.
All right.
I have often confronted. Well, originally I confronted it for myself, but I've been confronted with the idea of when does one sell out? When have you sold out? And I have a problem with people who try to make that a black or white issue. To me, the idea of compromise or adjustment is on a scale. It's on a continuum. The purest person in the world would have to live in the woods and eat bark and make his own clothing to be truly pure. I mean, even Ted Kaczynski, who hated technology, used a typewriter to type his manifesto.
Absolutely.
And he rode buses, the interstate bus system, to go to a post office, to mail, the United States government, to mail his bombs, which were also a form of crude technology. And certainly no one would say, well, Ted's a sellout. So these things exist on a scale, a sliding scale, and each person must decide how much of an adjustment or compromise, if you will, they are going to make in order to do the thing that's important to them, in order to continue to be the person they want to be. And I have to sell tickets. I have to sell CDs. I have to be in the commercial world. I talked about my IRS problem. That's only because I earned big. So I'm not pure. I don't say that that's my scene. My scene is that I try to keep as much of my values intact as I can and still exist in this world and not be some sort of a martyr when everyone else is running around taking care of themselves.
Did you ever read Kaczynski's manifesto?
No, I started to, and
he actually had a lot of good points.
Well, of course. Well, I happen to admire people like that, to tell you the truth. I know that the taking of human life to some people is not a good thing, but I don't think we've made human life very valuable in this culture we've evolved, and I think there's a place for people who decide to take lives in order to make a point.
Well, there's a lot of that going on. There was a guy on TV, and I can't remember the special I saw, but it was one of these LA gang members, and he looked right into the screen, and he said, "I don't give a damn whether I live or die."
Yeah.
So you can imagine how I feel about you.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It's very, very true. I mean, this culture has degraded all of us to some degree or another, and all you can try to do is to cling to some little portions of yourself, and I mean self with almost like with a capital S, that are important and that define you, and let the rest just fly. That's why I take pleasure in the disasters and in the troubles. And let me say something about this, about the millennium thing, the Y2K, and what you spoke so directly to before. I think it's kind of wonderful that the arrogance of this species is what will bring it down. If it goes as badly as you say, and if it really sends us back several decades or centuries or whatever to some level of barbarism, I think it's kind of interesting and ironic and poetic and literary that the fact that we have this admiration for 000, for round numbers, and for a false calculation to start with. Never mind that we're a year off because people are so ignorant that they think the millennium begins with the 2 and not ends with the 0.
Right.
But beyond that, this is all because a monk, as you know, you're aware of all of this, Dionysius, Dennis the Short was his name. In, I think, the 7th, let me see, I have notes on this here, and let me get it exactly right. What happened was, Dennis the Small, or Dennis the Little, Dionysius Exiguus, Dionysius the Short, he was commissioned by Pope John I in 525. He was a 6th century Scythian monk. He was told to standardize the liturgical calendar, and he did not include a year 0 between 1 BC and 1 AD. So on December 31st, we're welcoming in the last year of the preceding 1,000 years, not the new millennium. That's the obvious part. But on top of that, there is confusion about when Christ was born, because this is all based on one figure, his birth date, and Luke places the birth of Jesus while Quirinius was governor of Syria, which included Judea. But historians know that Quirinius was not appointed governor until AD 6 or AD 7. So they don't know if they're 4 years off, 6 years off, 7 years off. It's all a miscalculation, and if it really destroys civilization, it's a wonderful thing that an arrogant species can bring itself low by its own calculations.
And even though it's wrong.
Hubris. Hubris.
Yeah, that would be something. And I think we're fully capable of it.
Oh, yeah.
So listen, censorship.
Yeah.
When you first started your career, I think the first album you had some kind of warning label on it. This record contains 7 words you can never say on television or radio, whatever it was.
Right.
Anyway, is there anything left today? Is there any censorship left today? Do you deal with that when you go on HBO? Are there things that they say, oh...
No.
Really?
No. First of all, I own all of my own record albums and masters. I've made 18 records. I own them all, and I own all of my 12 HBO shows. I've had a very good, solid career that's sustained very well, and I own all of these things. I am an independent contractor, and I make a show. HBO gives me a little advance, or it's not so little, actually, and I make a show, and when I deliver that show, they give me the rest of the money, my profit.
Sure.
And it's a licensing thing, and then they run it for 18 times if they want, and then I keep it.
But they never say a word?
I have not, since 1977 when I began with them 12 shows ago, they have never said a word to me, and I swear to you that's the truth. And that's one of the things that saved me. I had an album career, and by the way, before I get off tonight, Art, I do want to plug my CD box set, and I'll tell you about that later.
All right.
But I had an album career in the 70s where I had 6 albums, and 4 of them went gold. You referred to one of them, the Class Clown album, had the 7 words you can never say on TV.
All right.
The next album after that, Occupation Fool, had a sequel called Filthy Words, and that's the one that went to the Supreme Court. I'm the only comedian who ever had one of his routines as the subject of a Supreme Court case. Mm-hmm. And in 1978, they decided 5-4 that those 7 words I said were indecent. It wasn't an obscenity case, but it was called, they created a whole new category of filth just for me. And I am perversely proud of that. I'm a footnote in American legal history. But I then, when my album career kind of, you can't be the hot new guy in town forever.
That's right.
So that kind of faded in 76, 77, and along came HBO, and I had another medium, such as albums are, where I was uninterrupted by commercials, and I was uncensored by someone looking over my shoulder. On an album, you put out whatever you want, and on an HBO show, I do whatever I want, and that took my career, which was in the middle of a crossroads, and really pushed it to a high status, and I've done 12 of those shows. I average one I've done 11. I keep thinking about the next one, but I've done 11 of them, and in 22 years now, I've done 11, and that's every 2 years.
How did you feel about the cross from doing albums to television? That's a big jump.
Well, all during my album career, and before that, when I had an earlier surge of popularity as a straight kind of a stand-up, suit and tie, short hair, I had a wonderful career in the 60s of being what you'd call a mainstream comedian. I did all the big variety shows. I did 25 Merv Griffins and about 30 Mike Douglases and 11 Ed Sullivans. So I had a career before my hair got long and I got more personal with my comedy. But I always did television, and all I ever wanted from TV, there are 2 ways I do television. One is to go on Letterman or go on the Leno Show, and in exchange for my coming on, just like any movie star or any kind of a actress or a band leader, I come on and I give them a little marquee value, and they give me a chance to plug whatever I'm plugging. So that's one way of doing television, and in those cases, I don't try to change their rules. I'm not there to be controversial. I'm there for a commercial bargain I'm striking.
So you save the controversy for the albums or the HBOs?
Yeah, HBO is my real art, and I refer to it as art, even though that's your first name, Art. I know it sounds pretentious sometimes for a comedian to use the word art. It is entertainment first, but there's an artistic process on. It's a writing job, and you are interpreting the world through your own prism. So that's an artistic process, and I go to HBO just to show pictures of what I do. It's really essentially nothing but my theater act shown in your home. The same way a baseball game is. The baseball game it happens in the stadium, but they show them at home unchanged. That's what I do for HBO.
Do people write stuff for you, or do you
Never,
write?
Never.
Never?
40 years.
All your own stuff.
Only time I ever had anything written was when I would be on a variety show in the 60s, and they would write a sketch that I was in. Anything I ever uttered as my own has always been written by me. That's my pride.
Oh yeah.
That I've written everything, and that I don't need help. This is a self-contained unit.
Do you ever wonder? And I ask a lot of famous people about this, because Ted Turner once said on a Pinnacle show, I saw him, and he said, having all this money, having everything, the CNN, the whole thing that I've got, he said, at the end of the day, it's all kind of an empty bag. That's what he said. It's kind of an empty bag. He's got so much money, so much of everything, it doesn't mean much to him anymore. It's an empty bag.
Well, that sounds as if he doesn't get much joy from the process that he's in. Right. I'm assuming he didn't think to mention that part. No, I consider myself lucky and privileged to have been able to use my natural gifts in a way that satisfied me without, but doing it all on my own terms and being rewarded for it. Not just with money, but with this, You know, oh, that's the positive thing I was going to say a long time back. Here's what it is.
Yes?
I get to have, even though I was a kind of a lonesome kid, and I love my lonership, and I love being alone in the world, and Sally and I love being a little small unit separated from the rest. But you know something? When I go into an airport or a restaurant or a hotel lobby, I have people who say nice things to me, who say, I saw you in 1971, I saw you in 1965. Oh, my sister she loved you, she passed away last year, and she just had your book next to her. All of these strange stories about how you touched people's lives, and I think of it as an extended family for whom I don't have to buy Christmas gifts. They like me, I like them one at a time as I meet them, but it's a wonderful gift to have, and it's part of that paradox. Like I say, the cynic is really a disappointed idealist. Well, the loner is longing to belong to something. Somewhere in him there's the need to belong and be accepted, at least in my case. And I get a little of that. I get a lot of it.
But kind of afraid to at the same time, right?
Yes, that's right. I don't want to be ruled by the other, but I like knowing that I've touched them and that they care about me.
If we could have a one world something or another that would be, you know, kind of like this country.
Workable and viable.
That'd be all right. But
you've
done a lot of travel. You've been to Russia, I bet. You've been to China. I've been to both those places fairly recently.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, they'd have shot you a long time ago.
Listen, this is the best thing we've come up with. I admit that. It's a grudging admittance because I like having my little attitudes, you know. But I'm not dishonest. And this is the best we've done, the best we've come up with. I just wish that the ability to refine it and to make it better were more viable, were more available to us. It seems as though there are a lot of, and a lot of it is that money, that political money, the interests that control things, and that's the way it is. You know, when they talk about conspiracies, and one of the things I enjoy on your show is when people talk about the government, and I'm talking about your guests who talk about whether or not the government and certain agencies and certain aspects of government have covered things up. And I have thought for a long time, not always obviously, but that, you know, they tried to make it so that the belief in a conspiracy makes you somehow outside the norm, that you're a kook, that you're a conspiracy buff. They say he's a conspiracy buff.
George, they lie their asses off.
I know it, and I wrote a little something out, and I want to read it to you because I pulled this paper up from the other room. I have some notes I haven't filed yet, and I said, well, if this comes up, I'd like to be able to say this to Art. So let me just read this to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it goes like this. Do I believe in conspiracies? Nah. Do I believe powerful people would get together and plan for certain outcomes? Nah. Do I believe powerful interests would operate outside the law and maybe even kill people? Nah. Do I believe secret government agencies might feel the need to assassinate a person and cover it up? Nah. I think everything in America is open and clean and above board, and powerful people always play by the rules. You know, that's my thought.
Yeah, well, you should have been on my government agent line.
Oh.
I had a government agent line open earlier.
Really? Yeah. You know, my biggest sadness is that I do go to sleep. Not my biggest sadness. Listen to this hyperbole. God, I gotta slap myself. One of my disappointments is that I don't get to hear you every night all the way through, and that I don't get to hear you every night. I do go to sleep a little bit early. Down here in Las Vegas, I do go to sleep late. But I'm usually writing at night and working on my computer.
Okay, then listen to me. Tomorrow night, have you ever heard of Ed Dames? He's a remote viewer. But, you know, we spent $20 million on a remote viewing program in the government. He was part of that.
You've had him on before, haven't you?
That's right. They call him Dr. Doom.
Okay.
And that's for good reason. Because, well, I'll tell you why. Hold on. Here we go again. And, George, I know you do have something coming out, something new, something people can get soon. What is it?
Yeah, and by the way, this makes a wonderful first communion gift.
Oh?
Yes. Now, this is the box set. The albums I talked about earlier from the 1970s, we took all 6 of them and put them in a CD boxed set.
Oh, my God.
And not many comedians have a boxed set, I'm happy to say. This is all 6 albums from the 70s, plus a bonus album. You got to have a bonus, Art.
Sure.
Got to have a free extra added complimentary bonus gift album for no cost to you. This is 70 minutes of things no one has ever heard of mine, so it's like a new album within the box set.
Oh, my. All stuff from that era that didn't make the albums then, because at that time the LPs only accommodated about 45 minutes of spoken word.
That's right.
So we always had some things I had to leave out, and it always bothered me, but I've taken them all, put them together, put them in the bonus CD. And here's the really interesting part, because, a box set is a fan's purchase. This is not a general consumer item. People don't go spend $80 on a comedian's box set. But if they're fans, if they're really crazed, they care about these things. And in this bonus CD, on it, are some recordings I made as a child. Before tape recorders were very common. In fact, they were only sold in showrooms at the time, not even in consumer stores. I was lucky enough, my mother bought me a tape recorder when I graduated from grammar school in 1951, but it was as big as a Buick art.
So you were how old?
I was, at that time, 14, just turned 14.
So this is material from when you were 14?
It's before that. It's when I was 12, because before I had my tape recorder, I had to go to those little booths. Remember those little booths?
Yep.
In the arcades, you put in a quarter, and for a minute they'd record your voice, and they'd give you a little acetate record.
That's right. Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, I made 8 of them when I was about 12 years old, and I've kept them all these years, and we put them on this CD. And it's got my, it's just like hearing a prototype of what I wound up doing later. It's all these little routines and comedy impressions and newscasts and sports things. And you can hear my old New York accent. I say, "Good evening, this is George Carlin with the news." And it warms my heart, and I think a fan might be interested in it. There are 6 of those little records on there.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, and so the album, it's just my box set. They don't have to know the name of it. It happens to be called The Little David Years, but asking for it by my name is enough. And I just want people who care about my stuff, because I know those fans exist, to have access to this. And like I say, a wonderful first communion gift.
Yeah, right. All right, so these are available like in record stores,
Yeah,
or is there an 800 number or something?
No, they're available. Atlantic Records has been my distributor forever. My label is called Eardrum, but I'm distributed by Atlantic Records, and this is in all the stores.
All right. So it's there now?
Yes, it
Already
is.
there now?
Yeah.
That's quite a project. So really, you always knew, or you were always who you are now. You're just sort of a progression of what you were.
That's right. When I was 11 years old in 5th grade, they said we wrote little autobiographies. I think 11 is a good year for that. And the last page was, what do you want to be? What about your future? And I still know mine. I still have it, actually. I have the little piece of paper. It says, I want to be an actor, comedian, impersonator, disc jockey, radio announcer, or trumpet player. I always knew what I wanted, and I planned my life when I was about 14 or 15. I planned how I would go about it. I'd become a disc jockey, and then that would get me into comedy.
Is that what you did?
You mean did I follow the plan?
Yeah, in other words, did you become a disc jockey?
Yes, I got into disc jockeying when I was 19. I was in the Air Force down in Shreveport, Louisiana. I was on the #1 station in a 9-station market. I had a 52 share, Art.
52 share?
A 52 share in a 9-station market.
That's really incredible.
And I was 19 years old. It was a daytime station, 1,000 watts. It was called KJOE, KJO in Shreveport. And being a daytime station, we had to get our listeners back again every morning, They wander away at night.
That's right.
So it was a good station, and I had a very lucky childhood. I got to plan my own life and live it out, and I consider myself a very lucky man. And I've worked hard for it, too, but that's genetic. Working hard is not something you decide. It's something that comes to you because you kind of feel like you ought to do it.
I always knew, too, exactly what I was going to do. Radio all the way, and it's been that all my life. But there are so many people out there who are, I don't know, they have no idea what they want to do.
Yeah.
You talk to the kids, and I don't know.
Well, they don't have an overriding interest or an overriding talent or an overriding goal or art form that, kind of drives them, something that takes over.
I was going to say drive. Oh,
yeah, something that takes you over and says, this is it, buddy.
It actually, it's almost like it's a drive that's almost more than drive. It's a madness almost.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with genetics. I mean, I honestly think they're finding out, of course, the more they map this human genome and start to isolate some of these genes, and some of it's oversimplified, I know. But I think they're finding, and I've always said that it's mostly genetic. There's a good amount of environmental. I mean, there's a lot of nurture, but boy, nature is really in charge.
How old do you say you were?
I'm now 62. I'll be 63 in May.
You know, I have the world's experts at longevity on the program, doctors, and they are telling me, honestly, if you can hang on for another 30 years, there's every probability we can give you immortality.
Well, I know about some of those projections. I don't know them as, in such a detailed fashion as I'm sure you do. But
you're kind of on the edge here.
It's funny that you say 30 years because I have predicted for myself to live to 94.
Really?
Yes, I've always said that's my goal. And I know that the brain, I learned something as a teenager, that the brain, I read a book called God, now I can't think of the name of it. Isn't that great?
Doesn't matter.
Psycho-cybernetics. And it said that the brain is a goal-seeking, problem-solving mechanism. And if you put in a problem and a goal, the brain will do everything it can to get there. So I put 94 years in there once because my uncle, or great-uncle, Uncle Martin, he was 94, and he was doing push-ups in my kitchen when I was a kid. And I said, 94 sounds good. And I know the kind of work that people like Linus Pauling and Philip Johnson and a number of other people have done in their 90s. And as long as I have my faculties, I expect to have this kind of energy and drive and stamina until then. And boy, it'd be nice if they came and give me that immortality.
Yeah, but they really aren't. They're not just talking about immortality. They're talking about taking you back to your prime and stopping the aging process.
Wow. Well, look,
I don't know if that'd be good, actually.
Well, I know, but you know what? It'd be worth an experiment.
Well, if you were one of the ones.
Think of the alternative. Right?
That's right. All right, look, I do have a radio show. Can I put a couple of callers on with you?
Oh, I'd love that. And by the way, I have a website called GeorgeCarlin.com. It's a really nice, well-engineered website. And again, I speak mostly to fans. I'm not trying to sell myself to the general public. I have a nice little percentage of the population that likes me. And I want them to know I have a great website called GeorgeCarlin.com.
Well, if we don't have a link, we will within minutes.
Oh, thank you.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with George Carlin. Hello.
Yeah, hello, George.
How are you?
I have two questions, if I may.
What's your name, sir?
Where am I? Los Angeles?
No, I mean your name, sir.
Oh, Zan.
Zan.
Short for Alexander.
Okay, Zan. Nice to talk to you.
Sometimes they say it's an old Martian name, but...
Doesn't sound bad to me.
Yeah, well, their question is, have you read, I know you're talking about we being a product of some accident. Have you read books by, like, Darwin's Black Box by a biologist who believes that idea of random evolution is not scientifically viable?
You mean the combination of punctuated equilibrium and natural selection is not viable, the whole Darwinian combination?
Yeah, well, yeah, the idea of the process of it being accidental.
Oh.
You know.
Well, no, sir, obviously I haven't read it, and I admit to being poorly read. I'm usually wasting my time writing rather than reading. But I will have a tape of this show, and I will have a reference. I can write it down at another time and look for it. I do enjoy that sort of reading.
Well, he just wanted to sort of infect you with the possibility that it's not all random, that there really is the God that you talk about that isn't there.
But is he judgmental?
Well, we didn't get that far with him.
Oh,
but
okay.
I would say there'd be a strong possibility of it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's implied. So Zan is gone already. Okay.
Wild Card Line, you're on the air with George Carlin and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning to both of you guys.
Hi, where are you, sir?
I am in Michigan, and my name is Joe.
Hi, Joe.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I figured I'd call in and ask you what you thought about all basically the horrors in U.S. history, blue laws, everything that restricts personal liberty, the government killing people, basically the bad side of U.S. history that's never really exposed to a great deal to the mass public.
Well, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, and my own knowledge of it goes so far as maybe to have read some Howard Zinn and to have read some of that part of history. I've often said when they talk about, there are people who say that we've had a loss of civility in this country, that there's been this breakdown in manners and civility. And I say, well, what civility would that be? Would that be the genocide of the Indians? Would that be slavery? Would that be the Hiroshima or the Nagasaki civility? Which civility do we mean? I think this country has a lot to answer for. A lot to answer for.
Tuskegee.
Pardon me?
Tuskegee.
Yes. Well, you can go on and on.
Hazel O'Leary, our own energy secretary, walking out incredibly just a couple of years ago and saying we fed plutonium to kids and pregnant women and stuff like that.
Oh, and these stories are legion. I mean, the list is getting longer and longer. And if you just think about the labor violence in the 1930s, you know, in the name of commerce, in the name of big business, it is a terrible, blotted record. And I have always said, when people revere the flag, I've always said, you have to look at that flag for everything it stands for, not just what you perceive to be heroic and perhaps good things, but everything it's ever stood for. And the record is more than just mixed.
Well, yeah, it is. And, you know, I remember when I was young, and I'm not that much younger than you are, I remember when the Federal Bureau of Investigation would come out, and they'd come on television, it would be like, we've caught so-and-so. It was like the word of gold. I mean, if the FBI came on, man, you believed every word they said. Today, if the FBI says something, you almost automatically disbelieve it.
Absolutely. I think it is a good thing. There are people who decry this, you know, that this loss of trust in our leaders, in our government. Well, the record is there, and I think it's a good thing. And if it's going to require some bloodshed someday to get it right, because I honestly believe, you know what I like about assassination art? It shoots the hell out of those popularity polls. Those polls, he's up to 70% now. All of a sudden, bing, he's not even in the poll anymore. And I'm not telling people to go out and do that, but I'm telling you, when I see that, and we're way behind India even. India has killed 3 Gandhis, and we've only killed 2 Kennedys.
Israel's been busy?
Oh, you know, it's exciting to me. I just love that punctuation in history when it happens.
Well, they warned me. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with George Carlin. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who have I got here?
Who do you suppose?
Well, I don't know.
Well, who were you calling?
No, I'm George.
Oh, no, I meant the caller. Oh, the caller is gone. We somehow lost the caller. That's too bad.
Somebody just picked him off.
Yeah, that's right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with George Carlin and Art Bell.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm calling from L.A., Max.
Hi, Max. How are you doing? I'm George.
Little Yuppieville suburb. But the comment I had was, it's kind of weird the way humans think with, you know, profanity and everything. Doesn't really make any sense. Like, a teacher had one time brought up a good point, like, if you switch the words crap and red, then it'd be perfectly fine to say, yeah, could you hand me that crap pen? But you say, oh, yeah, I really got to take a red. The teacher yells at you.
Right.
That's right. Yes, that is right.
Well, the thing about words is that they're arbitrary designations, and they freeze meaning. They don't allow for nuance or any sort of spectrum, and that's one of the difficulties and limitations of language. And then when you add religious superstition and fear, guilt, and shame of the human body, this is what religion has done to us in this area of obscenity. It has taken the human body, its functions concerning sex, and as it happens, excretory procedures, and assigned to it an evil, bad attitude. I'm sorry, I'm not being too articulate about this.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to rush. But it has to do with superstition. It is not reality. The two most uncompromising forces in human experience are going to the bathroom and having sex.
Yep.
And these are the two things that are obscene. Not the taking of human life, but these two things are considered obscene, and these are the most irrepressible forces in nature.
It's what Howard Stern gets in trouble for.
Well, Howard,
talking about that stuff.
Yeah, I know, but he does it. You know, he has to be kind of cute. Show us your breath.
That's true. That's true. He's on radio, and, you know, he got in a lot of trouble. I mean, a lot of stations he was on got fined, and he went through hell.
Well, kind of like you. My case was the one that established that. Those 7 dirty words became a Supreme Court case because a radio station played my record on the air in 1973. And in 78, the Supreme Court decided 5-4 these words were indecent when played on the radio.
Did the radio station keep its license?
It was, yes, it did. It did. It was WBAI. It was not a commercial station. It was a listener-supported station.
Ah, and they kept their license. So
they kept their license.
Yeah, that really is a big victory, actually.
Yeah, and it's funny, they'll just define it any way they want to get what they need, what they think they need. But it's so absurd. I mean, I just read Newsweek, and it's got a story about John McCain, and it says how he said F blank 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 Y blank blank blank. Now there it is in plain black and white. They didn't say the two words, but it's clear what they meant, and every reader was intended to know what they meant.
Of course.
So apparently knowing what he said wouldn't hurt you or corrupt you morally.
But actually hearing it.
But to print the actual letters would somehow violate something. This is how simple-minded and how thin this philosophy is of censoring. And other places probably wouldn't say the F blank blank blank. They just say blank or expletive. And there's no real standard for this. It's all haphazard, and it's all based on religious fear, guilt, and superstition.
In the general media, is that ever going to change? In our lifetimes, maybe that's a better question, is that ever going to change? Is the world going to just open up?
Well, there is erosion. I mean, Newsweek would not have even put that much in there 10 years ago, or certainly 20 years ago. So there's a certain erosion that takes place. But no, I can tell you a 10-letter and a 12-letter one that they'll never print, unless it's a magazine with a smaller circulation that doesn't depend so much on mass advertising. It all has to do with earning the buck. Yeah.
Money.
Yeah, not offending a buyer.
Well, you're very good at behaving yourself, aren't you? In other words, you can either be George, the HBO George, or the record album George, or you can be the George under control, even doing stuff for kids. You do some stuff.
So I did a show on on PBS. I did 45 episodes. I took the place of Ringo Starr. In that respect, I'm kind of the anti-Pete Best. A very inside rock joke. I'm the anti-Pete Best. But I played a character called Mr. Conductor, and it was a sweet, well-produced and well-written children's show. It was not a kind of a garbage show, and I took a lot of pride in that. I did it because it gave me a chance to act a little in a manner where other people might not see that side of me. You know, this thing I do is all about self-expression, you know, kind of like exposing yourself to people and showing who you are. And this gave me a chance to show that I have another side, that I have another quality to me that perhaps they didn't think about. Or
you obviously do.
Sure, we all do. We all have many facets. And that's what I tell. Sometimes when I did that show, people would say, well, how can you do that? And I'd say, well, use it as a learning tool for your child to show them that people have more than one facet. People are not all monochromatic. They have different aspects to them. And I have this aspect as well as the one, the profane one.
But you can walk that line so well. I guess that's just a part of being good at what you do. Have you seen the movie The Sixth Sense yet?
Yeah, no, you know something? I watched it in a hotel and fell asleep in the middle of it. Not because it was bad, but because it was late. But I know the movie that you're talking about.
Well, being a skeptic of the paranormal, I would suggest that movie to you at a moment when you can stay awake. Look, has it been fun having you on the air. You promised 2 hours, and that's exactly what you have given me is 2 hours.
Well, thank you. I really thank you for the chance to be myself and to show my flaws and weaknesses and to show some of my strengths and to tell you the things I feel. And I do love your show, and I hope you do it forever and ever.
Thank you, George.
George, we're so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
We
Good
consider
to be here.
it an honor.
Appreciate it.
And we're going to start out with going back to your background of what your name was at birth.
My name was George Carlin.
And when and where were you born?
I was born in New York City, New York Hospital, over in the East 60s, 68th Street to be particular. At that time, my mother and father lived at Riverside Drive, and there's a lot of history about my how I came to be, but we can get into that at a different moment if you have a specific line of things. I don't want to dwell on each section yet, but there is something about that question that I will elaborate.
Where did you grow up?
New York City, Manhattan, New York County, New York State, New York City, Upper West Side. At 4 years old, we moved to 121st Street between Broadway and Amsterdam, which is the middle of Columbia University's area with all the institutions around it, not just Columbia. and down the hill from there, what we called White Harlem. The edge of Black Harlem, Spanish Harlem was in there. Cubans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, blacks, and Irish. And it was a wonderfully alive and vibrant neighborhood to grow up in.
Did you have annual parades with all those people?
No. We had ethnic parades were not known at that time outside of the Irish, who, of course, had their big March 17th parade.
What was your father's name?
Patrick Carlin. Patrick Carlin. He was the national advertising manager of the New York Sun.
And your mother's name?
My mother's maiden name was Mary Beery, and she was secretary to the president of Association of National Advertisers. But there are details about all of that I'll get to.
Well, we can get into a little of them now,
Okay.
if you'd like, since we're there.
Well, they had a very volatile relationship, my mother and father. They were both very funny. They were both gifted verbally. Both of them could hold the center stage in any room. Each of them could. And my father, of course, used his gift of gab in the sales business, selling advertising space in newspapers. For 3 years in the 1930s, he was the leading ad salesman in the United States by actual measurement of lineage sold. He was an after-dinner speaker. He won the Dale Carnegie Speakers Contest. They had a famous public speaking course, Dale Carnegie, and in, I think, 1935 or 6, he won the nationwide award over 600 and something other entrants. The finals were at the Waldorf Astoria with 12 finalists. He delivered his speech that night, and he won. I have his gavel. They award you a mahogany gavel with a silver band giving your name. I have that. But they didn't have a successful marriage. They were madly in love with each other. They were married in 1930. A year later, my brother was born, 1931. He's 6 years older than I, 5 depending on the month. And my father drank too much. The Irish call it the curse. There are a high percentage of Irish who inherit the gene for alcoholism, or a predisposition at least, and then they do the rest. But he did the rest. He drank, and he wasn't pleasant, apparently, when he got drunk. He was, my mother called him a street angel and a house devil. He was brutal to my brother, even though it only involved a leather slipper, but it was every night. He never touched my mother because she had 4 brothers, and her father was a policeman. But the marriage came unwound, and there were separations, long separations between 1931 and when I was born. This is the part I like people to know. When at the time of my presumed conception, which would have been August 1936, they were apart. It was a long separation, about 2 years. But they loved each other madly, and they were both, he had a real line of shit. Boy, he could talk your donkey's ear off. He had a line of shit that wouldn't quit. I mean, to be a successful speaker and salesman, he had to. They met on the street by accident in August 36, by accident in New York, city of, by then, I guess, 6.5 million. Ran into one another quite by chance, and he said to her, "Hey, Mary, what do you say we go down to Rockaway Beach for old time's sake?" So they went to Rockaway, to their old hotel where they used to have their weekends, and they went to Curly's Hotel at 116th and Beach 116th is what they call it. Famous old Irish hotel. And I was conceived, quite by accident. But about 2 months later, they decided to get an abortion. She had, they called them D&Cs, dilate and correct. She had had them before, and they had a doctor named Dr. Sunshine. That was his code name. And he was located on Gramercy Park. My father made good money all during the Depression. Gramercy Park, they were sitting in the waiting room. I was 50 feet from the drain pipe, presumably, in her belly, in the waiting room of the doctor's office. And my mother glanced at a painting on his wall and thought that she saw the image of her mother's face in it. Her mother had died 6 months before. She saw that and took it as a sign, and she told my father, "Let's get out of here, Pat. I'm going to have this kid." So they had me. Those 2 things kept me from oblivion. An accidental meeting on the streets of New York and a vision of some kind in a painting. So that's my very unlikely beginnings. I tell you that to give you the groundwork for the marriage and for the way my life. I was on the road with her. We ran for 4 years, my brother and I and my mother. He was a stalker, and we had to go to places he didn't know how to find us. Finally, we found a place to live, and she said, "This is the first place he doesn't know where we are." So that was 1941, before Pearl Harbor. That's how I started.
Did you ever have the opportunity to make peace with your father?
Never met him. No, he got sober with the Friars up in Graymore Friars, just across from West Point. He got sober later. I found out from my half sisters, and he died. He was sober when he died. But no, I never met him. He used to have visitation when I was an infant, but then that was stopped because he was not paying his alimony.
Was it your mother then who primarily raised you?
My mother's the hero in this story. My mother's the heroine, if you prefer. She raised 2 boys, all during the last part of the Depression and World War II, on essentially a man's salary. She always had good, responsible jobs in advertising. And she was tough and funny and worldly. She was a little grandiose. She had a bit of a narcissist in her, a lot of a narcissist, with aristocratic pretensions. But she came from a strain of Irish that are called the lace curtain Irish, the ones that had property and land and money in Ireland. Apparently her grandmother on her mother's side. But that stopped. I mean, that wasn't part of our life. My father earned his money. But my father she considered to be shanty Irish. That's the lower class Irish. Shanty Irish. She'd say, "Shanty. She'd tell me, "You're a Beery." She says, "You're like my brother. You're like my brother George, who you're named after." So I received a good package of genes from the 2 of them, and I've been lucky to have the chance to make them work.
Where did your humor come from, though?
Well, the both of them, each of them was funny. They were very funny people. He was a natural comedian, and people would call in the middle of the night. My mother said they'd be sleeping, and they'd get a call from Chicago. One of his drunk friends out in Chicago, a businessman on a convention, would call up and say, "Listen, Carlin, I've got so-and-so here with me. I want you to tell him that story about the Scotchman." And my father would have to get on the phone at 3 a.m. and do the story to help his salesman buddy. So he was a funny man. She never talked him down, never talked badly about him, except she told me the things he did. I saw the fear in her when the doorbell would ring. She'd tighten up like that until he died, and then that all eased away. But she told me all the good things about him, and she only put the bad things in so that I would have a full picture, and she wasn't vindictive about them. She was just descriptive.
Never tried to sway you in terms of what you...
No, she knew that they were in love. She was very, I think her life was about loss after that. Now that I'm an adult and I can look back on certain things, language, body language, the posture, things like that.
You have an older brother.
I have an older brother, Patrick. He's alive still. He's very well, and he lives in Woodstock. And he is a funny and bright, and he's written a book, and he's just a great rebellious soul.
How much older?
6 years or 5, depending on what month of the year we are.
When you were just growing up, did you have hobbies?
No, I had interests. Hobbies cost money. Interests are free.
Did you go to the movies a lot?
I went to the movies once that became open to me. I wasn't one of these people like Martin Scorsese who saw 12 or 16 movies a week. I saw the movies that came through. I was a big radio kid. See, I grew up in the golden age of radio, luckily. I also was around for the golden age of television, which oddly enough came at the beginning of television. And the golden age of radio came at the end of radio. Very good time, the 40s and 50s. This country was at its best, morally and every other way, and in the post-war years. And then 1947, the National Security Act took over, and the industrial complex and the military boys all got in bed together, and it's been downhill ever since. But that was a wonderful, wonderful, innocent time. I lived through the war, the Second World War, the war. Now you have to name which one you mean. There was a long time when you just said the war. Before the war. This is pre-war. This is good stuff. This is pre-war. So I enjoyed the movies, but radio was my companion. I was alone in the house. My mother had to work. Father was gone. And I was, I guess you'd say, lonely, except that I didn't experience it that way. And how you experience something is more important than a description you can give it. I experienced it as freedom, as liberation, as independence, autonomy. And I had all those wonderful hours after school to myself. I had playmates, but they had to go home when the sun went down and the street lights came on. And I didn't. She didn't get home till 7:30. So I would sometimes fix my own spaghetti or cook a hamburger or something, listen to the Lone Ranger, and I had listened to the radio all the time. That was my family, the people on radio. I had no real family life. I had one sibling, no grandparents alive, no one parent in the home only. All the aunts and uncles were barren and childless, so there were no cousins to deal with. I'm saying all of this in a positive way. I loved it. I had my mind, and I had that radio, and then I grew into, prepubescence, adolescence, and started exploring the neighborhood. But when I was 8 years old, I used to sneak in the subway and go to 42nd Street, go to my mother's office and show up after work. Show up and say, take me to the automat. I want to go to the automat. And she'd make me do my imitations for the people in her office. That was my payoff. I did the imitation. She brought me to the automat. So I loved that, what now would seem to be solitude or loneliness. I loved it, and it gave me, I think it gave me the tools. I need to use mental activity to save myself from whatever I thought was wrong. A little kid doesn't interpret the facts. He says, what'd I do wrong? There's no one here. What's wrong with me? So I was lucky that I had a mind that was very active. My left brain just ground out thoughts and plans. I planned my whole career by the time I was 11 or 12. I had to change the details as I got into my teens. But
did you know you were going to be a performer?
Yeah. From the time I did those little imitations in the office. See, one thing you learn when you do something like that, suddenly I had the attention of adults and their approval. And apparently those things were really gifts. They felt very good to me, obviously. Someone who's alone as a kid, to have these adults paying attention to you and making you feel important and then applauding and laughing at what you do, that's all very good for you. And so it's like a flower with the sun. It's heliotropic. It leans toward where the sun is. I think I leaned in that direction. I had some tools for it from my genetic package, but now the environment was inviting me to develop them, I guess. And I did, and I became the class clown and the neighborhood cut-up and wise guy and humorous and comic, and I did imitations and I entertained the kids, and I was just, it was a natural, and I wanted it forever. I wanted to do that forever.
Do you remember what the first radio program was that you listened to?
Oh, no. I'm sure I heard the radio all during the years. I didn't know what the sound meant. I'm sure in the crib I heard it, and as a toddler, I remember all the newscasts my mother listened to. All during the war, I remember Gabriel Heater, Morgan Beatty, all these famous CBS people, Edward R. Murrow at that time, Robert Trout was a broadcaster, Doug Edwards. I heard a lot of newscasts because the war was on everybody's mind.
What about television? Some of the first performers that you recall making such an impression on you?
Well, I think our television arrived in the home at around, my best recollection is 1948, because I used to have to go downstairs to Joni Sheridan's apartment to watch Milton Berle, and he started in 47. So that probably was why I went down there then. 48, I think we got ours, or 49. I was 11 or 12. And people say they watched the test pattern just because it was there. And I did that. And I couldn't wait for WABD Channel 5 in New York for the test pattern to come on, because they didn't believe theirs on overnight. And I would watch the test pattern, and I would know that something's coming on at 2 o'clock, some ladies' show. And just because it was human beings, and they were walking around and they were talking, and you could see their picture, to have been born in radio and still be relatively impressionable when television comes along. God. I mean, today a child can't understand how life would be without any of these things. But I experienced like the graduation and television. There was on 49th Street at the RCA building, it was called then, the big 30 Rockefeller Plaza. On 49th Street, they had an open showroom where they had cameras inside, but they weren't trained on the people outside like the Today Show does. They were trained on a ramp. There was a ramp that went up and across and down, held maybe 10 people at most. And there were lights on overhead lighting the people, and you would walk up this ramp and look into the camera, or not, but there were screens there and you would see yourself. And this was, people could see themselves on a television set, not TV itself, but they could see themselves on a cathode ray tube. They'd look and they'd see it. And I was one of those guys. I just kept going around and around and around, you know. So that was the first experience I had with the visual medium itself. And then we got our TV set and the black and white and holocrafters and the vertical, you know, thing going like that. And we had rabbit ears, and you'd put, you know, tin foil on the end of it, and you'd shape it. All those wonderful memories.
You've talked about what a big influence Danny Kaye was on you. What appealed to you about him specifically? What was the attraction?
I saw Danny Kaye in the movies in the mid-'40s, and I was attracted to him because, first of all, I was attracted to any complicated songs I heard on the radio. Anything that was challenging and difficult to say. I learned about that song, Pass That Peace Pipe and Bury That Hatchet Like the Chalk Sauce, Chick Sauce, Chattahoochee Chippewas, and those Chick-Chimex, Cherokee, Chipultepec do. Anything like that that was challenging verbally, I liked. This was, again, something natural in me. And Danny Kaye did that. Danny Kaye had the following gifts. He was musically funny. He could sing funny songs. He was incredibly adept verbally. He could do those lyrics. And he could do funny accents, and he could make funny faces. And all of those things appealed to me. And that was the first person I saw when I probably thought to myself, I could do that. That would be good to do. That would be good to do. I wish I could do that. I can probably do that. Some combination of those thoughts. And then, of course, it began to expand beyond Danny Kaye. But I saw him in movies, and later, by the time some of these people I saw in the movies had television shows, I was out on the street corner by then. I was hanging with the trash, as my mother called, the garms. The garms, she called them. You're down there with the garms. You're wasting yourself. So I didn't see a lot of variety television outside of Ed Sullivan, of course, a Jackie Gleason show. I remember being impressed with, and nobody mentions this when they talk about the Tonight Show and late night television and where it got its start. Everybody mentions Steve Allen, which is the proper place to begin the genealogy of the Tonight Show itself. But a lot of them leave out Broadway Open House with Jerry Lester. Jerry Lester and Milton DeLugg and the orchestra. Milton played the accordion. Ray Malone was a tap dancer. Dagmar was the sex bombshell who I guess she could pass for a singer, I don't know. And Jerry Lester, funny, Broadway Open House. And that one really got my attention because that was mixed, planned and unplanned, slapstick and verbal. And that was just, you know, for me, that fed me. I never missed Broadway Open House.
And what was the genesis of doing these routines on the corner? I mean, it sounds like it almost was a carryover from your father getting the calls at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I needed that outlet. I mean, I needed to do that. And my mother, when I graduated from 8th grade, I didn't go very far in school. I quit high school in 9th grade. So, but I didn't know that in 8th grade when I got out of grammar school. Nice, good Catholic school, very progressive Catholic school. No corporal punishment, no uniforms, boys and girls together in the class. Everything was discussed, and the teachers were required to have secular degrees. The nuns were brilliant nuns. So I came from a wonderful school. When I graduated, my mother said, well, I owe you a graduation present. You think it over during the summer, what you'd like. And I said, okay. And in fall, I went down to the Christian Brothers, the disciplined boys, down at St. Bernard's for my first year of high school. And I had a brother who said to the class, anybody wants a camera? Class, anybody wants a camera? I have a clergyman's discount. I can help you get a camera for a discount. He was a real hustler, Brother Conrad. And one of the things he mentioned was tape recorders. And I went, huh. And tape recorders then were not sold in consumer stores. They were as big as a Buick. And they were sold upstairs in showrooms. And there were buyers and so forth came in and looked at the goods and saw them all on display. I went to one of those and I found this no, not Ampex. This was a Webcore. And I got my mother to buy me that tape recorder. And I started making tapes at home. And I'd make believe I was an interviewer. I'd make believe I was a newscaster. I'd put a record on the phonograph and hold the microphone over. I'd play the Dragnet theme. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And I'd take the mic back, let the music continue, and I'd say, it was Friday, I was working the robbery detail. You know, it was great. And I did, this was something, now I'm at this time 13 and 14. And I had this tape recorder all through 13, 14, 15, and so on. And the kids knew. And I would do little playlets about the neighborhood. I would make fun of the authority figures, the shopkeepers, the parents, the priests, the policemen, all the people who were in charge. And I would do these little skits. And I had my brother's crowd, which was older than I, used to tell him, bring Georgie to the party and tell him to bring his tape recorder. Bring Georgie. And these kids were all up into making out and stuff and drinking and everything, and I wasn't. And I'd come with the tape recorder and I'd play these things for them. So I was getting fed the whole time I grew up. I was getting reinforced. You can do this. This is good. You're fun. You know, this works. So.
I mean, clearly you were a natural. And I know there's an interesting story you've told about your 5th grade class assignment, having to write an autobiography.
Yeah.
And you list comedian as one of
right.
these, what I want to be when I grow up. But
right.
Realistically, in terms of actually attaining this as a goal, I mean, did you have a plan? Was this something you said, I'm going to do whatever it takes, I'm going to follow a path? Or?
Well, it became a plan. It became a blueprint, an outline anyway. At that time, 5th grade, 11 years old, the autobiography, the last page, what do you want to be, said actor, comedian, announcer, disc jockey, impersonator. See, I didn't know what actor was the first one. I didn't know what this would lead to. I only knew that I loved standing up in front of people and having their attention. And because I heard a lot of music on the radio, pop music. Martin Block, in particular, on WNEW, had the Make-Believe Ballroom, and he'd play the top 40 every week and list them. And I thought to myself, gee, I know music. I know my popular music, and I know how to talk. And maybe being on the radio would be a good way to start, because there's nobody there to not like you. If they don't like you, they have to write a letter or call in. You don't get this. I didn't use these terms, but the idea was you don't get rejected immediately. There's distance between you and the audience. I didn't know that per se, but that was the feeling I had. Now, what I called it was becoming an actor, because Danny Kaye was in the movies, and technically he was an actor. Bob Hope and Red Skelton in the movies I also liked, and technically they were known as actors. So I called it actor. I want to be like Danny Kaye. I want to be an actor. But my plan was get to radio first, and there was some small town. And if I'm real good at it, I can move to a larger town. And if I'm real good there, I'll go and become a comedian in the nightclubs around there. And if I'm good at that, then I'll try to be a movie star, try to be an actor. I mean, the idea was very loosely, you can see, put together. But the idea was to find a path to becoming like a Danny Kaye. And I called it actor. And unfortunately, I programmed myself with that word. And it wasn't supposed to be that way. I didn't know. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? So
we can skip. He kind of talked about this. So we want to move out of high school.
Yeah, let's get out of there. I did right away.
How was it you went into the Air Force?
Yeah.
Part of my, I was engaged to a girl. Part of my rebellion against my mother in adolescence was to get engaged when I was about 15. She was 14. And then 16, I'm 16, she's 15. I quit school at 16. That was the legal age for quitting school. I was past ninth grade, but I had to go make believe I was going to school for a year, so I played hooky for a year. And then I got to be 16, I was allowed to quit. And I quit. And I had to wait a year to get in the Air Force. The idea was I would go in the Air Force at 17, because at that time there was a draft. And if you didn't join, you were drafted. But the draft pool was so big in New York, you didn't get drafted till 20 or 21. And that could screw up my plan. So I said, I'll join when I'm 17, get it out of the way. So I did. I joined the Air Force at 17. The plan was stay in there 4 years and get married to Mary Catherine. Have Mary Catherine come down to where I am in the Air Force. We get married, we live off base. And we got our marriage, and I'm in the Air Force. And then after that, I'm going to get out and use the GI Bill to become a disc jockey. But all that changed by circumstance. First of all, we broke up. After I was in the Air Force, we drifted apart. Which was good. And then I met a guy who owned a radio station down there, and before I was out of the Air Force, I was already a working DJ. So I had advanced my timetable by about 4 years. So that was how I became a disc jockey. I was in an amateur play, and the owner of the station was in the play, and he brought me down, and I read some copy. I was 18. I was 17 when I got the job. I was 18 when I got on the air.
Did you have an audience for your radio show?
This was the #1 station in Shreveport. Now, Shreveport, Louisiana sounds like a little kind of a jerkwater town to some people, but there were 9 radio stations, and it was a very hot market, very hot radio market. Anyone who knows would tell you that. And in that 9-station market, the station I went to was #1, and it had a 50 share. It was the only top 40 station in town. Top 40 was brand new. Rock and roll was brand new. 1955, they both started. 54, 55. I got my job in 56. I came in on the ground floor, and I was on a very popular radio station. I got all my confidence. I had 2.5 years on the radio. By the time I got out the Air Force, I had experience already, and I knew, the rest of the plan: become a comedian and then go be an actor.
We're in Shreveport. You're on the radio.
Right.
Now, take us through the next steps of your DJ career and how you came to meet your next partner.
Well, I was a disc jockey in Shreveport until I was discharged from the Air Force. I was lucky I got out a year early. I beat that part of the system, too. Not only did I already have experience in my job when I came out of the Air Force, I saved a year. And I didn't have to do 4 years of reserve. Those details are easily explained, but they're kind of lengthy. I got out on an early discharge. I then came back to Shreveport to work at the radio station as a civilian, because I went back to New York after I got discharged. Went to New York, and I decided to go to broadcasting school on 57th Street, Columbia School of Broadcasting. And I went there for about 2 weeks, and I realized there was nothing they could really teach me. They were teaching people about Lipton soup is really brisk, and all of that. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be a DJ. And I was already a DJ by definition. I already had an afternoon drive show with a 52 share. So what was I at school for? But I went thinking that was part of my plan. Okay, I didn't need that. I shut that down. Went back to Shreveport as now a civilian and worked there for about another year and a half. I had a friend from Shreveport at that radio station who had gone meanwhile to Boston in the sales department. He became the manager of a Boston radio station. Well, the name of the game in radio is move to the bigger market. Well, as soon as you get a job, you start making a tape to get your next job. So he knew me in Boston. He liked me. And he said, come on up. I'll find a place for you here. It's not a top 40 station, but I'll find a place for you. I went to Boston. This nice big market, an NBC station called WEZE, and they had the network still. The radio network was still part of life. There was daytime soap operas on the radio. There were 5-minute newscasts from NBC News, New York. So I became a board announcer, BOARD. I also became a board announcer. But I ran the board, did announcements, and I had a little bit of a music show at night with quote-unquote good music, not top 40. So I lasted there about a year, and I managed to get fired for a couple of reasons. I took the Cardinal off the air in the middle of the Fifth Sorrowful Mystery of the Rosary, for one. He had paid for the whole 15 minutes, but he had gone over, and then NBC News was coming up next. I turned him off, put the news on. He called in a minute. He had an earphone. He had an air check going on in his ear. He called and he says, "I want to talk to the young man who took off the holy word of God." So I explained to him that he wasn't, the log stops at 7 and NBC News starts. And I have to do, the log says it's an FCC document. So, but then I took the news unit down to New York and bought pot. And I was gone for the weekend with the news unit, and they didn't like that. So they fired me. Yeah, the news truck. Right. The mobile news unit with all the equipment in it. So they fired me, and that was good because a friend now who has come to Shreveport knows about me, and he's working in Fort Worth. He's now moved, George Falder. He moved to Fort Worth, and he called me, and he said, "We got the #1 station in Fort Worth. We need you here." He knew my work. I went to Fort Worth, and I got the 7 to midnight shift, which is I call the homework shift. Answered my own phones, did my own dedications, took them. "This is for Sally and Will out at Northridge High School. Here it is, the new Jerry Lee Lewis." And we were #1 there. Now, while I was in Boston, I met Jack Burns, who lived in Boston and worked at that radio station where I didn't fit. He was a newsman and a morning guy. He and I roomed together with another guy, a salesman, 3 of us. And Jack and I realized we had a great comic affinity. The 2 of us would bounce off each other very easily. We drew each other out. We both did similar characters. We did working class kind of guys. We both did things. We would do little impromptu skits. They were great. We knew we had this thing. But I moved down to Fort Worth to take that job. So I'm down there, and I'm just, playing my records and getting ready to have my next, I'll try and do some comedy in the local clubs here, Jack showed up. He said, I just drove down from Boston. I got 4 bald tires. I'm going to Hollywood to give them one last chance at me. He wanted to be like James Dean. He was an actor, essentially. He had worked with Uta Hagen and, or Herbert Berghoff, I forget. Anyway, he was an actor dude and was going to go to Hollywood. Brooding, dark, Irish, deep depression. Not really. Jack's a very happy guy. I don't mean to describe him, but he had those characteristics, He was really serious. And so Jack Jack walked in the radio station, started talking to me about this. That day, a news job had opened up in Fort Worth at that station. That day. And Jack got the job immediately. He had news experience in Boston. He'd interviewed Castro along with a lot of other people up there. And he had good news credentials, and he had a great voice. He got the job. So he became my nighttime newsman. Now I'm on the board, running the board and doing my DJ show. He's doing the 5-minute newscast in there. And after work, midnight, there's a coffee house. We're now in the beatnik into hippie transition. Pre-hippie, but definitely post-beatnik. And Fort Worth, being a little behind culturally, was in their beatnik phase. And they had a coffee house called The Cellar. And Jack and I would go there after work, where they gave you vodka in cups. You could have, they'd sneak vodka to you if you were local media. And we got up on stage every night and improvised. And improvised bits that we liked, that we did in the apartment. We shared an apartment. I had to move in with me. We actually got a bigger place. And we did bits. And we did dirty, filthy things. And we had the same audience every night, so it demanded us to change and to find things. So we became very inventive and creative, and we started saving the good bits, saving them up. Now, I want to say one thing that's important here about dreams coming true and television. At that time, Jack and I, we used to watch the Jack Parr Show. We'd sit up in the apartment in Fort Worth in our underwear, drinking beer, Jack's or Lone Star beer, and we'd watch the Tonight Show with Jack Parr. We didn't go to that club every single night. There were nights we didn't. And we'd watch Jack Parr, and we would then, when it was over, we would improvise interviews that we would do when we got famous and we got on the Jack Parr Show. And they were filthy. Jack would say, he'd imitate Parr. How did you guys get together, And I would say, well, Jack, I was fucking Jack's mother at the time, and so naturally there was a connection, and we would just do these filthy things and laugh and have another beer, and we'd watch Jack Parr a lot, dreaming of being on there. And that was January, February of 1960. In October of that year, we were on that show. It was what? 10 months later. We were on that show. I choke up. I fill up just thinking about it because it's so improbable. But our journey was that rapid, was that quick. There we were in our underwear in radio in Fort Worth. And less than a year later, we're in Rockefeller Center on the Jack Paar Show. He wasn't there that night. It was Arlene Francis. But we were on the panel with Artie Shaw and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. And it just was magic. It just, boom, you know. And my life has been like that. Just a series of, and always tried to be prepared for those moments, but you can't anticipate them. And they just come like a lightning bolt, and there we were. The journey from Fort Worth to the Tonight Show has its own details, but...
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
That's, I mean, you're, what, 22?
Yeah, 1959, 22, yes.
And there's, maybe you can talk about some of these other lucky breaks that befell you. Was it Lenny Bruce was there and he came to see you?
I can tell you.
Yeah.
One of the records we listened to a lot, we listened to Jonathan Winters, Wide Real World of Jonathan Winters, Shelley Berman, Jonathan Winters, Mort Saul, Lenny Bruce were the record, the LP comedy kings. Bob Newhart came a hair later, just a hair later, but probably you should include him in those. They sold a lot of records on LPs, vinyl LPs, and it became a phenomenon, and those people became famous. And were the people we looked up to. Comedy changed in the 1950s with the emergence of these kind of comedians. Comedy up until then was very old-fashioned. It was very similar and alike. The comedians were very like each other. Now, you had individuals like Milton Berle, George Burns, Fred Allen, Bob Hope. They came out of vaudeville, or they came out of burlesque, some of them, or they came out vaudeville, burlesque, and then radio and onto television, and that was their path. And they were always middle of the road, middle America type, and they were the big ones on television had writers. The ones who didn't have writers, the club comedians, the largely like the Borscht Belt, like the Jewish comedians of the nightclub days, those guys developed their own personalities on stage and their own, but the material was all interchangeable. It was practically interchangeable. There was no real challenging stuff. They didn't break new ground. They were a little bit like each other. In the 50s, suddenly, everything turns upside down. Lenny Bruce, Mort Saul. First of all, Lord Buckley, let's not leave him out. Lord Buckley, Lenny Bruce, Mort Saul, Shelley Berman, Nichols and May. The Second City began as the Compass Players. These people became, the comedians began to emerge with significant identities of their own. They were Shelley Berman couldn't do Mort Saul's act. Mort Saul couldn't do Lenny Bruce's act. They were just different. Each one brought something special to the mix. And that's when comedy changed. That's when it shifted. And we were in radio at the birth of that, and we were impressed with all of these comedians because they were challenging authority. That's what comedy is supposed to do. Those other comedians were playing the game. The biggest challenge they made was to crabgrass, or kids today, or their wives, shopping and stuff, living in the suburbs and stuff. Nothing challenging. These other comedians were doing things, saying things that challenged the establishment of everything, including the country itself. So we were drawn to that. And we got to Fort Worth. From Fort Worth, we left. We said, okay, we're ready for Hollywood. We had $300 and something. We said, we're ready for Hollywood. We got in my brand new Pioneer Dodge Dart, 1959, two-door. We drove out of Fort Worth to Hollywood, and the boss said, when he let us go, he said, I've seen this 100 times before. You'll be back. You'll be back, and if you want your job, we'll talk about it. So that's all we needed to hear. We drove to Hollywood. We wound up, we came in that way on the 101 where you see the sign that says Hollywood next 7 exits. And those palm trees, it was just magic. 1960, this was early 60s, February. We got an apartment, and we had vowed never to work. We're not going to drive cars, we're not going to park cars, we're not going to wash dishes, we're not going to wait tables, we're going to do the comedy. Well, how do you start that? With a filthy act like we had in the days when there were no filthy acts. Lenny Bruce was breaking new ground along that line, but there was no one else like that. It was still pretty much people-pleasing time. So we wrote a clean act, but where do you go? Where do we do? We found a coffee house called Cosmo Alley, and they listened to what we had. It was kind of smart, what was considered smart, brash, hip, young comedian type stuff then. And they liked us. They gave us a job at $125 a week, the two of us. But meantime, our money had been stolen. Before we started that job, our money had been stolen, and we said, what are we going to do? We're not going to work. We're going to have to find something. We'll go back into radio. Los Angeles, the second largest market, we started walking the streets. The second station we went into was looking for a morning team. And we auditioned and got the job that day, and we started about 2 weeks later. And that's when it's a daytime station, so when the station was off the air at sundown, we would rehearse our act in the studios. And there were other offices that people had song pluggers and different people, managers. And a guy was walking by who saw us, Murray Becker. He saw us rehearsing, and he looked in, he stopped, and he asked, what are we doing? We said, oh, well, we're a comedy team. We're going to do some comedy. We're comedians. We're on the air right now, but we're going to be comedians. He said, I used to road manage Rowan Martin. So he said, I'd like to manage you. Well, he didn't have a lot of connections. He was just a really dedicated guy. He really cared about us. And we worked clean. That was big. They worked clean, he would tell people. But we already had this job at the coffee house. So he engineered Era Records to record us for $300 advance. And we made an LP. We're in the business about 3 weeks. 3 weeks in the business, we're making an album. It didn't go anywhere much, but on that album and in our act, I imitated Lenny Bruce and I imitated Mort Sahl because a coffee house audience would understand that. And I would do Lenny Bruce and Mort Sahl. And Murray, the manager, had been in the Navy with Lenny Bruce. So he says, I'm going to try and get Lenny. I know Lenny and Honey. I'm going to try to get him to come in and see this show you're doing. And I know Mort Sahl's manager, Mill Debbing. I'll see if I can get Mort to come in. Well, Lenny came in with Honey, loved us, and was kind of probably complimented a little that we were doing an impression of him when he was, kind of like Fringe personality, really. And he got us an agency contract. GAC was then as big as William Morris, I think. And if not as big, certainly a major player. GAC. We got a telegram suddenly that said, based on Lenny Bruce's rave reaction, hereby authorize West Coast office to sign Burns and Carlin exclusive representation contract in all fields. Jack Sobel, he was the head of it. 3 or 4 weeks now into the business, and we've got an agency contract with an international agency. And they got us a job in Chicago, and we left. We drove from L.A. to Chicago to go to a nightclub to work with Bobby Short. And when we were driving there in Oklahoma, there was a rainstorm ahead of us, and there was a double rainbow. And it was right over the road we were on. So we felt that was an omen. But that's the magic of how this all happened so quickly. It just, 1960 was like 5 years telescoped into one.
Are you superstitious at all?
No. No,
what were you thinking when these things were happening?
Well, I don't know. I don't really, I guess I didn't examine anything. I just felt, okay, well, we got to do that. We got to do that now. I guess I got nervous every time we got an opportunity, but
you felt good about yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that was the difference.
Yeah. I guess I felt deserving in a stupid way, not in a large ego way, but in a way of, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. This will be good. I'll do this.
Was it an exuberant, youthful arrogance maybe at the time?
Not so much that. No, it was. You know what? There were no limitations. I didn't live with limitations in my mind. So when they didn't appear, it just seemed ordinary and natural to me. It was just I dreamed of dreams, and they seemed to come down the road to me, and it was just luck, And I mean, luck is an odd word. It's just chance, I guess. In mathematics, it's just probabilities. These things can or cannot happen, and sometimes they do.
Well, you started life off with a pretty good probability, so I guess it stayed with you.
It's an absurd, and there have been a number of other parts of my life where this is echoed and shown itself.
So now, is this the agency that now has fulfilled the next dream, which is to be booked on the Jack Parr Show? How does this come about?
Murray, we went to Chicago and did that job, and then we went to New York to meet the people in the New York office for television and for what's called club dates. Club dates are not nightclub engagements. Club dates are one-nighters that you do for specialized audiences, like the Illinois Funeral Directors Association or the Eastern Gas Dealers Association. You know, they're one night. They call them industrials now, or corporates, but they were called club dates. And we had to meet the club date agents. We wanted to meet the television agents, so he's showing us around, and we did all of that. And we had an audition for The Tonight Show. I don't remember the audition. I just remember an interesting moment. Jack had to go back to Boston. He had to hitchhike. We were in New York, and Jack lives in Boston still. Murray, Becker, Jack, and I are in The Tonight Show. And we auditioned, and we've been told, okay, well, we'll let you guys know and everything. So we go out to the elevator banks on that floor. And Jack had to go to Boston. And Murray had to go to the legal department of GAC with the contract or something. And I had to take a shit. So we're standing at the elevator. I'll never forget this. We've laughed about this a lot. Murray said, okay. You go to Boston, you take a shit, I'm going to the legal department. It's just it would be a great title for a book, But I guess we auditioned and we got our date a little while later in October.
The transition of having performed for live audiences and on the radio, what did you have to change for a TV audience? Anything?
Well, we didn't. No, you see, in our club act, we didn't have much off-color stuff. We didn't have anything like that. The centerpiece of what we did, and the thing that was on The Tonight Show, this is my first network appearance ever, October in 1960. Jack Burns and I, in our act, he would imitate, we did Huntley and Brinkley. He would do Huntley, I would do Brinkley. We also did Nixon and Kennedy. He would do Kennedy, I did Nixon, although I later learned to do the Kennedy, and my Kennedy was better, so we switched that. But my Nixon was just... and his Kennedy was with the hand in the pocket, and if you have it, and we would have Huntley imitate one of them. Huntley would imitate me as Nixon, would interview me as Nixon, and Brinkley as I as Brinkley would interview him as Kennedy, and that was our little 6-minute package for The Tonight Show, and it was very current and timely because of the Kennedys in the White House in 1960. Actually, it was October. It was a month before the election, so the Kennedy-Nixon debates were hot news. So I think that's how we got the job. That, and we were young and reasonably not unattractive, and we made a nice appearance and so forth. So my mother would say, "You look reasonable. You look reasonable." So there we were, and we didn't have to do anything different. We knew to play to the studio audience for the laughs, but we also knew that the lines would get through no matter what. So.
Can you talk a bit more about the format of The Tonight Show, it being a live show, what that meant? Did you do run-throughs? What was the interaction with the producers of the show?
My memory of that particular appearance, that first, is so loaded up in the area of our first appearance ever that a lot of other things have paled and been lost in the shadows. I don't remember a lot of specifics about the process they went through or we had to go through. I don't think there was no. I don't think they didn't do any blocking. They didn't block for camera or lighting or anything. I don't remember if they just wanted to do a camera check before. They certainly never did that on The Tonight Show years later. I don't remember that ever as being part of a late night show where you did a camera check or lighting or look at the camera and, I don't remember. I just know we did it and
Did they tell you how much time you had to do?
Yeah, they knew the routine. It was timed out around, I guess it was 5 to 6.5 minutes, something like that. And whatever it was that we were doing in our show, we had tailored it to fit their time. It probably was a little longer in the clubs. And we tailored it to fit their time, and that was all agreed upon, and we learned it that way. We learned the television version.
What was it like for you meeting Jack Parr?
Well, I didn't. You see, that's the only little off-key note here. He was not there that night. It was Arlene Francis as this guest host, as hostess. And on the panel, it was, like I say, Artie Shaw and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. And actually, we didn't go on the panel. We didn't sit on the panel. It was, when you're new, you just say, "There, thank you very much. Okay, see you later." And you go away. That's what we did.
But you were on the show again as a single.
Yeah, 2 years later, Burns and I broke up amicably. I had wanted to be a single. He knew that. He had really wanted to be in acting, and I'm the one who kind of forced it a little. But he went right into Second City, where he could use the acting skills, and I became a single. Mort Saul, who had helped us back in the Hollywood days, in that brief little thing in the coffee house, Mort had gotten us. Burns and Carlin gotten us into The Hungry Eye. He'd interested Enrico Banducci in our act, and we fit that kind of thing. We fit that milieu. So we did The Hungry Eye. Now, Burns and I are broken up, and I'm a single, and Mort and Murray resumed being my manager. And we knew that in between Parr, because Parr had left, and they didn't know who the new host was going to be. Nobody knew Johnny Carson would be the host someday. This is what I call the interregnum. They had people for a week that they would try out. Don't even remember. I'm sure Bill Dana was one of them. I don't even remember who they had. People who were able to handle an anchor desk like that. And Mort Saul had a week of his own. And we knew that, and we asked him, would you consider having George on? By then I was a single, and I was doing the Kennedy. We must lower the quota of sugar from Cuba. And I went on and did my Kennedy. I was working that week at the Living Room in New York, a nice supper club on 2nd Avenue. So I just picked up from Burns, and my career just continued to go well for a couple of years until the magic changes all begin to show up.
And we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Tell us about your act, though, on the Tonight Show. What kind of thing did you do?
I did the Kennedy only. I did just the John Kennedy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I don't have a kinescope of that one. Someone has gotten me a kinescope of the Burns and Carlin. It's buried in storage somewhere. But I don't have one from 1962 with Mort.
Was this your first TV?
First solo, first single appearance, yes.
Do you remember the reaction to your on-screen appearance, the audience there and the audience nationally?
No, but I have no reason to think it wasn't a normally good one. I mean, they didn't, tear the lights down, and they didn't come after me. So somewhere in between those two things.
Now, you're making your living now as a touring comedian.
Stand-up, yeah.
And you're continuing to get booked on these big shows. You were also booked on the Sullivan Show.
Well, now we're going too fast.
Oh, we are. Okay.
62 to 65, I had no television at all. They say, boy, he's on the Tonight Show. He's on his way. No. On the Tonight Show, nothing happened. Huh. Nothing happened except they could put it in the ad when I went to Allentown, as seen on the Tonight Show. Cool. The Allentowns were still out there, and someone had to do them. So I continued to work from the momentum from Burns and Carlin breaking up. I had contracts at the Playboy clubs that Burns and Carlin hadn't fulfilled that I took over. One of them included being on Playboy After Dark. I think that was the first incarnation of Hef's show was called Playboy After Dark. Later on, I think it was called Playboy Penthouse. Mm-hmm. I was on that first one. I have a kinescope of that somewhere. And I just drifted. And I finally ran out of the Burns and Carlin momentum. And I'm going to Indianapolis to work at the Embers with Ann Richards, which is a good job and a great club. But who understood me in Indianapolis in the 1960s? No one. No one, no one, no one. I can remember people just sitting there like this in a nightclub. I can remember awful times when you're not known and when you're doing something, quote unquote, a little avant-garde, a little bit in a new direction, let's say. They don't, most run-of-the-mill, rank-and-file citizens didn't know, didn't care, didn't understand. There was a touch of irreverence in it, and I'm sure that was off-putting. I can remember doing the supper show. That means there are still dishes on the table. There are still coffee cups being placed down on saucers. There are spoons and forks dropping onto plates. And I can remember in stone silence, practically, having to do 25 minutes. And the only reason you don't lose heart is because you remember the good nights. You say, well, I understand why this is happening here, now. I'll just remember the good nights. And that was part of the seed was being planted in me that I was in the wrong places, doing the wrong things. But I did hold on, and I didn't want to keep going to Indianapolis and spending the whole week's pay getting there and back and having a little, what they call an efficiency apartment for a week, or something where you could keep something cold. So I said to my wife, and we had an infant baby, I said, I've got to take a stand in New York. I've got to take a stand and get on the Merv Griffin show. I've got to do television here. And it means I have to go somewhere to clubs to work out. I have to figure this out. There were no comedy clubs. There were only coffee houses. Coffee houses had hootenannies. Hootenannies were once a week when the coffee house didn't have its usual folk singer or two, and they had an open mic, as it were, amateur night. But people who were somewhat accomplished, people with a leg up professionally. And I started doing that. I did 2 of those. And an owner of a club saw me and he says, I want you over in the Cafe Au Go-Go. I spent 2 years there, working sometimes 2 nights a week, sometimes 1, sometimes a week, sometimes a month off, sometimes 3 weeks off, sometimes 4 weeks in a row, sometimes opening for somebody, sometimes being the only person, sometimes getting $5, sometimes getting just a hamburger, sometimes getting $50, sometimes getting $100 for 2 nights on the weekend because I was opening for someone. And I was spotty. It wasn't regular, but it was there, and it was definite, and it was a gymnasium, and it was a laboratory for me. It was a place to work on my television bit that I needed a bit to get onto TV. Merv Griffin was my best bet. I honed this piece called The Indian Sergeant. Richard Pryor and I were both unknown at the same time in the Cafe Au Go-Go years, during the Cafe Au Go-Go years. He was perfecting his Rumpelstiltskin bit, which was his passport to television. Both of us obviously are still in our early undeveloped stages, short hair, suit and ties, mainstream comedy, call it. And he was like a step ahead of me in terms of, we're both working there sporadically, occasionally on the same night. And he got an interview with the Merv Griffin people. And then he went for his interview and he was given a date. And while he was waiting to do his first appearance, they came in to see me. So I got an appointment. Then he did his first show. Then I got an interview, and I got a date. And then once he did one, they gave him some more, and I got my first one. Now, what happened on Merv Griffin was very, very important to my development. First of all, it not only opened the door for television for me, Merv loved me. I did The Indian Sergeant. It was a great bit. It's a fish out of water routine, which is about how a first sergeant in the movies, these kind of guys, over here, all right, everybody, move them tanks out, get those troops over there. You guys, no, more ammo, one of those guys, how he would be if he lived in Indian days. And it was about the Indian sergeant. And it was very clever, but it was fish out of water, easy to write. I killed on Merv with it. And Merv's, immediately they gave me 3 more. Now, I had a few things in my act down at the Cafe Au Go-Go that I learned. I figured, well, I can engineer them. So I had no more material. All I had was the Indian bit. I got on Merv Griffin and I killed, and they gave me 3 more dates. And I was in a semi-panic because I didn't have any other thing like that, like the Indian Sergeant, to do. But I had pieces in my show, spoofs on daytime television, spoofs on the newscaster and the disc jockey, and I figured, well, I can pull them together. The first thing I did, I was smart. First thing I did was tell the producer, Bob Shanks, I said, Bob, I want you to have Merv ask me on to do the Indian Sergeant again because he liked it so much. So that got me past the first one of the three. It was clever. And he did. He said, yes, that's fine. And Merv loved it enough to do that. So I did it. The second show, I did that again. And he went through, all disclaimers came from him. I didn't have to say a word about it. Then for the next one, I had pieced together some things, and I did the 3 shows. And then they gave me 13 more. Well, you don't walk away from 13 dates when you've been in Indianapolis staring at coffee cups. So I had to accept, naturally I accepted them. And I thought, well, what am I going to do? And meantime, the Mike Douglas show was on the same syndicated network as Merv, Westinghouse syndicated television. They both went all around the country, but they weren't networked. They weren't on simultaneously around the country. They weren't on at different time zones and different places and everything. So I was starting to do the Mike Douglas shows. Everything I did on Merv, I did on Mike Douglas. I did the Indian Sergeant first. I asked him to have me back and do it again. Then I did the Wonderful Wino, the disc jockey. That was the next thing up, I think. Then I did my newscast. Now what happens is this. I found out I had to start writing stuff at a very fast rate, which I'd never had to do. So I would go down. We lived on the 6th floor, Brenda and Kelly and I, on the 6th floor of the apartment building in a small apartment. And I would go down to my mother's apartment where I had grown up in the same building while she was at work, and I would sit at the kitchen table and I would write. And it was all longhand. I didn't use a typewriter. God knows there were no computers. Everything was longhand, and I would write things, and I would write things, and I would write them. And I came up with the Indian Sergeant. I said, okay, I'll do an Indian Columbus on Columbus's ship. Same premise, but now you just do all maritime and pirate and seaworthy stuff. You just do the jokes, different jokes. And it was easy. And then I did the disc jockey. Then I realize I had a newscast, news, sports, and weather. The newscaster, the weatherman was Al Sleet, the hippy-dippy weatherman, and the sports. And I realized they didn't have to memorize this stuff because a newscaster sits with a script. So I had my stuff, and I would do the newsman, and I'd have him look down, and I knew the story well enough to just get a reminder. Okay, this is about the 2 people in the park. Yeah, okay, I know that, and I just used a pen, just do that. And I wrote the News, Sports, and Weather, Volume 2. And then Volume 3, they were just new generations of good stuff, too, good jokes. Same with the disc jockey. I did a second version of him. Then I'm back to the Indian. I say, ask me to do the Indian again. And I do the Indian. So patchwork, and I had to learn how to write on demand. And I didn't try anything out anywhere. I just did things straight to television. I did not, there were a lot of people who say, I'm in the clubs, I'm working on a piece for television. I mean, these are guys that already had done television. They said, I'm doing a piece for TV, I'm working on a piece. Trying it out in the clubs. And I was working the opposite. I would do something on television and then put it in my club act. If it worked on television, well, it's got to work in the club too. So it was the strangest period. 1965, 66. Well, 66 is another turning point. But 65 was loaded with Mervs and Mike Douglas's. And then I did the Jimmy Dean show on ABC.
Right.
And that was my first network primetime variety show, produced by Bob Banner Associates. And Bob Banner and Associates liked me so much at the first taping, which wasn't going to air for another 3 or 4 weeks or so. They had me back the next week to tape again, and they slotted it in at another time. So I did the Indian Sergeant and I did the newscast. And I had 2 networks shows under my belt. Banner, I didn't know this. Now I'm working at the Basin Street East in New York City, big nightclub, with the Tijuana Brass, who were hot as a pistol then. They were headlining, I was opening. Well, I didn't get many people's attention during the opening because there was a lot of drinking going on, but I didn't care. I was on a good, important bill, and I was making good money, and I was in New York. And Bob Banner's people came in to see me there, and they liked me. Apparently it was a show where I was able to get my stuff out and get it across and everything. And they knew me from the other show, the Jimmy Dean. So they had they were the producers of Andy Williams' Kraft Music Hall, a big time network evening primetime show, Variety. And during the summer hiatus, the replacement show was going to be called the Kraft Summer Music Hall. And it was John Davidson, who Banner managed. And they produced that show. And they hired me to be the writer and to be a weekly comedy presence. So I went to Hollywood in 1966 with Kelly and Brenda, not knowing we'd never come back, but feeling that we were on to something. And I did 14 Kraft Summer Music Halls. I think I got $12.50 a week on them, and that was sure thing, 14 in a row. And I was the writer. I got into the Writers Guild. I was I got into AFTRA finally, and here I was on television all the time. And the following year, I got on another summer replacement show on CBS for Jackie Gleason's. He was gone for the summer. They gave that show, they called it Away We Go, and they gave it to Buddy Greco and me and to Buddy Rich and the orchestra, the three co-hosts with the great orchestra, and Buddy Rich was incredible. And the three of us, and there I was again on network television the following summer, 13 or 14 shows. And I became known as a reliable primetime variety show comedian.
And the act that you were doing on these shows, or the writing that you were doing, was it dissimilar to the previous incarnation? Was this starting to shift?
It wasn't shifting much, except that I was casting about for new subjects. There are some things from that second year that I really didn't like. Things I did as the monologues that I didn't like. I did a couple of monologues on the Kraft Summer Music Hall that they cut. Just didn't work. I mean, I was trying too hard. I was digging too deep. There wasn't a lot of things there. I was an undeveloped writer. I was really a club comedian with a limited, here I was 24, 25, whatever. Yeah, right. No, by now I'm in my late 20s. So I didn't have the depth of experience in my matrix to call on. I wasn't writing from that spot. I was writing superficially from the front of my head. And it was thin. So I began to do these, but I hated doing these variety shows. I started to get I got other ones. I got the Perry Como special in Hawaii. I got Jimmy Rogers. I did Roger Miller's variety show. I did Carol Burnett. I did probably 5 or 10 more. Sullivan, I held out. They wanted me on Sullivan, and I held out. I told my manager, I said, no. I said, I've heard that they chew young comedians up there. The reputation of the Sullivan Show was that after dress rehearsal, Sunday afternoon, they would come to you and say, okay, you need to cut 1.5 minutes. And that was fine. But then, okay, so you cut the 1.5 minutes. Now you do the live show. Just before you go on, they come and they say, the roller skating chimpanzees went long, so we need you to cut another minute. And this is a live show. You're about to go on in another 5 or 10 minutes, and they're telling you to cut 1 minute. Well, I did hunks. I did things that were pieces. I couldn't take 1.5 minutes out, even after dress rehearsal. I couldn't take 1 minute out on short. I either junked the whole piece, or I went back and I came back a week later with a shorter version of it. But I was afraid of that. So I told them, I don't want to go. I waited about 1 year or 2 years. Finally, I went on. It's a very frightening experience. I will never forget the Sunday walk. I did 11 of them. Yeah. They're all live. Some people of a certain age don't know anything about that. They've heard about it. But there's no turning back. You're scheduled. You'll be on there. And I would walk from the Americana Hotel. It's been renamed now. It's over at 52nd or 3rd on 7th Avenue. And I would walk with my garment bag. From there over the short walk over to what is now the David Letterman Theater stage door, the Ed Sullivan Show. And my stomach was just a knot. I was just so afraid that I knew the audience they were dead. They were just dead people. Yes, they laughed at Myron Cohen. They understood him. They knew him. He was familiar. He was like in a good old comfortable chair. And Jackie Leonard could mow them down with energy. And you see, the trouble with that audience was, first of all, they were old-fashioned. But second of all, a lot of them in the orchestra knew that they'd be turning the lights up later when Ed would introduce Joe Louis or Babe Ruth's widow or somebody from the audience. Stand up there, take a bow now. Come on now. Come on, turn up the light now. All right. And they knew these people dressed for that. These people had their furs and stuff and their jewelry and stuff. And so they were a little bit tight, a little bit tense. And here I am trying to do, quote unquote, a little bit avant-garde stuff, a little different. Now, I did well with the Indian Sergeant. I did well with the stuff I knew well, and I knew. But now we're getting down to, they keep having me back, and the money's good. And you don't walk away from Ed Sullivan's. It's good to have them on your resume. How many do you do? 5? Get them in there. We want them in this club, So I was a victim of my own success, and I did some Ed Sullivans I hate. I've got all 11 of them on a disc. I wouldn't look at them. I wouldn't look at them because I don't know which ones I'm going to see. I don't want to. It's too hard when you know you've come a long way. It's too hard to see yourself, getting knocked down by a fastball pitcher, You don't want to see that. You don't need to. I know who I am now. I'll look sometime maybe, but it's time consuming for one thing. On those Ed Sullivan shows, I began to realize, not just there, everywhere, all these shows, I didn't fit. And here's what I was missing. I was missing who I was. I began with a dream of being Danny Kaye, which is a very mainstream dream. It's very middle America. It's a people pleaser job. And I dreamed a path that was traditional. Comedian, disc jockey, comedian, actor, big success. A mainstream dream. Meanwhile, what I really was an outlaw and a rebel because I had lived that kind of life. I got kicked out of 3 different schools. I got kicked out of the Air Force. I got kicked out of the choir. I got kicked out of the altar boys. I got kicked out of summer camp. I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts. And I quit school at 9th grade. I had great marks. I was a smart kid, but I didn't care. They weren't teaching what I want. I didn't give a shit. It's important in life if you don't give a shit. It can help you a lot. So I didn't give a shit. And I was a pot smoker when I was 13. We broke the law. We broke into cars. We broke into offices. We broke into Columbia University. We broke into stores. We did all sorts of unlawful things. And I was that kind of person. I was one who swam against the tide of what is expected and what the establishment wants from us. But I didn't know that about myself because this dream blinded me. This dream was about America, about the path that we all follow, the middle of the road, middle class America, mainstream will dream. And meanwhile, I'm sitting there like this, fuck those people. Fuck that shit. Look at this stupid shit. No, I don't want to be in the bunny number. Can I get out of the bunny number, please? I don't want to put on that fucking uniform. And I didn't know this dissonance was inside me. And in the period this is happening, all through the 60s, the counterculture was forming. The free speech movement started in Berkeley. The hippies were growing into a force. And peace, love, power, flower power, pot smoking, anti-authority. See, bing, ding, 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 anti-authority. Throw over the establishment. Burn down the math building? Wow. Ding, 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 ding. So I gravitated toward that because I was that person, really. And the people I hung around with were that way. The musicians I knew in the late 50s had gone through that transition. Suddenly they looked different, and their music changed. And I'm listening to people like the Buffalo Springfield. I'm listening to Bob Dylan. I'm listening to these people, and I realize these artists are using their talent to project their feelings and ideas, not just please people. And I began to take some acid and some mescaline. I didn't overdo it. I had a couple of trips that weren't the best, but I had a lot of great trips. And that is a values-changing drug. Hallucinogens are a value changer. So is marijuana. Like it or not, it changes your values. It opens up windows, doors of perception, Aldous Huxley called them, and you see things differently. And I suddenly was able to see my place and to realize I was in the wrong place. You see, in 1967, the summer of love, the peak of the hippie movement, I was 30. I was entertaining people in nightclubs who were 40, and they were at war with their kids who were 20. There was a generation war. I was in the middle of it. I was 30, 20, 40. And I'm going, I said, what the fuck am I doing over here? These are the people that will at least understand me and give me a chance. So it took 2 years. I didn't go to the mountain and come back different. I didn't do a Bobby Darin. I didn't do a whatever, those people who just go away and they're back new suddenly. I took 2 years to change, and it happened on television. Happened on daytime television. Happened on syndicated shows like Della Reese, Virginia Graham, and Steve Allen had one of his many incarnations. He had so many great shows. This was one of his syndicated shows in Hollywood. And I went on there. Those shows had 5 shows a week. They needed people. I went on there. My beard was growing and growing, getting longer. My clothes were changing. My attitudes, the things I was allowing out of me were changing. And I talked about my changes on the panel a lot. Virginia Graham loved it. Virginia Graham had Henry Mancini on with me one time, and he had admitted to smoking pot. And I just thought that was great. Henry Mancini smoked pot. Whoa! And Virginia Graham was a real shit stirrer anyway. She loved to stir the shit, and I loved that. And I'd talk about these things that I felt and those stupid shows I'd been doing. And Steve Allen was nice. And Steve Allen told me something. I was on there, and he was big with a bowl of fruit, and he always had a bowl of fruit. And I'm eating a plum in between commercials or tape stops. I'm eating a plum. And I said, you know something, Steve? I said, isn't it interesting that the meat of the plum is really sweet, but when you chomp down on the skin itself, there's this bitter, sour taste there. He said, that's a poet's thought. I thought, wow. He told me I was a poet. And just I was just expanding. I was just expanding naturally. It wasn't forced. It was organic. It was who I really should have. Yeah, who knew? Who knows before the fact? You don't know that. I mean, there's no place like the counterculture in 1960 for me to identify with. I knew about folk rooms. That's why I went to the folk clubs, to go to the hootenannies. I knew the pot smokers were in the folk rooms. So I had denied that part of myself, and finally it came into full flower. And I never became a really big success until that. Mm-hmm. I probably had 200 television appearances by that time, and I still wasn't realized as a writer, comedian, as a comedian. By that I mean I hadn't let myself grow into that, and I found out later I was more than just a comedian.
Right, you found your identity.
Yeah, I did, and then slowly, and I really didn't find my comic voice until 1992. If you want to talk about milestones, I read something when I was still a comedian in the Greenwich Village. A friend of mine, Bob Altman, not Robert Altman, Bob Altman. He told me about Arthur Koestler's Act of Creation. And in the Act of Creation, Arthur Koestler, I don't remember the details of this well enough to do it justice, so I'm going to have to shorthand it to the part that meant something to me. He showed a triptych, a 3-paneled illustration. And and there were several listings down, several listings in the vertical column, each of them. And then, of course, you could go look across from one triptych to the second to the third. And that was the progression of a creative person. And the jester was in the first triptych. And the jester is, of course, a person who makes jokes. He makes these funny jokes. But if he has ideas attached, if the jokes are built on sound ideas, if there's something philosophical in his thinking that the jokes illuminate, then he's a bit of a philosopher, too. So he goes to the second part of the triptych. Jester becomes jester-philosopher now. And if he does those things with marvelous language that thrills us, particularly graceful combinations of words and runs and rhythms of language, then he becomes a poet as well. And so the jester has become a philosopher-poet, and he's all one. And I read that at a very young period before my development really kicked into gear. And yet somehow it stayed with me. And I think I have now I think I can now do a little justice to that theory. I think I can claim to have my essay, their essays now, there are sound ideas in them. The jokes are great. I would never run from jokes. Joke, 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 joke. I love big jokes. I love fat jokes. I love home run jokes. And I just put in 5 or 6 more the other day in this piece that's almost finished. And I love the jokes. But the jokes are there to decorate the ideas. The ideas are about what I don't like in this country, what it is I'm sort of kind of disenchanted by in my fellow man, my fellow human, and my fellow American. So those are the ideas. But then I found that I have this ability my father had to be really good with language and to put it into kind of interesting sounding bits and snatches and runs and trills and things. And so I've kind of gotten that. I mean, I kind of have inherited that. And now I feel fully realized as a performing writer. See, I used to think of myself as a writer, as a performer who wrote his own material. I always bragged about that in interviews. I'd say, I write my own material, because a lot of comedians didn't. I'd say, I'm a comedian, but I write my own material. Now I think I'm a writer who performs his own material. I write, but I have 2 places for it, books and on stage. And then on stage it becomes HBO. HBO saved my creative and commercial. The marriage of the two saved me, because my record career had pretty much died down. I had 4 gold records in the early 70s, and you can't be the new hot guy in town forever. So I began to fade and then run out of ideas. I drifted a while. HBO came along. In 77, I did my first show for them. They didn't have many subscribers. 78, I did another one, and I was on my way. I've now done 13 of them, and number 14 is coming. And that is what has kept me in front of a mass audience without censorship. I don't mean just fuck, shit, and piss. I mean ideas that would be unwelcome on commercial enterprise television. Because commercials, it's in the word. It's a commercial enterprise. They can't allow you to be upsetting the customers. No. Can you soften that a little? I don't do that. I mean, I do the Tonight Show occasionally. I do Letterman occasionally, just to plug a new thing that came out that I want to plug. And I work on some things for them that are good from the panel, you know. But HBO without commercials, boy, that saved my ass. And it really made me who I am. It allowed me to continue working 200 days a year or 100, however many I was well enough to do. And that forced me to write. Every time an HBO came around, I'd throw the show out and I'd write another one. I became a writer because of HBO. It's a weird life, you know.
Right, and to be able to do those extended, hearing you talk about, you know, the jester, philosopher, poet, I thought of that, the opening monologue of one of those specials, Modern Man.
Yeah.
And it's a rap. I mean, it's a rap poem.
Yeah, and it's all about language, and it's all about jargon, really. American jargon in this decade, let's call it.
Yeah.
And I'm a modern man, a man for the millennium, digital and spoke free, a diversified, multicultural, postmodern deconstructionist, politically, anatomically, and ecologically incorrect. I'll do a short part of it for you. I've been uplinked and downloaded. I've been inputted and outsourced. I know the upside of downsizing. I know the downside of upgrading. I'm a high-tech lowlife, a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art, bi-coastal multitasker, and I can give you a gigabyte in a nanosecond. I'm new wave, but I'm old school. And my inner child is outward bound. I'm a hot-wired, heat-seeking, warm-hearted, cool customer, voice-activated and biodegradable. I interface with my database. My database is in cyberspace, so I'm interactive, I'm hyperactive, and from time to time, I'm radioactive. That's enough for now.
Thank you so much.
That was a great piece to do, and I, for some reason, can't forget it now. It's lodged in my memory.
Right.
What kind of audience reaction did you have with something like that?
Well, during for my own audiences, who, you know, I draw my own people, so I'm very lucky. I don't have to win over an audience. I just have to let them know they're getting what they expected. They would want to laugh at certain points where the thing crests and a section is over with something similar to what would be a punchline. And they would want to laugh at that. But I would want to continue with the rhythm of the poem. So I would always override their laugh. Then I got used to the places, there were 4 of them, where they definitely wanted to laugh. And I then learned to pause there, catch my breath, let them laugh, and then pick it up and just get right back into the energy of it, you know. So they love it, and it's like it's a tour de force type of thing. and they really liked the dexterity, I guess. That's the Danny Kaye part of my genes. Mm-hmm. That's the Danny Kaye, the intricate verbal pyrotechnics. You know, boy, he was fabulous. But you know what he did to me?
Danny Kaye? Danny
Kaye. I was a little kid. I collected autographs. You know, Danny Kaye's my hero. All right, want to hear a sad story? Yeah. Danny Kaye's my hero. Okay, and he was appearing at the Roxy. I used to, or was it Radio City? No, it was the Radio City Music Hall. It was one of the two. There were 4 theaters in New York that had movies and stage shows at the same time, one after the other. Movie stage, all day long. Capitol, the Paramount, the Strand, and the Roxy. And, of course, Rockefeller, Radio City. I think it was at the Roxy. I stood outside and waited for him. I knew the schedule. You go there and you open the stage door, and the guy inside, you say, what time is he coming back? Is he out? Is he in? Is he He's out. He'll be back at such and such. The show starts 5:15. He's got to be here at 5. Okay. So I'm waiting, and it was a rainy day, misty, cold. And I'm in the little doorway, just barely protected from the rain, waiting for Danny Kaye. I waited for probably an hour. And I was the only one there. Only one. It's different when there's a crowd of people. The only one. A cab pulled up, he got out, and he walked right past me. And I said, Mr. Kaye, come here. I'm doing all that stuff. Not even an I don't sign autographs. Didn't even look at me. Walked right in the stage door. And I never forgot that. And when I met him later on in life, when I was an established comedian, we met briefly at something, and I didn't tell him. I thought that was my gift to him, not to tell him that. But it was kind of a crushing moment, you know,
like you said, you almost surpassed that dream. I mean, that was a childhood dream.
Yeah. I found a fork farther down the road than that. Yeah. Well, at the time I was in commercial nighttime, variety shows, such as Sullivan and the others. My act didn't have anything in it that I really had to curtail or change. It would have been more content than words. I didn't use any objectionable language so much as, I'll give you an example on Sullivan. I did a Sullivan where I had this is later on when I began to go through my changes. The last Sullivan I did, I had my beard and I had changed a bit. I was on my way to full change. And I had a piece of material. I had two jokes in the course of the monologue. One of them was about Muhammad Ali. And the background on Muhammad Ali is, for those who don't know, he was the world champion. His name was Cassius Clay before he changed it. He was the world champion, and he was a heavyweight, great heavyweight, as we all know. He refused to go in the draft. He was a conscientious objector because of his Muslim leanings. He refused to go in the draft. And as a result, they denied him his heavyweight title. They took away his heavyweight title, and he couldn't fight. So I had 2 jokes in this monologue. One of them was about George Wallace, the racist governor of Alabama who was running for president. And he had a thing he used to like to say. He would make fun of liberals in the North, calling them pointy-headed intellectuals. He would that was his code word for the Jewish establishment in the Northeast intellectual Washington, New York corridor, the liberal establishment. That was his shorthand for that. Pointy-headed intellectuals, he'd say. And I had 2 jokes in this routine. One of them was, George Wallace keeps talking about pointy-headed intellectuals. Pointy-headed. Have you ever seen the sheets they wear down there? So that was my joke, the pointy-headed sheets of the Ku Klux Klan. Another joke I had was that Muhammad Ali's job, this is the routine, Muhammad Ali's job is beating people up. That's his job. The government wanted him to go to Vietnam and kill people. He said, I'll beat people up, but I'm not going to kill them. So they said, all right, if you're not going to kill them, we're not going to let you beat people up. And that's a really smart joke. The other one is a simplistic joke. After dress rehearsal, the producer, Bob Precht, came to me. He was the son-in-law of Ed Sullivan. He said, all right, we need to, one of those jokes you can keep, the other one has to go. I said, huh? They said, well, you can have one of those 2 jokes. Which one would you like to keep? In other words, it was the sheer volume that disturbed them for some reason. Here, one of them was about draft dodging and the government. The other was about bias and bigotry in the South. And they were willing to give me a choice, you know. So I chose the Muhammad Ali joke to stay in because that was a smarter joke. And I could never make that work in my head. Why they had offered, you know, they apparently said, well, only one joke that bothers people per bit or something. I don't know.
Weird.
Strange.
In general, this change that you're going through, physical, and even though it's over 2-year period,
right?
You're talking about it on screen.
Yeah.
What was the reaction coming from people like Sullivan and Carson, who had been booking you throughout this period? And was there ever a conflict in terms of was your viability as a hired performer at stake because of?
Yes, it was. The Sullivan Show, the last one I did, I explained to you, I did it with my beard coming in pretty much, and I changed the way I looked with the clothing and so forth, and the material was a little edgier. But that was the second to last Ed Sullivan ever done. So there was never a conflict that arose out of Ed Sullivan. On the Carson Show, here's what happened. I was fired from 2 jobs in Las Vegas. It was the same job, really, the Frontier Hotel. This was when my world changed. I'm still a mainstream comedian working mainstream places, but I'm also starting to go to coffee houses and test the waters, test how I feel about it, how they feel about it. And I still had to do these mainstream shows. So I did shows at the Frontier Hotel in Las Vegas. I had a contract there, a 3-year contract, and it was $12,500 a week. And in 1969, in the fall, I was there, I believe, with the Supremes. And I did a thing where we did a special show for some people, and I did a thing where I included the word ass. That's the only bad word that was in my show. This is Las Vegas, 1969. I said ass. The joke was, I got no ass, folks. I got no ass. I'm Irish. I got a flat ass from shoulder to the heels. When I used to be in the Air Force, the black guys would look at me. They'd say, where your ass at, man? I got suspended for that. They said, we're suspending the engagement, but you still have a contract here. I came back for 2 more engagements, and a year later, the last engagement I had, I was on with Al Martino, and I used the word shit. I had the following routine, because I was getting a little bolder in my stand-up act. This is the only thing I said, though. I said, I don't say shit, folks. Buddy Hackett says shit right down the street, if you want that. Red Fox says shit. He's over at the Landmark, if you like that. I don't say shit. I don't say shit. I smoke a little of it, but I don't say it. They fired me for that. They fired me. 1960, now it's 1970. And that just was the straw that broke the camel's back for me, because now it had been done for me. And I told my wife, Brenda, I said, Brenda, they did the job for me. They broke it off. This is good. I'll go to the coffee houses. And I told her this. I said, if all I ever do the rest of my life is I can fill up coffee houses 6 days a week, I'll be happy with that. And I went to the coffee houses, and first they thought I was a counterfeit. First they thought, well, this guy's just they say he's trying to cash in on the hippie thing, trying to cash in on the hippie craze. So I quickly eliminated that by doing my act and showing my bona fides, bona fides, whatever. In Latin class, it was bona fides. I showed them I was the real deal by doing the pieces that I had, the 7 words you can never say on television, and shoot is really shit with 2 O's, and all these other pieces I had. And they quickly saw I was okay and that I belonged there. And I just grew into that. And yet, on the Carson Show, where I wanted to go back, I wanted to continue to do that, they had heard about it in show business circles. Carlin, he's going nuts, it's the acid, that was the word. Oh, it's the acid, he takes the acid, he's crazy now, the acid. He took the LSD, oh, he's goofy now, you ought to see him with the tie-dye shirt, and he's doing, these are the mainstream people. GAC, I was at the Copacabana. I was in this transitional period, and I hated that fucking place. It's everything I didn't want. And I was working there. I was opening for Oliver. It was Christmas and New Year's at the Copacabana, and I died night after night. The band had to sit on stage. They don't leave when you come on. They sat on stage, and I was just fucking dying. I had this fucking suit on, and I was dying. And what I started to do was to tell the audience, I'd say, listen, I don't belong in this place. You know what? This place should have closed 20 years ago. If I see Cesar Romero dance by one more time, I'm getting out of here. Dennis Morgan was up at the top throwing people down the stairs. This place is old-fashioned. I don't belong in these places. I want to go to the colleges where they'll understand me. And they fucking look at me like this. And he would never fire me, that fuck. Jules Podell. He had the big ring. That was his traditional thing. He'd sit in the back with the big ring and bounce it on the fucking table if he didn't like you. No matter who you were, if he didn't like you. It could be Sammy Davis. Dong, dong, with the ring. And I just would keep, and they wouldn't fire me because they knew they had to pay me for the whole time. And finally, I would do this. I would lie down on the floor and I would describe the ceiling to the audience. This is a dance floor, same level as the tables. Now they're looking down at me. I lay under the piano. I went under the piano and I lay there and I described the things. I said, there's a piece of paper. It says Steinway approved 3507752. It was Dada is what it was. I was doing Dada comedy. I was doing nonsense just to let them know. And the GAC heard about this. And Buddy K, wasn't he one of the big honchos? Buddy, God damn it. Buddy was a big dude at GAC, and all the agents, Stan Scotland, Vic Charmel, they're all hearing it. He's crazy, he's going crazy, it's the acid. They did to Mr. Kelly's, he walked down, they all come in and they're sitting back at the table, and I said, as I'm doing this, I start with my regular shit and it's not going anywhere, and I said, you see, I don't belong in these fucking places. Put me in the colleges. You guys, I'm looking right at their table, there's about 7 of them. I said, put me in the colleges. Put me on the college circuit. That's where I belong. And I don't remember anything else about that night. But the last night of the engagement, I'm up there and I'm doing whatever I was doing by then. And what they had the theatrical decency to do, they just, in the middle of my act, not even at the end, they just turned the light down ever so slowly, went to black, and they cut my mic. And man, that was it. And I said, I didn't know the exact words of Martin Luther King, free at last, but I said my version of that. And I was free. And then the Copacabana came not long after. The Frontier Hotel, which came not long after, and it had happened. The transition, it was a forced birth. It was a forced birth. And then I went to the coffee houses, and I was given a chance at Santa Monica City College, it was called then. Santa Monica City College had an amphitheater, about 900. And Mort Saul was supposed to appear with the band Spirit, big band at the time. And Mort was sick and couldn't get there. And I was asked to fill in. I'd never done a college audience in my new self. I had done a few as the old, wonderful wino, the happy doodly, middle America guy at the square colleges. But I'd never done a really college audience in the 60s kind of thing. And I got there, and I started my stuff, and I killed, and they gave me a standing ovation. And I thought, this is it, man. I'm going to do it. It's going to fucking work. And I went out to the Ice House, and I did a show there to show these people that I could do this. And I drove my brand new Trans Am out there and parked it on a side street near the Ice House. And while I was in the club doing my new stuff and getting these people on my side, a car sideswiped mine and just completely wrecked the left side of my car. And I went out and I looked at it and I thought, this is a message. This is what this is this is a test to see if I mean this. This is my nice new mainstream car, my real, kind of old-fashioned toy, and somebody sideswiped it and ruined it. And I was in my I just looked to things that be symbolic for me, and that meant a lot. And I managed to get the door open and drive home. I might have had to go on the other side, can't remember.
And then you really encapsulated all of this with FM and AM.
Yeah.
This is the two sides. You had two-person personas,
right.
two voices.
I was coming out of, for those who don't know this historical fact, in the 60s and 70s, FM radio was considered underground radio. They didn't have as many commercials. They could play very long cuts. They would play an 8-minute or 9-minute cut. They'd play the whole side of an album. FM radio was where it was at for rock music. AM was now being thought of as kind of hokey and old-fashioned, top 40, and full of commercials and hokey stuff. And FM was kind of cool and pot smoking and underground. All the jocks were pot smokers, and you could hear long cuts, like 20-minute cuts. So I knew that I was leaving the AM world and entering the FM world. And I had two sides to this album, of course. One side was the older stuff. I wanted to get it on a recording in its final form. The wonderful wino disc jockey, the news, sports, and weather, the Indian sergeant. Let's make a deal. I had the divorce game quiz show, and I had different television type stuff. That was the AM side. The FM side had shoot is shit with two O's, and the beginning of some of the things that were to lead to the next album. And that was the FM side, and those two parts of me. I did that show live at the Cellar Door in Washington, D.C. I opened for the Dillards, and I did that show, and I walked around Georgetown crying because I thought I had missed it. I thought I didn't catch it. I really didn't like the show. They weren't on my side totally. They tolerated me, and I got some laughs. But it wasn't the best version. I wanted the best version of the AM and the best version of the FM now. But it didn't matter in the long run because people never know what you know. The people who listen don't know what you know. You know the flaws. You know it was disappointing. They just hear it, and it is what it is. And I walked around Georgetown crying for 20 minutes or so, and I went back to the recording truck, and I listened, and I said, okay, well, we'll just have to put this out. But it went gold immediately, and we put out another album before the year was over. It was unbelievable.
Can you talk about what inspired 7 Dirty Words?
Well, I always had an interest in language and these words that were considered dirty. The left side of my brain is very active. I like classifying and indexing and filing. That's why I have a lot of files in my computer. It's why my material works, because the right brain is the creative guy, creative lady, let's say, throwing shit up in the air, and the left side says, okay, where does that fit? How does that go? Let's call that something. Let's give it a label. Let's put it with other things that are similar. Let's match them up. Okay, these go together, it's like an empire building thing. So the left side of my brain got curious about which words you could never say on television, because I would notice, it was just common knowledge, but I noticed it specifically, that you could talk about a female dog and say the bitch. The bitch is in heat, and that was okay on television if you were in that context. And bastard was okay if you were talking about William the Conqueror. It's William the Bastard, or the bastard son of so-and-so. You could say that in context. So I knew the words weren't. I said, well, those words aren't bad words then. They're an ass. You could say, yes, Jesus rode into Nazareth on an ass. And come is okay if I'm going to come in the house in a minute. I said, let me separate these. Which ones don't have saving meanings? Which ones don't have a saving grace to them? And I tried to isolate them. Well, balls is okay, box is okay, snatch is okay, pussy is okay, cunt, no, doesn't have another meaning. Cunt is on the list. Fuck, hump has got a meaning. Lay, screw, ball, all of those have other meanings. It's not the words, it's the idea. What's the word? Fuck. That's the word they don't like. It's not the idea alone. It's the idea plus the word. And that appealed to my sense of indexing. And I separated them, and then I put down those ideas into language that was entertaining. The jokes were self-evident. And I could build on that, because I could say, for instance, it's okay to say, in a Walt Disney movie, it's okay to say, let's crack open the box that the pussy is inside. Let's put a crack in the box that the pussy's inside. I forget how that was, but I had this whole sentence of these filthy words if you said them the wrong way, perfectly innocent if you said them the right way. So that was the joke builder there. But the language guy was interested in the words, and the thinker was saying, look, you got a dichotomy. What is, so you don't mind fucking, it's just you don't like to call it that. You don't mind intercourse, you say that, but you don't like fucking. But even if I'm not talking about fucking, I can't say fucking. If I say, who the fuck are you? That's got nothing to do with sex. But you don't want me to say that. So it's the word. It's the word. And these were the 7 I could come up with that you could never say. Never, never, never. Now, piss has changed. They were shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. And I had a lot of fun with tits because it's an innocent-sounding word. But you couldn't say it at that time. Piss, interesting development. Piss is now okay on television if you're pissed off, but not if you're pissed on. In other words, if you change the preposition, you get in trouble. It's all right for me to say to you, why are you pissed off at me? But you can't say, because you pissed on me. You can't say that. So it's just a preposition. The word's the same. So anytime there's inconsistency, anytime there's inconsistency that leads to hypocrisy, inconsistency is just a wonderful thing to catch, to say, wait a minute, I gotcha. You know, you said this, and then you said that, and they don't go together, you know. So that's what I love, is that gotcha moment when you catch the culture with its pants down, and you say, okay, you know, now I got to dress this up. Now I got to find a way to give this to them, and that comes easy. That's the easy part. How to say it is the easy part.
What was your reaction to the whole development of that routine entering at last into a Supreme Court case decision ruling? I mean, now you don't consider yourself a political comedian.
No, it's not. It's social. I'm a social commentator. When that was, the second album was called, FM and AM, Class Clown. Class Clown had the 7 dirty words, 7 words you can never say on television. I never called them dirty. LA Times started that. The third album was called Occupation Fool, and I had an extension of the 7 words you can never say called Filthy Words. And I added things. I talked about fart, and I talked about other words that were on the edge, on the sort of like on the Twilight Zone. I talked about those words. And that piece of material, Filthy Words, was played on the radio in New York City on a listener-supported station. Similar to, it was WBAI in New York, similar to the big ones out here, I forget, KPFK, that kind of thing. Listener-supported. And that was played on a show called Lunch Pail. It was on in the afternoon, and the announcer specifically gave warnings, a couple of warnings, that we're going to play something from an album by George Carlin that has a language you may find objectionable or offensive. And we'll warn you when we play it. If you don't want to hear this sort of thing, tune it out at that time. So they played it, they warned, and then they played it. And there was a professional moralist in the audience, someone in his car with his son who was in his teens. This man was, I don't think he was a minister, but he was part of something I think called Morals in Media, a self-appointed guardian of the public's morals, who listened to the entire piece with his son. And apparently he did not feel the son was morally corrupted by this, nor did he feel he was morally corrupted. Just other people might be morally corrupted, and his job was to protect them. So he made a complaint to the FCC, the only complaint they got. Now, New York is a big market. I'm sure there were 20 million, 25 million radios, counting cars. At that time, not many of them were tuned to BAI, I grant you, but no one else objected. One complaint, they sanctioned the station. The FCC gave them a $100 fine, and they put a mark in your folder for when you have your license renewed, you have a bad mark against you. The station refused the sanction, refused the $100 fine, and they went to district court. And the district court was in Washington, D.C., and 2-1, the station won the case. Freedom of speech was upheld. The FCC then went to the Supreme Court with the case. And in 5 years after they played it, it was played in 1973, 5 years after they played it, the Nixon court decided 5-4 that it was indecent. They had found a new category of bad language because it wasn't obscene. It didn't meet the test for obscenity. It wasn't obscene. But it was indecent. They made that up. And that's now a standard. And that was my contribution. The thing I'm happy about is I have this perverse pride that I'm a footnote, an important footnote along the way somewhere in the legal history of our country. Country I don't participate in, I don't really believe in. I believe in what it began as and what it wishes to be. I believe in those things. I don't believe in what it is. And I don't mean Bush. I'm talking about a long time now. And yet, there I am being taught in communications classes, being taught in some law classes, and there are textbooks with this. It's kind of nice for a 9th grade dropout. Yeah, I'm just very pleased in a perverse way to be included somewhere in this this American adventure in the annals of the legal profession. There is on communications law, there is this footnote called the 7 words you can never say on television. I don't know that any other comedian, a routine by any other comedian has wound up in that position, which makes me, as I say, it's a perverse sort of pride. An irony for me is this. As my material began to take hold, the FM and AM, and the 7 words you can never say on television, that album, Class Clown, as that began to take hold, some teachers played things in their classrooms. Some teachers were fired for that. I remember seeing news stories. I probably have clippings tucked away somewhere. Kids began to recite things. The hair poem was a thing that kids would recite in speech class or something. Another kid might do the disc jockey. I began to hear these things that were seeping into the schoolroom setting, the classroom. And the irony is I quit school in 9th grade and didn't give a shit about schooling. And I used to think to myself, because when I was in the Air Force, I took the equivalency test for high school, which I got passed in the 90s percentile. And then I asked the guy, when I turned in the high school one, I didn't know the mark yet. I turned it into the guy at the base education office in the Air Force. And I said, when can I take the 2-year college equivalency test? He said, well, how much schooling do you have? I said, this will be my high school here, this thing. He said, well, he did this kind of thing. He said, well, let's wait and see how you did on this, So I came in the all 90 percentile, and I gave myself my high school diploma right there. I passed the college one, not quite all in the 90s, a couple of 80s, but I passed the 2-year college equivalency, according to the Air Force. I mean, it doesn't count anywhere unless you want to be an officer. And I gave myself my high school diploma as of that time. And then when I began to be quoted in classrooms, not just this initial period we're talking about, but long after, when I would hear that a teacher was assigning some of my things for work, or they were reading something in a class and deconstructing it or something, I gave myself my college degree. I said, that's my college degree. They're using my stuff in the classroom. And then when this thing happened with the communications law, and now it's taught in law school, this is my doctorate. So I've given myself a high school diploma, a college bachelor's of arts, and of course a doctor's, a PhD. So I've done. It's nice for that stuff to echo through classrooms now, and I'm in textbooks and things, and people who wrote about religion are quoting it in a chapter head. Richard Dawkins used something of mine in a chapter head, and other people like that, and it's stunning to me that this it's come to that. I mean, it's satisfying, it's wonderful. It doesn't make me cocky or anything like that. It just makes me feel the universe is correct. It's operating correctly. And I may need to use my Kleenex for a moment.
Okay.
But it's just a wonderful. When you sit on your Kleenex, that's what they look like. But there's still a clean spot on this one.
Well, it's almost like a full circle of what you were saying before when this initial change started happening and you were listening to Dylan and you're saying, well, they're using their creative power to affect change, and isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah. I have insinuated myself into the culture. The first chill and thrill I got from that was when I found myself the answer in a crossword puzzle. It happened to be the Sunday New York Post obviously still about 30 years ago. The Post was it was not a right-wing rag, then it was a left-wing rag. And I was in there, and it said bearded comic, 6 letters. So I figured it had to be Carlin rather than George. So I did the whole puzzle in black ink, and I left in those 6. I did them in red ink, and I framed that. And then I was in the TV guide puzzle. And another time, I'm on a trivia. I'm a trivia answer, a Trivial Pursuit. I'm an answer or a question, whichever they have. On Alex Trebek, I'm an answer under 60s or something like that. Comic, hippy dippy weather or something like that. And these things keep popping up and keep occurring. I was in a cartoon. I have a cartoon from the early 70s when this stuff all started breaking. It's a cartoon. Not a political cartoon, although there's a great one I got from McNelly. But this is just a comic one, a comedy cartoon. And it's a little kid in the parlor of a house, and there's a minister on the couch, and he's standing there with my album behind him. And he said, I'm supposed to entertain you before my parents are able to come down, or something, while my parents are getting ready. And he had my album. The one I'm proudest of shows all 9 justices of the Supreme Court. It's a caricature of each one, and they're like cringing behind the bench like this. And I think Matt, that one has a kid in it too. Yeah, it has a kid with my album. That's the one that has the album. I'm sorry. Oh, the other one said I'm supposed to entertain you with my George Carlin routine, and he's a minister, so people are supposed to get that. But this one was a political cartoon that ran, and I wrote to the cartoonist and asked him for his original pencil drawing, which I got. It was actually pencil drawing and ink line. What do they call it? Pen and ink and pen, ink and line.
Right.
Pen and
line
ink.
drawing.
Line drawing. Sorry. You know the thing I'm talking about. I don't. 9th grade. Give me a break. So anyway, these are wonderful little things that, to me, that are affirmations. They're just like little merit badges. You did good, George. You did good. Look at these people. Look at these people who take you seriously. Just this guy from the corner from 123rd Street. It's wonderful.
Where does your first appearance at Carnegie Hall rate among the TV Guide crossword answers?
Well, my mother went through an interesting transition with all this. We lived on the same street as my church and my school, Corpus Christi School, and we had these wonderful nuns that I described to you, Sinsanawa Dominicans. All of them had master's degrees in education from secular institutions. Our pastor insisted on that. We were an experimental Catholic parochial school. We were not traditional discipline mills like you hear about with the rulers and the beatings and the nuns. And we didn't have that. We had a lovely place, a garden. And these nuns walk around the neighborhood on their daily afternoon walk. They go 2 at a time. It's a famous old cartoon. The two nuns are coming, and the drunk is walking down the street, and they walk around, and one each walks around him. And he says, "How did he do that?" And they're always in pairs. So my mother. Now I'm on the Tonight Show a lot, and now my album is out, and I'm doing the Dirty Words, and the 2 of the nuns, my mother sees them as she's out herself on a walk, not ones who taught me, but ones who are in the school and in the parish, replacing the ones that I had been learning from. And they said, "Oh, Mrs. Carlin, isn't it wonderful about George? He's doing so well, and he's on Johnny Carson, and the album is..." And my mother, ever the, let's call her hypocrite with lowercase letters, okay? She's just a little bit fake at times. She says, "Oh, I know, sister, but the language. Oh, Oh, the awful language, sister. Oh. And they said, no, Mrs. Carlin, you have to understand. He's doing that for a purpose. He's trying to show that the words themselves aren't really harmful. It's what's behind the thought behind them that counts. So it's really okay and everything. She said, oh, I see. And from then on, my mother was okay with this stuff. She had gotten the imprimatur from the church. Let it be printed. Let it go forward. This is good. The church approves. She got that from them, and then she became the star's mother. And she was, God bless her, I love her so much. She, on the Broadway bus, on the way to work, she would say to someone, have you heard the comedian George Carlin? He's going to be on Johnny Carson this week. You Tuesday night, now you watch. That's my son. Oh, your son? Yeah, my mother. This is my mother. I'm doing my mother now, telling the story back to me. She's very proud. And once she understood that I had a kind of a purpose, but she always would say to me, I can't wait till someday you come back to the church and I see you receiving communion in the tuxedo. You look so good in the tuxedo and the dirty hippie stuff, with the dirty beard. And I say, I know. Ma, Carnegie Hall, I'm going to... And she went there, and she was aghast. I mean, she was ashen afterward in the dressing room because she was still getting used to this idea that I was being rewarded for this bad language, anti-religious attitude, anti-business. She was from the business world. She loved the advertising business. I was going to be her white hope, the great white hope. You'll be in advertising someday. You go to college and you'll be just like Mr. West in my office. You'll be in advertising. And I couldn't bear the thought of any of that. But I didn't tell her that. I just went my way. But she held these things in special regard. And here I was tearing them down. Very difficult for her. Born in 1896. She was 41 when I was born. So it was very difficult for her to bridge that. She liked being the star's mother, but she went to Carnegie Hall. And now, by the way, that's not a good comedy room. Carnegie Hall is a cold place. It might be great for a cello, and I did an HBO show there that worked fine, but it's not a good room to hear your laughs. But I worked it, and it was prestigious, and I have a poster from it still. And yet here she saw them. I got a standing ovation. She heard this hour and a half or more of approval, laughter, applause, approval, laughter, applause, smiles, acceptance. And then they stood up at the end, and she didn't know it had reached this level. She didn't know it had this force, this power to it. And she was kind of like that, in the dressing room. But she grew into it okay. She always would say, I pray for you every night that you'll come back to the church. And I say, Ma, and I told her once, I said, Ma, you got to understand something. I'm a moral person. That's all the church wants me to be. I don't have to go to a building once a week to be moral. I am honest. I treat people well. I do the right things. I have a nice baby. I have my wife. I treat them well. I'm good. I'm a good man, I know, but, this is the idea, But she could never understand that. It was her sorrow, Pat and I both just drifted away from the path, but she had no right to just expect a certain path either. She had no right to do. That was her way that had to change. She thought, well, I'll show I'll be in charge here. She was not overly controlling, but if you had let her, she would have been. She had a manipulative side, and she would have controlled you if you allowed it. That's what made me strong in my adolescence, was rebelling against this. I was alone. I didn't have a father to be on my side or something like that. She was everything, and my brother had already gone, so I had him to look to, but she gave up on him. He's like the father. He's just like your father, You're like my brothers. You're a Beery. You're going to be something, She would say to him, he'd come in from the street at night, and he'd be in late, hanging around with the guys and drinking and who knows what, dice, playing dice, stealing stuff. And he'd come home and she'd get on him. You're down there with the McCabe's and the McAndrews and the saggy McAndrews and the Hornbys. You're just like them. Water seeks its level, she would say. You're just like them. You're like your father. And then she would say this. I was awake in my room. She'd say, that little boy in there, he's different. He's sensitive. I'm going to make something out of him. which I heard, and I didn't like the sound of, I'm going to make something. I already had my streak of, what do you mean? And I heard that numerous times. I'm going to make something out of him. She had no right to feel that she had, that was her role. So I had to fight her off, and it made me stronger, and it helped.
In terms of defining, success,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you performed at Carnegie Hall, the first, the numerous awards that we'll get into later, but I mean, in her eyes and in yours, how did you define that? How did you define success? And when was the point at which you said, I made it, I made where I wanted to be?
Well, even though I kind of broke through in a big way in the 70s with those albums and everything that came out of them. They were all 4 gold albums and 2 that I say were tin. They weren't quite gold, but they were, good sellers. I had my record career. Even in all that time, I was going through cocaine years then. I had always been a pot smoker, always been a beer drinker. But I never really got drunk. It seemed much. I mean, I kept a buzz. That's what I liked. And I burned that out. Those 4 albums, like I say, you can't be the fastest gun in town forever. Somebody comes to town, he's a little bit faster than you. So your day is over. So my album career had faded, and I didn't have a personal vision of myself anymore. I had gone through what I think it was my autobiographical stage. I talked about how when I was a Catholic, when I was a kid, when I was a neighborhood kid, when I was in school, when I was a classroom clown, I talked about my faith, all that stuff. So I had done an autobiographical period, and then I started to get into what they call observational comedy. Trivia. Did you ever notice that the second toe sometimes is longer than the first toe? And or that stuff like, you ever take the stuff out in between your toes and put it in a ball and throw it? And these things that have no import at all, but they're universal. See, the comedian thrives on not having to explain the frame of reference to an audience. All you have to do is say, detention. I was sent to detention, and everybody knows what that means. You don't have to go, you can say one word and they're in the world with you. So you look for those universal things if you can find them. And that's what those things served for me. But it was a casting about. It was a wallowing in the backwater of this rush of career success I'd had. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know where to go. That's when I kept doing the Tonight Shows. I kept doing Tonight Shows, and I hosted it a lot of times, maybe 15, I don't know. I hosted it, and I was on the road. See, the Tonight Shows, I could tell people where I was going on the road. And the road made me work hard on things, and HBO, even though I did 77 and 78, HBO didn't kick in for me till 82. That was the beginning of it, really, the third show, Carlin at Carnegie, oddly enough. And then I did one every 2 years, 82, 84, 86, 88, 90, 92. And that's when I learned who I was in that period. HBO fed the box office all across the country. The box office people in the theaters, then they knew about me for HBO. They wanted to see the show. The show got good numbers. I got another HBO. Every 2 years I got an HBO. I did one. It forced me to write because I kept having an HBO on the horizon. 2 years down the road, I'm going to do another one. Got to have a whole new hour. So I would write like a bastard, and I would save my files, and I finally got into word processing, and I saw what the wonders of moving text. Moving text. You can take the whole opening and put it at the end. You can take the middle and put it at the end. You can split the opening in half and you can do this goes here. You can put the document up 3 times. You can change everything around. It's magnificent. It changed my writing qualitatively, not just quantitatively, that I could write faster and more. It actually changed what I was doing because I had a better command of the material that I had to work with. I could see the whole thing. And I grew up in the 80s on HBO. And in 1992 is when I found my voice. And I realized I was a writer who performed his own material. And I had things to say. There was a long piece in there called The Planet is Fine, The People Are Fucked. And it was a very good analysis of why it's not important to save the planet. It's more important to save yourself, and the planet may come. The planet's going to be here. We'll go away, We'll go away because we'll fix that up. We'll arrange that. We'll self-immolate. We'll be gone. Dinosaurs had their chance. There was an age of reptiles. Now it's the age of primates. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the insects next. It's not up to us. It's not divinely ordained. We're here on chance, and we're going to go away. And the planet will heal. The planet will heal because that's what it does. It heals itself. It's a self-healing organism. It changes and grows. It'll incorporate all of our dead cities into itself, and it will become something else, but it will still be going around the sun for at least a few more billion years or whatever. So this whole thing, we have to save the planet by not putting diapers in the landfill. That's too short-sighted. It doesn't do anything. You have to change yourself. And we'll never do that because the dollars now, everybody wants $1 and a toy. Everybody's got a cell phone that'll make pancakes and rub their balls. So nobody wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to change. Don't change anything. And we're in a nice downward glide. I call it circling the drain. That's what I'm going to call my next book. Circling the drain. And the circles get smaller and smaller and faster if you watch a drain, if you watch a sink empty. And we'll be gone. And that's fine. I welcome it. I wish I could live 1,000 years to watch it happen from a distance so I could see it all.
Does it depress you?
No. It lifts me up. It lifts me up because I gave up on this stuff. I gave up on my species, and I gave up on my fellow Americans. I gave up on my countrymen because I think we squandered great gifts. I think humans were given great, great gifts. Walking upright, binocular vision, opposable thumb, large brain, making tools. Make tools, large brain, make better tools. Talk, have to like language. You take this, put in here. We learned language, the brain got bigger, language. We grew. We had great gifts, and we gave it all up for both money and God and mammon, both. We gave it up to the high priests. It's your job. It's God's will. That's what they say. People say it's God's will. That means God can do anything he wants, so why pray? They say you pray for something. Okay, he didn't answer my prayers. Well, it's God's will. Well, if it's God's will, why did I even pray in the first place? He's going to do what he wants anyway. We gave it all up to superstition, primitive shit. With invisible man in the sky looking down, keeping track of what we do, make sure we don't do the wrong thing. If we do, he puts us in hell and we burn forever. That kind of shit is very limiting. It's very limiting for this brain we have. So we keep ourselves limited, and then we want a toy and a gizmo and gold, and we want shiny things, and we want something to plug in that'll make big things for us. And all that shit is nothing. It's nothing. We gave it all up. And Americans, who also had great gifts, when you take the theory of democratic rule, self-government, okay, they started off wrong. They owned slaves. They didn't let women vote. They didn't let people who didn't own land vote. Fine. They got off on the wrong foot. But the ideas were good. But we fucking blew that. We polluted it. We polluted it with this stuff, things, material goods, games, gizmos, toys, gadgets, having possessions. He's got a bigger truck. He says, see his truck? It's bigger than mine. I'm getting a new truck. Here's a big truck. Oh, I'm getting that one. That's what, you got a video in it? You DVD too? He don't have a DVD. I got a DVD, Oh, please. Whatever happened? And all of that is what happened, And that's why I'm divorced from it now. I see it from a distance. I give myself a divorce. I said, George, emotionally you have no stake in this. You don't care one way or another. So watch it. Have fun. You know what? I say it this way. When you're born in this world, you're given a ticket to the freak show. And when you're born in America, you're given a front row seat. And some of us get to sit there with notebooks. And I'm a notebook guy. Oh my God, did you see that? And I watch the freak show, and I get my notes, and I make up stuff about it, and I talk about the freaks. And the freaks are all humans, and they're like me, and they're all the same. We're all the same. I'm not better. I'm not different. I'm just apart now. I'm separate. I'm over here because I put myself out of the mix. I don't have a stake in the outcome. I'm not a cheerleader for a given outcome now. Oh, they say if you scratch a cynic, you'll find a disappointed idealist. And I would admit that somewhere underneath all of this, there's a little flicker of a flame of idealism that would love to see it all change, but it can't happen that way. And incremental change, it just seems like the pile of shit is too deep. It seems like there's too much to do it all, to do everything you would need to clean this act up of a human, too much. And there are forces that don't want that. You have Big companies, big pharmaceuticals, big oil, big petrochemical, big insurance, big real estate, big agribusiness. All these people feeding each other. They don't give a shit about borders anymore. It's all international. It's multinational. There are no borders. This is obsolete. Someday, if we all lasted long enough, someday there'd be no borders. There'd be one language and one currency. That would happen. But we still, you know what Robert Anton Wilson said? Every border in Europe is an arbitrary line where two groups of bandits grew tired of fighting and decided to rest for a while. That's all we are about. We're going over there. What do they got? Well, they got bigger stones on the other. Don't you see the guys who live down? How about the people on the cliff? They got trees. Let's go. Let's get to beat the shit out of them. They got women there. You know, we always want what we don't have. And I'm happy with what comes my way and getting to write these things I write.
Did you ever think about going into politics?
No, never, because the compromise begins immediately. That system is so broken. First of all, the money raising. You have to raise a lot of money. You have to make a lot of compromises with yourself just to go to the meetings with those people, just to sit down and talk to them. You have to abase yourself in front of them. I need $50,000 if you could write me a check for $50,000. We can. And then you make these little tacit promises or direct promises, and the minute you're elected, you have to start that process over again. And along the way, it's all broken. The electoral college is broken. The primary system is broken. It's all ridiculous. There's gerrymandering, all the redistricting. Whoever's in power gets to redistrict to keep them, it's just broken right down the line. And as soon as they're elected, like I say, they have to start. Be careful what we do. What did the polls say? Okay, polls say that. Right? Well, we've got re-election coming 3 years and a half. It's no.
So if you've made your own peace with it and you're a step removed,
yeah.
So you're not going out on stage for any kind of self-preservation,
no,
or to keep your own sanity. What do you think other people coming to see you are there for?
Well, that varies, and I hear a lot of wonderful things from people that knock me for a loop. People who tell me, that I see them at book signings. I get to talk to them at book signings when they they have a minute with you and they can tell you something. And I've had, these stories that are very humbling because without the gift of humility, they could do other things to you. But they tell me that, something I said changed their lives. I mean, people use the phrase, and I'm sure this is true of other writers, comedians, actors, trumpet players. I'm sure everyone who gets out in front of people has an impact that they can't really tell. But people say, you changed my life, you changed my relationship with my father. We were at odds, we hated, we didn't talk for 3 years, then we watched one of your shows together. He was a fan, I didn't know that, now we're buddies and tight with it. I have these kind of stories, of variations, every variation on that you can imagine. People in their late teens and early 20s who say, you really changed my thinking about things. It scares you a little bit, but they're on their own. And you hear these things, and people sometimes say to you, well, do you try to make people think? And I say, no. That would be the kiss of death. What I want to do is to let them know I'm thinking. When you drop out of 9th grade, you have a lifelong need to prove you're smart. And the fact that I've made such an impression in so many different places in this culture is, as I said earlier, my diploma. But you still have this need to show that, in my case, I call it show that I'm thinking. It's really, you know what this job is called? It's called Ain't I Cute, Ain't I Clever? Ain't I cute, ain't I clever? Look at him. Oh, he's so clever. My aunt used to say that. You're very clever. I didn't know clever had more than one meaning, because clever can also be, to steal a quarter out of your mother's purse and not get caught. But she didn't mean that. She just meant I was kind of funny kid. You're very clever. You're really clever. You get away with a murder in this house. She knew. She was on to me and Pat. But it's just really gratifying. You said, you talked about what success was. Mm. You talked about Carnegie Hall. You mentioned success. And I found out along the way somewhere that the secret of success or happiness is doing something you love, doing it well, and being recognized for it. The third part is very important. Not enough to do it in solitude, away from the crowd. Someone, even if it's just your boss, has to say, I saw the report that you did for the yearly. That was wonderful. There's a lot of work went into that. I saw it, and it was wonderful. That means everything to a person. So that is part of the definition for me of happiness or success, to feel you're being recognized for your good stuff. People sometimes wonder, why do you still do this? Why do you still go out there? And the answer is found in this explanation. I'm an entertainer by definition. I'm a performer, and I'm a stand-up comedian. I don't run from those descriptions. They're all true. But because I'm a writer, first, that puts me in the world of art. I'm an artist. So I'm a performing artist, and I'm a writer. And an entertainer, I think, is fairly static. An entertainer reaches a certain level, and that's what they do. And it doesn't change a lot. The songs may change, the voice may get deeper, but essentially they're in that place. But an artist is on a journey, I think, and he or she, they don't know where it is going. You don't know where this thing goes. Artists have a restlessness. Artists have a vague dissatisfaction with things as they are, and the artist has to move on. That's why it's hard to put a painting aside, because there's this idea that the painting isn't finished really, or the poem isn't finished, and you have to declare the painting done. You have to move on to the next canvas, and the artist is in that transit, always moving and growing. And an artist is, as I say, never satisfied, but there is this curious restlessness. And Pablo Casals, the cellist of great fame in the 20th century, was in his 90s when he was still playing cello, still practicing every day for 3 hours, and occasionally he would do a recital, special recital. And someone close to him said to him at one point, Senor Casals, you're 90, you're 93 now, and yet you practice every day for 3 hours. Why do you continue to practice? And he said, well, I'm beginning to notice some improvement. And that's the thing that's in me. I notice myself getting better at this. I like the writing better. I like the execution better. And I like all of the technique that goes into fashioning these things, getting them ready, making sure they're the right way, the craft, the technical part of the art. So the artist is at work, the craftsman is at work, and the show-off gets to show off. It's like I didn't do my homework when I was a kid in school. Didn't do my homework. Now I do my homework. But the show-off still gets to go out and have fun. So I now have both of me. I'm now perfectly kind of joined up together inside myself, for what that's worth.
You said, we'll just go backwards for a minute. You
Yeah.
said you wanted to clear up for the record some of the mythos around the first Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah.
You were the first guest host.
Yes, I was the first host of Saturday Night Live in
October.
It's October
11th,
75. They were going to have it. The original idea was to have rotating hosts on a wheel, to have 4 or 6 or something like that, regular comedian hosts who would rotate on a continuing basis. But they wanted Richard Pryor, and he didn't want to do that, and I think they wanted Lily Tomlin, and there were problems. So they asked me to be the first host. And I knew that I was stepping a little out of my world because it was sketch comedy. And I had found out that long since, in the late 60s when I got hot, that I really wasn't a born actor. See, I had called myself actor because of what Danny Kaye did in the movies, and I wanted to be an actor, but I quickly learned I wasn't a very good actor, and there was no satisfaction in it. I didn't recognize it at the time, but actor is part of a collaboration, and I think I never really felt comfortable in collaborative efforts. I never liked being part of the group. I never liked being part of the company, I liked my solo spot. You bring your mouth, you bring your mind, there's a microphone there, you travel light, you just make it up and you write it and you put it out there. The other way, everybody's looking over your shoulder creatively. And then if it's commercial, like television, it's extra bad. So I didn't know that, or I hadn't spelled that out, but I sensed that. I was always ill at ease. I told Lorne Michaels on the first Saturday Night Live, and I'm full of cocaine that week, just completely boxed. And I said to him that I didn't want to be in the sketches. I said, I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel competent. Let me do a number of monologues. Instead of doing a big opening monologue and then being in sketches, let me do a lot of little monologues. And he did. And it worked. But I can't really watch that with comfort. There's one place where I can see myself grinding, my jaw grinding from the cocaine. And I can see my discomfort from the cocaine and from being out of place. And you know something? I did the show again 9 years later in 1984, and the producer, Lorne left for a while, for several years, and the producer was Dick Ebersol. And I did that show. I came back, and I did the sketches. I said, I want to be in the sketches. And I was good in them. I was really good in them. I felt like an actor, even though it's sketch acting, I felt I was acting, kind of. And this is now we're in the 80s. I still have this little dream out here, and I still want to do, maybe I can do a movie, maybe I can be in a movie. Maybe I can still be in the movies. Everybody wants to be in the movies. That's still kind of out there a little bit, it dies slowly. But I did that show, and then I never got called back. Even when I got super hot, extra hot later, and became, like a kind of a big name in comedy, I never got called back by Lorne Michaels. And I don't know the reason. I'm not assigning any reasons to this. I don't understand it. They'd have a 20th anniversary. They had a 15th anniversary. They had a 20th anniversary, a 25th anniversary, and they had people back who you haven't seen in a long time. And the most natural thing in the world for public relation purposes would be to have the original host, to host one of those, or just to stand up in the audience in his dopey tuxedo. Hi, yeah, it's George. Hi, George. George is off doing other things, but here he is saying hello. Nothing, never a word, odd. And I don't know, must have had something to do with that cocaine week. I must have left a very, very sour taste in his mouth or something. But I just never, that's the odd part to me. I can see not hosting, but I can't see not being somehow acknowledged in the anniversaries. It's just weird to me.
Maybe you'll be on the last.
The last Saturday Night Live. I'll be there.
In terms of working on it, now you did appear in many movies.
Yes.
I mean, talk about the 80s. You were in movies with some of the biggest stars at the time.
Yeah.
So did you come to terms with that, being out of place as an actor and working in collaborations, or?
Well,
what was the?
It was still very vague.
Mm-hmm.
I still thought there was a place for me to have. My comedy career in the 80s is now transitional. I'm doing the HBO shows. I'm doing a lot of late night television as I needed, and I'm touring a lot. And I still don't have I don't have a aim point, a destination in my mind. I'm kind of like doing it for the sake of doing it because that's what I do. And the acting, I always thought, it was still that little dream. Maybe I can have a career, and maybe I can get a real acting career going. And they used me in a lot of movies, and every now and then there'd be a sitcom that they'd talk. Someone would offer me this or that, and I don't want that's not right for me and everything. But I never felt comfortable acting because it really wasn't me. I don't know. I didn't have... See, if I had been trained from the time I was 15 as an actor, and I had done the famous repertoire, that everyone knows, the Chekhov plays and the different things, and I'd trained, and I'd been in classes, and I'd been to different teachers, I might have been able to tease that out of myself, that skill. But I didn't have any of that. I had no technique to fall back on. I had no training. So I was on my own, and I wasn't very good at it. I never felt convincing or convinced of what I was saying. A couple of times I got close. On that Outrageous Fortune, where I played the scout, there were a couple of scenes there where I could tap into some stuff. There was the really great thing I loved, the Hallmark Hall of Fame, Streets of Laredo, for Joe Sargent, which was, I just felt terrific in that role as Billy the Scout, two different scouts I played. And I felt I was good in Prince of Tides. I had a very short role as Eddie, the gay neighbor, and I really felt good about that. it was easy to work for for Kevin Smith in Jersey Girl, because he wrote the part for me with my voice in mind. In Dogma, he did that. But generally, that's not the case. And I began to learn as I began. Now I'm getting my feeling as a writer in the 90s now. I'm feeling, I really have things I want to do and say. I have things I'd like to, I'd like to use this stuff. And so I got a ton of shit in my computer. I'd like to get this stuff out there. And every time they give you a movie, see, I'm not a big star in the movies. I'm a name. Another name. But what they do is they call and they say, we start next month. Well, my dates are out there 3-4 months in advance. We have the halls, and we promote our own shows. That means we invest in them. We print the tickets. We buy the advertising. We pay for the hall. We put a down payment on the hall. So those things cost money. And now they say, yeah, we'd like you to, this part, it's 2 weeks work, a month we're going to start. And so Jerry then, my manager, we would go over, and he would say okay to them. He'd say, listen, I need to say, these weekends I need them. He's got things booked. He can work all week, but you need to let him go Friday night to go into this. And all of that stuff would be in place, and then something would change, because production schedules change. It's just like that. Suddenly, Tom Cruise is sick, to make a fake example out of this. Tom Cruise is sick, he can't, so we're going indoors, we can't do the outdoors, it's raining, and we can't get this, and she's sick, and they should have nobody, and we're changing the script, and hold on, and everything's fucked up. And suddenly my schedule, my livelihood is out the window, and I'm doing this for small money, and then, when it is working, I'm scared. I mean, I'm going over my lines constantly going over my lines. I'm in the trailer, I'm waiting for them to set up a shot, and it's all wasted time. Then you go out there and you rehearse it, and okay, we rehearse it. Okay, now we're going to do the lighting, and they do the lights. Then you come back and they just say, we got to go back. All right, you come back and it's bullshit. When you run your own shop and do your own thing, that stuff doesn't happen to you. And I got enough confidence as a writer. Apparently, I did as a writer performer that I now see it better. It gave me the confidence to see the situation better. That's not me. That's not what I do. I don't work well in those things. I need to be alone, like I was in that apartment in New York with my radio. Leave me alone, please. And I'll get things done. So that's what I learned.
Now, how did it come about that you did finally get your own show, and was that the case, that you were able to have more control? What
happened was the following. I was then 55, 56. And I get this, I get that I can have a meeting with Fox. Fox is new on the scene, and Fox is making noise, and they've got this word, edgy. We're going to, another one, American Vogue word. We're edgy. We're really edgy. So, okay, so yeah, fine. That maybe I fit that. Maybe I can fit there. Maybe let me see. I'm thinking. I'm saying, to myself. Excuse me for all the rumbling. I had a Coca-Cola. I said, I'm 55, and maybe before I completely put that shit in the toilet, that acting shit, maybe I should see if there's a chance here for me to have a sitcom and to pay the mortgage off on this house and set myself up a little bit. But I hadn't gotten to how it was 1994. I was changing, but I didn't know what I had yet. I didn't know there were 3 books in me. I didn't know these other shows were going to blossom so. And I went and did the show because I had a creative partner, Sam Simon. Well, Sam will tell you himself, his reputation in the business is that he's difficult. Sam is difficult. Brilliant. Simpsons. Big contribution to Cheers. Brilliant guy. Showrunner, in our case, and sole creative credit. I didn't get that. And Warner's never went to bat for me. Les Moonves was good to me. He was nice. He was my kind of guy. Seemed like a street guy. But Sam, see, the writer-producer club is a closed club. You can get in it, but it's kind of closed to a guy like me, coming from the outside. Just didn't have the right chops for that. Didn't know how to protect myself. And the show was in the 60s in ratings, 65, 68 in ratings. You can't do what Roseanne did. She had a top 10 show when she fired everybody. I could have raised hell if I'd have had a top 10. I didn't have that. I didn't have that power. Warner's was protecting Sam, because Sam was the property they could count on. Sam will do another show. Sam will find another Simpson. Sam's in our name. Carlin, well, we trying. I mean, yeah, you know. And so I never had the power, really. Never had the power. I didn't give a fuck. When they didn't give a fuck, really. When they called me from Fox in my trailer and told me it had been canceled, I said, thank you, because it was mid-season. I said, thank you for not waiting for the season to end. I said, I really appreciate it. I was so finished with that. It was so off the center. Now I come springing back from there like I'm on a rubber band. I'm back in my own creative world, 95, 96 now, and we're heading for book time. Book time starts to happen in 1996 and 7. I said, wait, I got so much shit in this computer, I'll never do it all on stage. I'll write a book. Brain droppings. Good, I was going to use that for a television idea. Brain droppings. I wrote this book. Bingo. #1 in the Times and all that. And it's sold, by now it's sold almost 1 million copies. And so, bingo, we went to another book. And suddenly, I'm finding my strength as a writer sustaining me. And the shows got richer. And I continue to do the shows. And HBO loves them. And I'm just doing, you know, it was a detour. It was a detour that I had to make one final time. And I still did a couple of movies for Kevin Smith because he wrote for me, for my voice. And I wanted to do that. But now, unless Jack Nicholson and Sean Penn came to me and said, we want you to play a bartender who strangles 6 children so I could play against type. Unless that happens, it falls in my lap, I don't care. Because they say, well, we got 2 weeks. No. Do the movie, have fun, make a nice movie. I'll be over here. Shining Time Station was the name of the children's show on PBS, based on a series of books that a reverend in England had written about Thomas the Tank Engine during the World War II. He wrote these books, and that property was optioned by Brett Allcroft, and she went to PBS with an idea for a show based on Thomas the Tank Engine and the others, Gordon and all the others, James and the other engines and all the cute little toys. And the show was called Shining Time Station. And it was a half-hour on PBS children's show that had live-action sequences of children. The station master was an adult. The woman, the ticket master, was an adult. The engineer was an adult. And there was a guy called Schemer who was always trying to pull some schemes. He was an adult. And there were like 4 kids, I think 4. And that was the live action portion. Then I played Mr. Conductor in those shows. These are half-hour live action shows. I played a miniature character about 16, 18 inches tall. We blue screened that in. And I shot all my scenes without the other actors. I never had an eye line except over at the top of the thing, you know, look at that. And I did all of those shows, and then they put that in, and the kids, at certain points in the half hour, Mr. Conductor would appear, and he would give the kids a little advice. No, Tommy, you don't need to do that. The morals and the morals the morals of these stories were never jammed down the kid's throat. They weren't blatant. They weren't in capital letters. They were gently massaged into the framework of the show. And I was the little guy, Mr. Conductor. I took Ringo Starr's place. I am the anti-Pete Best. Ringo Starr replaced Pete Best, who never got famous as the Beatles drummer. And I replaced Ringo Starr, who never really got famous as Mr. Conductor. I'm the anti-Pete Best. Physics students, pay attention to that. So, in that show, there were 2 breaks from the live action when they showed Thomas the Tank Engine cartoons, but they weren't drawn, they weren't animated. They were live action models of trains. And I narrated those 2 stories, complete with Scottish accent or English accent or serious guy or working class or whatever. I did all of them. I did 45 of those shows. 45, I think I did, of those shows. And then I did some for home consumption, just the Tank Engine show. So the show was on the air as a different element, as a different animal than the eventual things that kids know now. Thomas the Tank Engine is just a video that they get at the store, and Mr. Conductor isn't in that. And there are other narrators now. But that was the history of that. That was the early 90s.
Who came to you with that?
They came to me, and the reason I took it was there's that acting thing over here looking at me. I thought, well, I'll show another side of myself. I'll show a side that no one's expecting. And Mr. Conductor was complete departure from anything anyone would have expected from me, judging me by my persona on stage. So I did them, and it was fun, and they're out there, and I have them, and they're good. But it didn't take me anywhere.
What did take you somewhere, as you've been saying, is HBO, and you had a really unique relationship with them, and it seems like the medium which was totally experimental and new when you started, turned out to really suit you.
Yes. It was tailor-made for me, HBO, for the same reasons it was tailor-made for any comedian who wanted freedom of expression. Language was never a problem. Content was never a problem. Talk about the Pope, talk about the President, talk about the President's wife, anything you want. They never looked over my shoulder. They never second-guessed me. They never said, what about this? Have you thought? No. Never a word. Just good show. I mean, they really liked the shows. And as I say, there have been 13 of them now. On average, that's since 1977. That's now, 2007, that's now 30 years. The 14th will be done. The average is close to one every 2.5 years, something like that. And I'm very proud of that because the arc of my development is present in those shows. And we put out this DVD set, all my stuff, which includes all of those shows, with the exception of the one show that had a lot of it had a retrospective reel in it. It was really the anniversary of my 40th year in comedy.
Oh, yeah.
And we did a show that Jon Stewart, who was not known very well then, John interviewed me, a long interview on camera. Then we did a 15-minute clips package of retrospective clips. Then I did a half-hour live. The reason we didn't use it in the DVDs is because to clear the clips, you have to pay the band again, you have to pay the announcer again. We didn't want to go through all those clearances, and so we just skipped that one. There's only a half an hour of stand-up in it anyway. So all the stuff is in there. I now have a show coming out in March that isn't in there. I mean, that's a complete set, and it's not complete anymore. So that's what I like.
And, I mean, when you're putting these shows together, you've talked a bit about the creative process, but how are you honing it? How are you honing it? Are you honing it at all on the road, or are you're writing it?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
What I always did was this last time I did it a little differently, but this is my pattern. My pattern is after the HBO show is finished, I know that hour perfectly. I know it beautifully. And I have some things that I had to leave out that I cut, in the last 3 or 4 months for time. Just cut certain things because I do about an hour and 20 on stage. So I had about 20 minutes left over every time. I would take that 20, bring them back to life, and put them in the stand-up show. And I would do the HBO show. I would coast with the old material for about 6 months. Just coast with it because I found there's no overlap with the concert audience. They don't say, oh, we saw that on HBO. There's none of that feeling. They love seeing it again if they have seen it before, and a lot of them don't have HBO. A lot of them don't watch it all the time. A lot of them, there are various reasons people in the audience didn't see a show, and there are lots of them. So they love seeing the material, and the laughs tell me they haven't heard it. The laughs tell me they haven't heard it before. So I feel safe coasting for 6 months. At the end of the coasting period, I'm a little tired of the material by then, so I take one piece that I have from my vast ocean of shit that's moving up in the chain toward being next. I have things that call out to me in the computer, things that kind of say, hey, George, it's like a guy on a football, second team on the football bench. Put me in, coach, put me in. These things cry out to me, put me in, George, we're next, And there are things, I'll read them in the computer, and I get excited here. Just feel it in my stomach. I get a little excitement, and I think I got to tell them this. Wait till I tell them this. They got to hear this. That's the process. They got to hear this. This is fucking great. Then I would take that out of the computer, fix it up. Take it out of the files, put it up, and start working on that piece. And just getting a piece that's good enough to take out on stage with the papers. And I read it. Doing the whole show without reading the one piece. I read a new piece. Start to memorize. Start to get it. Now I got it. It keeps changing. Now I got a new piece in. It's like a sock. If you darn a sock, the old riddle was, if you take a sock and begin to darn holes in it, if you darn it over the long period of time, if you darn it enough times until finally there's none of the original sock material left, is it the same sock or is it a different sock? I don't know. It's all different, but it's the same sock. So that's the show. I start darning it. I start putting in a new piece, taking out one, putting in one, taking out one. It begins to grow. By about a year of doing that, I have a good idea what I want in the show, and I'll force feed some more things. I do strict memory work at home, trying to learn. I don't always want to read them from the paper for a while. It's a good way to learn them, reading them from paper. But I read that poem, A Modern Man. I read that for 2 years off the paper. Then one night I put the paper down and I had it. But most of the time I learn them at home, and I just build a show. It's like putting another piece of clay on the sculpture, and I round it off and I fix it up, and pretty soon I got a finished piece for the gallery. That's the way it works.
Before we get to our little reflections segment, I have a question about when you do these live shows and you do the HBO specials, there sometimes are, I guess by virtue of having these gold albums out, like a band, you have hits.
Yes.
And there are certain bits that you're known for.
Yeah.
Do you ever get tired of any of those routines?
Well, no. And the implicit question is, do people want to hear your old routines from when you're on stage? Mm-hmm. The question is, maybe they do, maybe they don't. Probably some do. But I can't do anything in a show on stage that isn't in show shape. I don't know those pieces anymore. I forgot them. If I learned them again, relearned them, they would come more easily than they did the first time, no question. But I'm not interested in that. That's static. That's being an entertainer. That's going backwards or going sideways. I really want to keep moving. I really have things that I think are fun to say. Mm-hmm. This show I'm doing now, I didn't know what this show would be. This one that's going to happen in March. It's called It's Bad For You, which is the last part of a sentence it's all bullshit, folks. It's all bullshit and it's bad for you. And I'm talking about bullshit in America. Bullshit in government, bullshit in religion, bullshit in the commerce, bullshit in the system. This the bullshit we tolerate. The stuff we live with, it's like wallpaper. There's so much bullshit. And I say bullshit is the glue that binds us as a nation. It's like the strong nuclear force in an atom. And I have all this stuff. And the last part is all about God bless America, proud to be an American, swearing on the Bible, taking off your hat when a flag passes by, and rights. Everybody thinks they have rights. And I tell them why they don't have any rights. Because your rights can disappear so they're not rights. They're privileges, like staying up late to watch television on a school night. Mm-hmm. You have a bill of privileges, not a bill of rights, a bill of temporary privileges. And I do this wonderful whole thing. It's about 12 to 15 minutes long. This kind of cavalcade of breaking down proud to be an American and God bless America and swearing on the Bible. It's just fun to go after these things that no one's really thought much about. We just take them all for granted. Oh, yeah. Swear on the Bible. Well, suppose the Bible's upside down. Does that count? Suppose it's backwards. Suppose it's both. Suppose some of the pages are missing. Suppose it's a Chinese Bible or a Braille Bible. Or suppose they give you an upside down Chinese Braille Bible with half the pages missing. Does that count? Do you have to tell the truth? Or who? Then pretty soon all this shit breaks down and becomes something we made up. It's bullshit. We made it up. It's fucking make-believe, folks. It's like the boogeyman. We made that up, It's all fucking make-believe. And people they cling to these things. Not my audience. My audience is glad to hear me get in there with the roto-rooter and the deep enema and clean the system out. I mean, I love doing this stuff. It's just such a joy. God.
George, what you've given us in this long interview is some things to take home and think about.
Good.
And we're very grateful to you for that. I just want to bring up the fact that in the mid-'90s you received many awards recognizing your achievement as a comedian. You were inducted into the Comedy Hall of Fame. You were asked to host HBO's 20 Years of Comedy. Mm-hmm. You taped another special which won several Cable Ace Awards. Mm-hmm.
There was an American Comedy Award. And in 1997, you published your first book, Brain Droppings, which made it to the New York Times bestseller list. At what point in your career did you feel that you had made it and that you had achieved a level of success that you had hoped to achieve?
Well, because the whole thing took place by degrees, it's hard to point to a particular place. 1992 HBO show called Jammin' in New York, I knew I'd found my comic voice. It was a live show. There were 6,500 people in the audience at Madison Square Garden, the Paramount Theater, and it was my hometown. And it just felt like I really graduated that night. The awards are okay. The Grammys mean a lot. I've got 4 of them because the category is called spoken word, and I like that. The books really put me over the top in my own little universe. The fact that the first book did so well and the second book took a little longer to do as well, but it has grounded out, and the third one did what the first one did, When Will Jesus Bring the Pork Chops? Just the accumulation is what did. Sometime from the mid-90s to now, the overall accumulation of things has satisfied that thing in me that needed expression. And I know I did a good job.
And you did a very good job here.
Good. Thanks.
To what do you attribute your longevity in the business? Because it is a business.
Yeah, sure. Well, being able to, some of the combinations of things are having HBO, the demand of doing a new show every 2.5 years forced me to go into the writer part of me and become that. The lasting a long time has to do with productivity, being prolific and being able to continue to top myself, as it were, to continue to dig deeper, to do more textured things that had some more importance in them and meaning in them for me, for some people, whoever takes it that way. And lasting a long time is a function of pleasing the audience of a wide range for me, because my audiences at the concerts, they vary from the middle teens to the 50s and 60s. Some places a little heavier to young, some places a little heavier to older. But HBO cuts across all demographic lines: age, education, geography, religion, race, income, almost every line. HBO just shatters that. And so I was able to appeal to a wide audience constantly, consistently. And the older brother tells the little brother, and the father tells the son, and it's passed on, the cousin tells the cousin. And those who don't know about you find out about you by someone who's really fervent about your stuff. So it's just a wonderful, natural network, organic thing happening that just, is there.
To someone starting out in the business today, what advice would you give them, or what do you wish you might have known when you were just starting out?
Well, I tell people, young or starting, not always young, but beginner comedians, I tell them, write everything down. You have to write. You have to write. Write all your ideas down and classify them. My first boss, when I was 18, told me that. He said, find a folder, put your ideas on paper. Any idea you don't think you can use it now, if it seems useful, put it down on paper, and then classify it. Because good ideas don't mean anything unless you can find them again. Yeah, you can't go through a pile of papers 10 years old of notes. You have to, now you can use a computer. Before that I had index cards and things. You have to be able to find race, religion, business, government, politics, men and women, sex, and then those categories, you break them down into categories. So organize yourself is what I tell young comedians. And of course, don't take no for an answer. If it's not working well that night, it's not you, it's the audience. Blame it on the audience. Because if it worked on Friday night, it ought to work on Saturday, and if it doesn't, it's their fault. It's oversimple, but you know what? It works as a formula. Just go on and do the Sunday night show and forget Saturday night. Keep kicking them in the nuts.
That's good advice.
How would you like to be remembered?
Well, for someone, here's the way I put that. I'm happy because I know that it's when someone writes, if they were to write, a history of comedy in America in the last third of the 20th century, they'd have to include me. I just know they can't leave me out. That's what I'd like to be remembered as, someone who made enough of a mark that they can't leave him out when they write about it. You know, and for my epitaph on a tombstone, I would like one of two things: either he was just here a minute ago, or too hip for the room. Too hip for the room.
That is the only line we can possibly end this interview on.
Thank you all very much
for this room.
With all the thoughtful questions and the work that you put into it. I appreciate all of that.
And thank you so much for your time. And
you.
I'm glad that the word retirement means nothing to you.
No, it's Pablo Casals. I'm beginning to notice some improvement.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, we look forward to seeing you from here till the end of days.
Till the end of days. And there you jolly well are.